It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Four teams remain, but only one will be seeing their way to the rest of the playoffs. That is right. Today is the final day of the last chance qualifiers for the Overwatch 2 NACE Star League. My name, Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined on the mic today by Nerdy Bird again. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Excited to see what these teams bring to the table. As I mentioned yesterday, you know, if you're at the end of your rope, there's only a tiny little thread left hanging on, you know. Maybe now is the time to pull some crazy stuff out. Maybe the meta hasn't been your best friend. You know, we saw some anti-meta teams actually be very successful yesterday, but if you're going to choose to try and pick up the mantle of running something a little bit different, or even running what our professional players in the Overwatch League were running, gotta make sure you understand how your comp works and the win conditions involved with it.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a brief look back and a little bit of a look forward as well into where we are in the season right now. Of course, we have had the conference plans, the conference championships, and we are into the last chance qualifier. It's the final day today that will lead into the playoffs and finally to the grand finals. So, one of these four teams today will make it in. A reminder, here are the dates, so you can plug these into your calendar. As you can see, today is November 6th, last day of the last chance qualifiers. We will be heading into playoffs starting shortly thereafter, and then at the beginning of December, end of November, we will have the grand finals. So these teams are fantastic that we're going to be watching today. And like I said before, only one of them will be remaining at the end of the day, will be able to make it into those playoffs. So let's take a brief rundown, look at who we are going to be seeing today. It will be the University of Maryland versus Toronto Metropolitan University. Then there's going to be another game happening at the same time. The winner of that match will go and take on the winner of this match we will be watching in match number 2. After that, we are going to be handing the reins off so you can watch University of Michigan Flint versus TMU once again in Rocket League. So they're going to be doing their last chance qualifiers as well. So match number 4 TBD as well today. And of course, these two teams, University of Maryland, Toronto Metropolitan University, fantastic squads. We've seen Toronto Metropolitan University twice now. This will be our first time taking a look at University of Maryland on stream. But a quick reminder, these teams are playing for scholarship pricing. First place, $2,500. Second place, $1,250. And third place, $625. So in addition to the prestige, in addition to the bragging rights, there is money, scholarship money on the line as well.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think any person in esports, especially in the college space, can definitely walk away with their heads held high if they get a scholarship. If they ever had anyone in their family say, oh, you'll never make a living playing video games, it's an opportunity to be like, look, I have the bag. I did something with my video game hobby. It's not just a hobby anymore. And then, of course, you know, my perpetual comparison for any sort of prize money is chicken nuggets. And I can definitely say all of those prize pools is a lot of chicken nuggets.
That is fair. But Nerdy Bird, why don't you tell us a little bit about our sponsors today?
NACE Star League is proudly sponsored by Extra Life, and you can play games to help change children's health, change the future, and you should definitely check out Extra Life and join them today. They're a fantastic sponsor for us, and of course, you know, we may also want to help change the future, but America runs on Duncan, as does the NACE Star League. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
And of course, today we also have one of our Canadian teams playing. So, have to mention Monster Energy. They are an official partner of NACE Star League Canadian initiatives. Did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Check out the NACE Star League Twitter or Discord for more information. And then
we'll be jealous of that.
right. Also, the U.S. Army ROTC become a leader for life. And in addition, ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and NACE Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you for helping make this happen. And now, a quick review of the format in case you're just tuning in for the first time today. These will be best of 5 series. A coin flip will determine the map and mode. Losing team will choose the next map and mode, and the hero pool will consist of every hero in competitive play. So in particular, at the moment, that does not include May. May is out of the mix for a little while. So, again, losing team, they can choose the next map and mode. That means we do not have a set mode order that we are playing through today. It could go control center, push mode, escort, hybrid. Whatever the teams decide is how we are going to be playing through these maps today. So it's all on the table. They can go wherever they like. I believe they just can't choose the last mode that we saw played.
Well, with that in mind, it'll be very interesting to see what maps get pulled out. We definitely noticed that the freedom to pick almost any map type helped a lot of teams yesterday actually overcome the hurdle of losing the first round. So excited to see how they use that type of information to their advantage today. And for once, we're not starting on Li Jing, so I appreciate both these teams.
Yes, exactly. It'll be. I can't wait to see where we're gonna go. But first, let's talk about these squads. The team rosters today for University of Maryland. Their starting 5 will be Tony, Speep, Musai, Pumpkin, and Paul. On the other side, Toronto Metropolitan University will have Solo, Apoth, Pleb, Michelle, and KVN. These two teams, again, performed great during the regular season. 6-1 record for Maryland. Toronto Metropolitan 5-2. So neck and neck in terms of where they were in the standings. And they find each other here today in the round of 4, the semifinals for the last chance qualifiers.
Yes, and I do believe that between the two of us, we're a little bit split on who we think might come out on top. I think that's the best way for casters on Dust to handle it. So we both,
Yes.
both of us are welcome to have a bias here, but know that the bias is going to be split 50-50. But at the end of the day, we're still casters, and we're still going to call out anything we see that looks a little bit too goofy on that virtual field, because at the end of the day, if I see you running Doomfist, I'm going to question it heavily.
Yes, exactly. I mean, maybe for a card stop, maybe for a last moment touch, something like that in overtime, might see one come out. But yeah, you're right. It definitely will be questions. But let's take a look at our first map of the day. It will be Nepal, one that we have seen very little of this season so far here at the NACE Star League. In fact, this might actually be our first time going to Nepal. We've seen Busan, we've seen Ilios. But I think, yeah, this is the first time we are headed over to Zenyatta's home. So can't wait to see what these teams are going to bring out here. The 3 points for Nepal, very interesting as well. They go by the trend that we've seen so many other control maps go by as well, where each one favors kind of a different composition. If we head to Village, that closed in, the boxy point underneath, it's got a ceiling over top of it. This one that we're looking at right here very much favors a brawl composition. The other two, it's much more open as to what teams can run and what they typically like to run. Of course, We are here in Collegiate Overwatch. We are in the Naystar League. These teams may be running things that will be off meta, something that maybe it works a little bit well to their strengths as individual players and a team. So, will be exciting for sure to see what these teams do here today on the fall.
Most definitely. Personally, I like starting out here on Sanctuary. There is always the opportunity to run what is kind of the bread and butter comp with a Symmetra holding over on that coastline elephant. When you go here into Sanctum, that creativity play of pulling out a Pharmacy can work, but if you have any diva that's worth their salt, a Pharah inside that area is a little bit rough, but nonetheless still very viable. Also, both those maps have a lot of potential for environmental kills. The last one of Village, though, is my favorite because, yeah, it heavily favors Brawl, but the teams that we saw pull out the Wrecking Ball Pharmacy comp yesterday, that actually works great on that point, too, so long as you play it properly. The counterplay is very strong, and we actually are going to be starting out on, I believe, yes, the Sanctuary map. So this is the one with the elephant on the coastline. Looks like we've got one team running pretty close to standard Overwatch League meta is what I'll call it, because it's not the meta that we're all stuck on. It's minus that Reaper pick. The other team going with more of that standard ladder competitive meta. We'll see who ends up using the meta to their advantage here.
Toronto Metropolitan University going to be drawing first blood here as Apoth is able to pick out Moose High from amidst the rest of the team. That's going to cause UMD to fall back and give the point over to Toronto Metropolitan. They want to go in with a full squad. So TMU going to get a little bit of capture percentage here, but likely not a whole lot before University of Maryland is able to re-engage just because of how quick that first pick came in on the Moose High.
I was really glad to see Solo drop the Zarya mantle today and pick up that Winston. Yesterday they were really dead set on that Zarya, but Winston Reaper, when played properly, is great. It's just you have to clean up fast, and Toronto failed to do that here. So the re-engage from Maryland is a lot stronger with Tony not having gone down on the Zarya at very high charge.
Yeah, this is just about best case scenario you could hope for University of Maryland. Able to turn that fight around. It'd come away with a very quick capture after the point had already unlocked. So we could see University of Maryland already has eclipsed TMU in capture percentage. In addition, both Kitsune rushes are online, so whoever gets them off is likely going to be able to charge up a couple of these ults quickly. Going to be popped shortly, one after the other, but it is University of Maryland who comes away with at least more kills here at the moment. Pumpkin will be sent back to spawn, but it's not going to be enough for TMU to be able to push on to point and really put any pressure on point as well.
Going to this next fight, the ult economy kind of equal on both sides, but it really is going to come down here to who ults first and who does it in the most advantageous spot. Yeah, Solo, you have the opportunity to get some environmentals, but can your team bait coastline? You're already going through left side to Mega. That's going to give this Reaper a lot of potential because being closer zones, I mean, Reaper Death Blossom's too powerful. We've already seen multiple utilities drop. There goes Beat for the engage, but we whiff on the jump, making those supports stay alive a lot longer.
Now Primal Rage has been committed, and Solo is definitely looking towards the coast. They have found Tony already. Point has flipped back over to Toronto Metropolitan off the back of that Sound Bearer and the Primal Rage.
We do have Overclock as well as Death Blossom almost ready for Toronto Metropolitan University. University of Maryland's going to have that Beat, Overclock, and Death Blossom as well. However, we are in one-fight territory for University of Maryland. If they win this fight, they could 99 the point and then just push everyone back from Toronto towards the spawn. We'll have to see. Reaper, though, uses both cooldowns, so gotta wait a little bit before they blossom, or they have to do it at very, very close range and risk their life in the process.
Now we're going to see a little bit of an aggressive push off a point from TMU. Here comes the Death Blossom from Moose High. Does pick up a couple of kills. Gets quite a bit of damage in there, and that allows for the follow-up to be there from Paul, from Tony. And with that, they have picked up the point. TMU, though, has plenty of time to get back to point. They're going to be able to put together another attempt here, but it's all going to have to be off the back of the test, this Death Blossom. Maybe the Kitsune Rush, if they're able to get it in time, if KVN is able to stay alive during this approach. Right now, they're all setting up just in front of the point. They're going down main. Disruptor shot going to keep them at bay for a moment. Here comes the Kitsune rush now from both sides. Death Blossom in tow for Apoth. They're going to use it immediately, seeing if they can find Moose High, but the sound barrier is there. The sound barrier is good, and Tony able to get a pick off onto Apoth after they get out of the Death Blossom. Going to be Paul now chasing down a couple of players. Overtime has ticked over. Solo touches point at the last moment, but it's not quite enough. They don't get the Primal online, and that will be UMD taking the first point.
What seemed like the Achilles heel there for Toronto Metropolitan University was kind of they were getting situated, outside choke point to get to the point. They were aware it's last fight. They knew they had Kitsune Rush. They knew they had Death Blossom, but they didn't count the cards of the enemy team, and that's that pre-fight, mid-fight conversation. What ults do they have? How do we counter it? Well, they have beat. You don't really have any way to force it. And if Pleb can't get that one shot, one kill onto the Lucian, force them to Ajax the beat, well then everyone needs to be focusing one squishy target during the Death Blossom to ensure that even when beat goes off, they die. And in those cases, they already had used Suzu, so you could have either engaged on the Kiriko when they had used their step to get away, or engaged on the Lucio, but neither target were focused, and so they just got to have free reign and live.
And now we are headed into a Sanctum with a 1-round advantages for UMD. Both teams going to start exchanging blows near coast. Cello jumps in, but gets bites off a little more than they can chew. Tony is there to finish things up. They're already up to high charge at about 60%. We have another pick, though, coming in favor of TMU. They're going to be able to regroup here relatively soon. And now UMD forced to back away, even though they are starting to capture point. Looks like they will, in fact, be able to take it under their control. But now TMU coming back in with a vengeance.
We had both the jump as well as the bubble committed from that Winston. They're going to be back online. There's the jump. They're trying to bait people to coast. Zarya actually is going to get booped off by Michelle, who's going to take a battle now against the Kiriko. Looks like Solo goes down, and unfortunately splitting up and having a little bit too much of a I gotta get a kill solo player mentality might have been a problem there. However, point is flipping towards the side of Toronto.
It's just going to be a little bit of a contest there coming out from Michelle. Musai takes care of them in the end, and now UMD sitting at about 40% before TMU is going to be able to push back in here. No ultimates really close to coming online for anybody. Maybe the support ultimates for TMU. University of Maryland just a little bit behind them on those support ultimates, but that's expected of the team who has been able to successfully capture point. Here comes the Kitsune rush right off the bat from KVN. Solo going to be able to find Moose Eye, which is a little unusual. Don't typically see the Winston Reaper battle going that way, but with the damage coming in from the rest of TMU, they're able to find those picks. Pump get taken out right before they get the sound barrier as well. Really important kill there for TMU, but UMD will be able to push back in, potentially with that for the next fight.
Well, we've got, I'm going to say University of Maryland has every ult, as does Metropolitan. We're going to hear a lot of Qs get pushed so far. Two have been. This definitely comes down to target focusing when you hear full support ults. Apoth, though, is going to drop that Death Blossom, taking down two. Solo's going to find one. Apoth's going to find another. University of Maryland forced to reset, and they spent two ultimates, whereas the side of Toronto spent 4, and that is a problem.
Yeah, now crucially, University of Maryland held onto the sound barrier, and if Pumpkin had maybe used it during that last fight, we might have seen a different story. University of Maryland could have potentially pushed out a little bit harder, a little bit faster, made more of a case for the point, but they're going to at least have it for this approach right here. But TMU likely going to be able to just about equalize the capture percentage. We've got Graviton Surge now out from Tony. Death Blossom coming in as well. Moose High able to find a pick. It's one player advantage now for University of Maryland. They're starting to move to point now, putting a little bit of pressure on that as TMU backs off and regroups.
And that is going to be, oh, point turnover to Maryland. We're equal as far as percentage goes. But the important thing is when these percentages are capped, and that means we roughly are going to be in last fight territory if this fight takes too long in favor of Maryland, and it already is approaching that. If they extend this fight just a little bit longer, they have lost their Reaper, but they keep going here. They're kiting. They do see the point is starting to flip. And with being down one and losing their tank, but taking down Solo, they have the opportunity to get a soft reset here. They did take having the main tank go down last at that fight for Toronto is re-engage opportunity for University of Maryland, but they need to get their bearings about them quickly here.
They really do. They could push in with a Kitsune rush as well. That could give them a little bit of an advantage, but Solo is already back. They're gonna have the Primal Rage online. Here comes the Kitsune rush now. Apoth has the Death Blossom too. Looking for them to engage relatively soon, but they're gonna be taken out by Tony just as soon as they drop in. Without that huge ultimate in tow, the rest of TMU backs off as a couple of members fall as well.
We're going to have a lot of util committed at that front choke point. Solo, as a last-ditch effort, pops Primal, goes to point, just trying to get the foothold and purchase here in order to start that overtime. It's enough to get two teammates in with them. This could be the turnaround point. Michelle finds one. We also had, I believe, Pleb pick up another. Point flips. We're at 99. There's no one from University of Maryland to touch, and that is a map in favor of Toronto.
A very hotly contested sub-map, though. Toronto Metropolitan showing up in a much bigger way here on Sanctum. But now we head to Village, where, again, Brawl is going to be the name of the game. And got to at least give a little bit of an edge to University of Maryland if Toronto Metropolitan continues to run this composition, but not to say that it's weak by any stretch of the imagination. It is absolutely what we're seeing run in Overwatch League. Well, what we did see run in Overwatch League. So very powerful composition. Absolutely can hold its own here if played right, but University of Maryland, I think, going to have a slight edge here as we move on to Village.
It's really important to remember that while we did see it in Overwatch League, they play on a slightly different patch, so Zarya isn't as nerfed. It is still forceable. It is played in the top 500 ranks. My roommate who lives upstairs is one of the Winston OTP one-trick pony players, and you do exactly what Solo just did. You play for space, and then you engage. You use your jump down, and you get that cleave damage. That's why Winston's so powerful, especially when you have a Reaper and a Lucio in your back pocket directing damage with you.
A nice first fight win for TMU off the back of that initial pick from Solo onto Moose High, able to chase down Speep as well. So without either of the DPS, was a pretty effective fight win for Toronto Metropolitan. In addition, Solo already 75% to their Primal Rage. We're going to see a very fast re-engage now from UMD. Moose High able to find Michelle right off the bat. So TMU going to have to do their best to stall out this point. We need to see Solo get that Primal Rage quickly so that they've got an opportunity to. But they step off a point long enough, it flips over to UMD, and with that, they're able to clean up the rest of the squad.
Unfortunately, the whole, flip the point, let them take it, but win the fight. If you do that, but take too long to win the fight, letting point flip and then losing is just never a good thing. So we're going to be equalized here, but it's weird how control points work. Typically, the second team to get it, if they're equalized in percentage, is the one that has the higher percentage by the third or fourth fight. We'll have to see how Kitsune works out here. Winston's already out of it, so does nothing for the poor monkey. And we're going to see her re-engage with most likely that Graviton Surge. It's going to be a little bit rough.
Very good play, though, from Solo to push everybody back from University of Maryland, because it meant Paul's Kitsune Rush didn't get any value either. Primal Rage now committed by Solo. Point still in favor of Toronto Metropolitan, but maybe not for much longer, as the lion's share of the kills do come in for UMD. They flipped it back into their favor, and now TMU backing up to regroup.
And you can hear that we've got Musai saying that their Death Blossom's ready to go. Apoth also with theirs. So, roughly, by the time we get a full engage here, Apoth should have theirs. I love seeing a Death Blossom be Death Blossom. It's a little chaotic, but I'm here for the chaos as always. But we're going to also have Overclock ready to go, as well as Grab. And this is what I also love on this point. That high ground utilization allows for catching people in rotation, but the response from the beat's going to stabilize the team. There goes the grab. If only we had Death Blossom for it. Doesn't matter though. Speed is going to clean up in that grab.
They absolutely are. So University of Maryland reclaims control of the point after briefly giving it over to TMU. A little bit of an expensive fight right there. They have to actually no. Speed doesn't use the overclock. I thought they had, but they were able to find the picks that they needed in that Graviton Surge without it. So they're going to have that in this fight, but it's going to be the only ultimate they have online versus TMU. They've got the Death Blossom. They're going to have the Kitsune Rush. So TMU most likely going to want to take this fight quickly. We see the engagement coming in from Solo now. They go down to about half health. They try to put some pressure on the high ground, but unable to. In the meantime, Speed has the overclock going. They have found Flip. Two-player advantage now. Apoth tries for the Death Blossom, but they're not going to find it, and University of Maryland will take our first map.
I mean, they take it, but it's not as though it was easy. It was back and forth. Really, it's, as we mentioned yesterday, it's a game of mistakes. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. And yeah, I understand, you know, going with the Winston pick, understanding that that's what the pros are playing. But as we mentioned at the start of the map, the pros are playing on a different patch. Yes, Winston is strong. Yes, the compositions that they're running is strong, despite it not being, you know, it's pre-patch. It's in a pre-patch version going against the Zarya, but you still have to play it absolutely perfect when you're going into the pre-patch version of Zarya, so you might be better off just running Zarya v Zarya in that instance. So perhaps any team that's watching right now that we're going to see later on, unless you're a professional Winston player, we're talking, you know, Grandmaster 1, Grandmaster like 3-1, maybe Zarya is the better way to go.
Yeah, gonna be tough to say. Solo did do a good job, certainly on the Winston, but you're right. Zarya is just so overpowered right now. University of Maryland took great advantage of that. They really played, I think, Village to their advantage as well, really utilizing that map geometry and making sure they just kind of bunkered down on point, at least the best they could, of course, until Solo came in there, primaling at times. But we're going to be moving on to a new map, and it will be Toronto Metropolitan's choice. Lots of options here for sure, Nerdy Bird, as to where these teams can go. But regardless of where they go, I think we are going to have to see a little bit more focus fire coming out from Toronto Metropolitan, maybe a little bit more following up on Solo's engagements. If they continue to use these Winston-based compositions.
And if they want to continue to use the Winston-based composition, I highly encourage, you know, a map we suggested a few times yesterday. It's kind of a love-hate map of Watch Point Gibraltar, but we are about to see which map ended up being picked. Oh my, okay, I give up. I am no longer guessing a second map. I will no longer request a second map from you. It's just default Kings Row, no matter how much I plead and beg. There is no other second map when it comes to Overwatch. It is some control map, Kings Row, and then anything else.
Oh my gosh, yep, we are headed back to the classic Kings Row, the map designed by none other than Aaron Keller. It is a classic for a reason. Players love it, teams love it, casters love to hate it, everything in between. But it's an interesting choice, I think, here for Toronto Metropolitan University, but maybe we're going to see a different look coming out from them today on Kings Row.
Well,
we are.
Who's your favorite hockey team?
Tony. Okay, I really do think that Tony might have had the broadcast open at the start just to hear any form of like ranting from us, because y'all, that you gave me a little bit of a heart attack and some heart palpitations, and I have pretty bad anxiety. You really just worried me quite heavily.
Well, the doors have opened. It is going to be a fairly meta composition coming out from UMD. Speep unable to find anything right off the bat with the Widow. Now University of Maryland approaching point, starting to put pressure on. Apoth already taking Moose High out of the equation, though, as they try to flank and find a little bit of an opening, a little opportunity. And with that, TMU just pushes the rest of UMD back to spawn. Oh, Relucio.
Oh boy. So UMD actually had one pick that I would have stuck with here in the beginning, at least not for like, you know, more than a fight or a fight and a half, but that Widowmaker. That Widowmaker, just, you don't even have to get picks, but just existing in that window can be so oppressive. Doesn't matter though, they're coming back swinging, and unfortunately though, Paul will go down to Pleb W, but yeah, having that Widow in that window prevents people from pushing spawn door, and it prevents them from having the space here around Mendata's statue so easily.
It certainly does. University of Maryland going to try and get it done though with the Sojourn. Solo already up to incredibly high charge. Both Zarya's going to be having their Graviton Surges on the line here very soon. It could just come down to who uses theirs first. Sound Barrier could be online for University of Maryland. Here comes Tony with the Graviton Surge. They go down low, but the follow-up is there. Pumpkin doesn't even need to use that Sound Barrier. And unfortunately for Toronto Metropolitan, KDN uses the Kitsune Rush as well, throws that into a losing fight, so UMD will come away with this first point capture.
Okay, so for the side of Toronto, they lost Pleb W last, but it was a huge stagger. They have not chosen to push up and claim Bookstore as heavily as we saw yesterday, but they are all the way back by Archway, which could be a huge mistake, and it is. It allows for the re-engage. We've lost
Oh my
Paul,
God.
we've lost Speed. This is why, if it's not a huge stagger, 3-stack point and you lock it down. If it is a huge stagger, which going down the one-shot, one-kill hero is a huge stagger, you need to go forward. Keep your Lucio on point. Everyone else claim that area around the Bookstore. And instead, they get 2 ticks and they're forced back to spawn.
A huge play coming out from Toronto Metropolitan University. The Graviton Surge from Solo just keeping things alive for them. Now UMD on the back of the Kitsune Rush from Paul, pushing very aggressively. We have the Death Blossom coming in from Moose High. Doesn't necessarily get the kills, but helps secure the point. A little bit of a zoning hold, and University of Maryland will come away with the point capture, but it took them quite a bit of time. Only 3.5 minutes on the clock here, pushing into the second phase of Kings Row.
And they're not letting themselves get trapped out over by Archway. They're going to push forward and claim space. They're a little bit too far forward, though, considering everyone has respawn for the side of Toronto. Holding up around where the Bookstore is at is definitely the better option. You don't really want to be more than 2 turns in front of the payload, because it makes it harder for Lucio to come in and help their team out in necessary situations, because it does force a 4v5. But they're through Archway. They hear Kitsune Rush. They're going to back off and re-engage. Smart move.
Yes, they are. A Disruptor shot going to push back Toronto Metropolitan just a little bit as that Kitsune Rush now expires, but a little bit of time. But we've got the overclock now for Speed as they push forward. Already Pleb W out of the equation. Here comes the Death Blossom as well on the back of the Graviton Surge from Solo. That'll be a team wipe, and TMU reclaims control of the card.
Reaper going to the high ground. Let's hope someone has the 2 cents to check high grounds. This is something that's heavily ignored here on Kings Row's choke point. Personally, sending someone over through spawn on the right to just go up there and check. You count here, you can see 4 people. There we go. Pumpkin's like, where's the 5th? And a pop did come out, so they got all 5 of them.
They did, but the Sound Barrier comes in for TMU. They've been able to mitigate some of the damage. Tony comes in, is able to eventually find Apop. That's going to lead to the rest of the kills. The Sound Barrier there from Pumpkin just a little bit more valuable than the one Michelle used.
Okay, they're posting up 2 on payload. This is... I'm wondering what their plan of attack is. I think when they see the whites of the eyes of the enemy team, they're going to go forward and try to lock down that corner that is past this point, this checkpoint here. Because if they touch, it's going to be a little bit ugly. The side of Maryland only has Death Blossom online, and they waited a little bit too long. Slow came out on payload. Lots of utils been exchanged. They're going to use the slow in front of payload, trying to gain some purchase. Reaper forced to use all abilities. These Darias are battling it out. Kitsune Rush comes. They have to disengage at this point. They've lost their Lucio. They've inside of Maryland just lost their Reaper and their Lucio.
Yeah, great Kitsune rush. They're coming out from KVN. TMU just needed to take that fight slow enough so that KVN could bring that online, which was a tough position to be in because Solo had to push in before really they had anything ready for them. But quick turnaround could be here as Tony is able to find Apoth and push forward a little bit too aggressively. TMU going to pay for that over-aggression, for their greediness. We've got just a couple of players staggering on point, but with that, UMD will see third.
Maryland is doing a great job responding to these lost fights, but they're taking a wee bit too long. You don't want to lose a fight, disengage, and have to re-engage, because at the end of the day, time is a huge resource in every single map mode of Overwatch. And every time you lose a fight, that's time lost out of your time bank. They need to get the tempo control consistently in their favor, and responding to this grab with that loss is absolutely massive and huge. That is how you keep tempo control despite being the ones caught off guard with an ultimate.
Yeah, great attempt there coming out from Solo. The grab was good, but Moose was able to get in enough damage to the back line for University of Maryland in order to chunk everybody down so that the cleanup was relatively easy for the rest of the team. Now, Team U coming back in with both DPS ults, but Paul on the other side will have the Kitsune rush. University of Maryland could use this to try and charge the rest of their ultimates. Most importantly, Pumpkin with the sound barrier. If they can get this online before Apoth and Pleb are able to really take advantage of the ultimates they have, this could be huge for University of Maryland. Pumpkin very close to it now, but not quite close enough. Will be taken out by Solo. It's going to be a trade, though, as Speef is able to find a pick of their own. Apoth doesn't get the value they were hoping for with that Death Blossom, so TMU will be able to hold on for a moment. Only 45 seconds, though, left for University of Maryland.
With how far back that spawn is for University of Maryland, this is last fight territory, and it seems the bane of their existence is Paul's Kitsune. They just do not know how to respond to it. They're not tracking it and holding amp for it so they can get out. And we have Kitsune get dropped by Toronto, and the play is going to be pushed forward and just absolutely demolish people through it. Again, both teams struggling when Kitsunes are dropped, but it's just, you know, you have to plan for it. You need to hold your speed amp, get out, and stay alive. You can't just keep falling like flies to it.
And now we've got a very dangerous situation here. The Graviton Surge from Tony is going to land. Pumpkin forced to use the sound barrier as well, trying to get onto point. Are they going to make it in time? Overtime has been triggered at the last moment, but it is starting to fall as KVN is taken out of the fight. University of Maryland with a little bit of an advantage here, but if the rest of TMU can hold on, maybe KVN can get back out, but the Kitsune rush going to prove too much for TMU, and University of Maryland will be able to finish the map, will be able to finish Kings Row, albeit in overtime.
Well, you got all 3 points. That's all that matters. It forces into overtime no matter what, whether it be a one-tick overtime situation or an actual both teams get 1 minute. Your defense is really going to be the deciding factor. I hope that in this second half, we see better responses to Kitsune ultimates. Going down 3 people is absolutely ridiculous. If you need to throw Graviton Surge at it and then amp speed away, do it. This is case in point, you lost too much time. Yeah, you won the map, you won fights after the Kitsune ults, but no time left on the clock. Those 2 and 3 fights that they lost, that's an extra 45 seconds per fight.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is so powerful right now. You know, if you don't have just the perfect abilities, the perfect ultimates in tow, it can overwhelm you very quickly. I mean, those Hellfire shotguns go on overtime. I mean, it doesn't... until you actually play up against a really coordinated team with a Kitsune Rush, I don't think you can understand just how devastating it can be, because the rate of fire coming out of these players is absolutely insane. The bubbles, the speed with which you get them back as Zarya, ridiculous. So, definitely a tough thing to do. Both of these teams struggling with it right now, but we've got UMD on the defense. Let's see if they can mount just as good a one as Toronto Metropolitan did as we get underway here in round 2.
Got Tony on that Zarya. Identical comps on both sides. This is, once again, game of mistakes. Who's going to show all of their cards at once? Who's going to play them under the table? Let's wait and see. Battling it out under Medada's statue. No one goes down just yet. But looks like Energy Charge was favoring Solo, but they still go down first between the Tony Solo fight.
Yeah, Tony is going to continue to push forward with the rest of UMD, pushing TMU back to spawn. And one thing I want to mention as well is that Apoth was getting picked off relatively early in some of those previous engagements. We saw him try to flank there a little bit, was pressured away. Now Solo trying to make room again, maybe pushes things a little too hard, gets a little too greedy with the space, gets caught out by the rest of University of Maryland, and once again they find themselves back in spawn.
2 fight losses in a row is very interesting. Typically here on King's Row, we see one fight and then the other fight go in favor of the attackers. But the swap from Solo, is this going to be the right choice is my question. That Zarya duel they struggled with, and now playing a Winston into a Zarya that has spatial control might be difficult, especially when we see a grab get dropped.
Yeah, huge grab coming in from Tony. Solo will be able to trade out for Moose High. So if TMU can disengage or just die quickly enough, they could have an advantage coming into this fight. But Moose High, the Reaper, they do have some movement ability, so they could be able to get back quickly. And Pumpkin, realizing this, is dropping back for the taxi.
And we had a beautiful example there of tempo control. I'm not positive if Tony was fully aware that KVN had the Kitsune Rush, but they ulted first in that fight and gave themselves that tempo control. The Kitsune Rush was used in response, but by dropping the grab where they did, it prevented anyone from entering the gates. And so they successfully mitigated the Kitsune coming out from the side of Toronto.
Paul's Kitsune Rush going to hit different, though. This time a Solo is taken out of the fight. 1 tick is just about all. Are they going to get 2? Okay. It looked like it potentially for a moment
so
there, but
close.
Yeah, TMU going to have to be content with 1 at the moment, but now they've got some more impactful ults coming online.
I mean, it's not going to be easy. They have this Winston ultimate, which they can force a lot of people back and off the point, and they can get these 2 picks. We do lose speed, unfortunately. Pleb also goes, Pleb goes down to speed, Apoth goes down, KVN goes down, and we have that ultimate from Winston popped, but popped much too late.
Yeah, the opportunities had evaporated for TMU. Now they're going to be coming in with 3 ultimates again. Luckily for them, KVN did opt to hold on, or rather Apoth and Pleb held on to their ultimates. KVN going to have this Kitsune Rush coming in, and this could be the difference maker. Early Graviton Surge from Tony to try and keep everybody at bay. Kitsune Rush used. Apoth goes in with a Death Blossom, and with both DPS ults and the Kitsune Rush, Toronto Metropolitan able to overcome the defense of University of Maryland.
Okay, so they did not stagger them hard at all, and Lucio lived. Gotta stay on point and lock it down. But now, Lucio, stay on payload. Go claim the space around the bookstore. Hold that corner strong, but don't get overzealous, because the response ultimates from the side of University of Maryland need to be forced out. So just being a little bit too far forward for that Kitsune and then backing off would work great to bait it out, because there's a lot of natural cover. There it is, but they gave up too much space, and it's all the way at the payload.
Yeah, Tony able to take out Solo, so without a tank in the mix, TMU backs off very, very quickly. Pleb trying to get an exit pick onto Moose High, but instead they're able to remove Apoth from the equation. 2.5 minutes here to go. TMU definitely in a much more difficult position than UMD was at this point in the map, and TMU doesn't have any ultimates really to push forward with. It's going to be sound barriers for both sides, so maybe TMU gets a little bit aggressive here with the sound barrier, tries to push forward, but instead Tony once again finding Solo, consistently winning this Zarya duel for University of Maryland. And again with that, TMU just forced to back off as UMD wins the neutral fight.
This payload being at choke point is a rough situation for any team to be in. This is where we lose a lot of time when you're attacking. And this is where a lot of teams fail to utilize natural map geometry, such as instead of forcing the fight at the choke, go to the high ground, wrap around, come behind them, and force the enemy team towards that choke point and pinch them off, or just force them all back towards payload. However, they did manage to win this one out on sheer force alone, and they take down 3, forcing a reset from the side of University of Maryland.
UMD will get another opportunity here on the point, and crucially for them, they are likely going to have 5 ultimates moving into this, but TMU going to be looking at just about the same. Apoth lagging behind just a little bit here, so We have an early overclock coming out from Pleb, seeing if they can get a pick off before anybody's even able to touch Cart, but instead, Paul finds them as they have pushed up just a little bit too far. Now, Paul is still holding on to the Kitsune Rush. TMU uses theirs, but this time the crucial difference is UMD waits. They wait, like you were saying, and come in with the Death Blossom to finish off the fight.
I totally understood Pleb's initiation there when they saw them at corner, trying to use that ultimate to get them down. But the issue is that the cards were still in the favor of University of Maryland. They held them, abreast. They did not let them see that they had both bubbles. And then they used them as that overclock was being used, and it prevented their team from going down.
Huge potential flank coming out here from Speed, laying in a lot of damage from the backline. Paul's able to follow up with a pick right there. 15 seconds left to go for TMU. Otherwise, they're going to be facing down match point. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to touch a pod. The only player left alive, and they are deleted coming out of spawn. University of Maryland will go up 2-0 in this series.
That Kings Row map was a little bit too scrappy for Toronto. Tempo control just never seemed to get in their favor, and it seemed as though they just were not prepared for a lot of the ultimates that they were going up against. Again, that comes down to, the communication pre-fight, mid-fight. Is everyone talking about it? Are you communicating what abilities have already been used? Is one of your teammates in particular saying, like, I want to use this ultimate? Is someone responding saying, yes, go for it, or wait and look for XYZ to be used? Because when you're doing a neutral fight or a fight where you know you're down ultimates, look for those abilities to be used and then engage once the abilities are on cooldown. We can see here this absolutely in huge grab, but the response with the Kitsune ult, the waiting it out, actually was huge because no one was responding to that grab, unfortunately, from from Tony. And so they had to back off and wait for the Kitsune ultimate to be utilized in order to actually clean things up.
A great showing from University of Maryland. Really good team fights that they engaged in. Great defense, holding TMU just to second point, unable to quite make it to third. And just an absolutely stellar showing from them so far. They are on match point. So this is TMU with their backs against the wall. This is the last chance qualifier. This is their last chance in the last chance qualifier to continue to make it through into the playoffs. And this map choice, I think, is of paramount importance.
And I'm going to be honest, I think Solo needs to give up the Ghost on the Winston matchup here. It just hasn't been working. We did see them try the Winston on attack, but they swapped over to Zarya. Who knows? They're going to have an opportunity now to talk with their team, see what worked, see what didn't work, if they're going to change things dramatically up, if they're possibly going to reach further down into their roster, because I think we're going to take a quick break. You can correct me if I'm wrong, though.
No, we are going to send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon. Welcome back to the matchup between University of Maryland and Toronto Metropolitan University. UMD up 2-0 in the series right now. Myself, Juggle God, on the mic with Nerdy Bird again, and this is TMU's, this is their back against the wall. They have to come in big here, and this map choice, I think, is absolutely crucial to their success.
We're kind of debating what was going to happen between the two of us during our commercial break here. It's really funny because production likes to put the carrot right in front of us on an insanely long stick, and it's like, we'll shorten it and give you clues, but we're not going to actually give you the carrot. So I'm sitting here like, what map did Toronto pick? What did they do? I did throw out a guess that was told that was incorrect, so that kind of made me happy, but it's just so up in the air. I enjoy production's attempts to get me to guess, but I'm horrible at it at the end of the day. I mean, yesterday definitely showcased our horrible premonition skills between the two of us, you know? So I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen.
No, neither do I, but again, it is of paramount importance for Toronto Metropolitan University. I think, if they want to play to the Winston, which is what we've seen, we need to see one of these maps with a lot of high ground presence. So we will be going to Route 66. I do like this pick for them. Winston, I think, could absolutely excel here. It's just going to be, again, up to how Solo's able to make it work. Of course, getting on top of Bigger was such a vital point here on first point, and the high ground and the importance of the high ground doesn't really start to decline until you get to third, where again brawl just becomes so important as you're trying to push through those last few meters of the map. But it's entirely possible to run something more ground-based, something a little more brawly, and I definitely anticipate, University of Maryland coming out again on this Zarya-based composition. Has worked for them so well before, and we do in fact see Solo on the Winston again.
I guess you can't.
And as a quick reminder to all of you watching out there, Nace Star League is proudly sponsored by Extra Life, where you can change kids' health to change the future. Join their amazing page and group today. Hopefully, one of you clicks that tile down there. It would make my heart very happy. With that being said, it's very interesting the University of Maryland, despite being at match point, actually allowed Toronto not only to pick the map, but gave them defense first. So it could have either been Maryland was like, nah, we attack first, that's how we win this map. Or they just, you know, were like, okay, Toronto, show us what you got, let us see how strong your defense is, and chose to let them keep the defense here.
Gonna see a little bit of aggression coming out right around this first corner here. Tony already up to a very high charge with the Zarya, able to push it back. Reaper and Solo on the Winston, but it's gonna be Pleb who draws first blood. Musai getting a little too aggressive. Now Solo chasing down the rest of these picks. Tony desperately wants to get out of here with their life because that charge is oh so good for Zarya, but unable to do that. And in fact, I think just about everybody going to get staggered out there for Maryland.
So 2 fights in favor of the Winston comp. Solo, I see you. You're doing good things. A little behind on the tank ult charge, though. A little bit strange to see that, considering I feel like Solo was doing more work than Tony, but apparently the damage numbers were in Tony's favor. We hear Kitsune get popped. Lucio's chased down inside gas. Tony, who went to help them, is now trapped helplessly. Reaper trying to get to the Mega also goes down. That's 3 fights for Toronto. Only Kitsune from KVN has been spent, but no ults from Maryland were used that fight.
That was absolutely huge for Toronto Metropolitan University, because not only did they get a very decisive fight win there, but they were able to charge up the rest of their ultimates. Look at Michelle. They've already got their sound barrier. Pumpkin halfway to there. So University of Maryland, they've got a couple of ults on board, but they have to make sure they time these right and use them correctly, because Michelle has this sound barrier. Unfortunately, he's not going to get there in time to save Pleb, as the overclock from Speed has found its target. 2 picks coming in favor of them, so they will get some progress here on the cart.
I think that was absolute. Oh no, Michelle, they did beat that fight. The payload was so far back, Michelle. I think you could have held on to it, anticipating the Graviton surge from Tony to stop your re-engage here, because holding beat till then would have allowed your team just to stay and get, you know, purchase on top of gas and then defend payload just a little bit from on top of gas station. But instead, free grab for Tony. Doesn't find anyone though, and Solo cleans Tony up with that Primal Rage.
Yeah, huge win here again for Toronto Metropolitan. Solo was able to jump on top of Big Earls before Tony got the grab out, and that meant Solo was able to just provide so much pressure to the rest of the team, and that meant Tony was kind of left out to dry. Tony was really the only person pushed up there for University of Maryland, and because they grabbed 4 players from Toronto Metropolitan, they're able to just get the damage in, turn the fight in their favor. Now we're looking at a minute left on the clock for UMD. It's Death Blossoms on both sides, but crucially, Pumpkin will have the sound barrier for this fight. KVN, if they can get this Kitsune rush off, though, it might be enough to overwhelm the shields that Pumpkin's going to be able to use. Here comes Musai, though, with the Death Blossom. It is going to find Michelle, just 1 pick, but it could be enough to start the waterfall here. It's going to be Apoth and Pleb getting chased down. Toronto Metropolitan backing out as quick as they can to try and regroup. They will get another fight here.
They're going to come in from Billboard, which is interesting. It shrinks them down a little bit as far as many angles they can take. We see that KVN's going to use that Kitsune. Apoth goes down to Speed. Pumpkin also dropped a beat to help their team stay alive. It seemed as though it was very useful, but Speed will find Pleb as well. So both DPS down goes Solo, down goes Michelle. That's just the power of that overclock. And just to close things out, we're going to have the slow on the payload. Looks like it'll be locked down by University of Maryland.
2.5 minutes, though, all the time they're going to have moving into second point, because that was an overtime cap on first. Oh, and a huge, absolutely massive stagger there for University of Maryland. That's going to give them a lot of time. They should be potentially able to get this cart underneath that first bridge here before a TMU can come back in and recontest.
You know, there's a time and a place to say things like you need to respect a certain DPS. I feel like no matter what, you need to respect someone who's playing is playing the Sojourn, who's playing a Hanzo. We get so many players that just get logged by an accident, by a lucky arrow, but in the case of Sojourn, when they have Railgun, you need to be communicating that to your team so they stop just getting one-tapped.
And Tony able to find Pleb in the back line before they can get the overclock online. Michelle with the sound barrier that allows them to at least get a couple of kills in their favor. TMU down by 1 though at the moment. They was Solo coming in actually with a huge kill from the Primal Rage onto Moosehigh, no less. This could be TMU actually taking this fight despite going down early.
There was an attempt to force force point and actually flip it. It didn't work out. They did gain space though, and they gained time to allow their teammates to come back. Overclock gets used. We see Zarya go down. Pleb is putting out massive amounts of damage. We also did hear Moosehigh also use that death blossom, but didn't find anybody. Now just struggling to stay alive, engaging on Solo. I think Solo got told a little bit too late that they were there, but Apod is going to return the favor.
Yeah, the space made by Solo definitely helps Apoth come in and get that pick onto Moosehigh. So the trade, I think, works out well for Toronto Metropolitan. They're coming in as well with the Kitsune rush here, and the only things University of Maryland has to combat it are gonna be the sound barrier, gonna be this overclock if they get them online. So University of Maryland, unfortunately, they want to take this fight slow, but Speed actually gets an opening pick on the Pleb. Here comes, though, the Kitsune rush from KDN. They find Pumpkin before they're able to get the sound barrier online for University of Maryland. So with 10 seconds remaining, Pumpkin's going to have to get back here very, very quickly, but the Death Blossom from Apoth absolutely devastating. Pumpkin going to be able to get the point. They get the sound barrier out for Speed and themselves, but is it going to be enough? Speed doing everything they can to put damage into TMU, but nothing seems to land. And with that, University of Maryland will get held halfway through second point here on Route 66.
It seems like Toronto knew what they were doing picking Route 66, and it is playing into their favor. I mean, my concern was going into the third point, like you mentioned. It's not as friendly a point for Winston's in general because the low, skybox in there. I mean, it has a roof. That's just how it works. But they don't have to worry about it. They're still in the most vertically friendly area of the map here, fighting for point 2. If they can get past point 1, which doesn't give you as much verticality as point 2 does, then by the time they hit point 2, odds are we're going to see 1, maybe 2 fights if Toronto wins out this map, and they're going to get it. Now the question is, do they utilize that high ground to the best of their advantage? They were on defense, which is why they held it so well. Interested to see if they can do it on offense.
University of Maryland now on the defense, looking just like we expected them to as well, coming out here. And yeah, it's really going to be down, I think, like you said, to this high ground control, right? How is University of Maryland going to hold on to it? Is Solo going to be able to get control of Big Earls on this Winston? Can Pleb and Apoth give Solo some help as well on that high ground? University of Maryland, they're going to have to be absolutely phenomenal here on their defense, because that is what Toronto Metropolitan was, especially here on the first point.
And we do see they're going with the standard beginning defense position on top of gas, no spread out. I mean, this is a very Death Volley style comp with the exclusion of Sojourn. Let's see how it works out. If Moosehigh stays up here to protect their supports or be in Zarya's pocket, it can really be a detriment to Solo's opportunity to engage unless KVN also engages a Solo.
It's going to be an early, just a soft dive coming out from Solo. Looks like they were booped away off that high ground. Now we've got Moosehigh starting to put the pressure onto Car, chasing down Solo. That clearing Suzu's able to keep them alive. That allows them to jump back into the fray. And Apoth able to finish one off, but Pumpkin actually coming in huge on the support here for University of Maryland with a few kills. That will let the waterfall flow their direction.
This beep is very, very terrifying on that Sojourn.
Yeah.
As is Pleb W. We saw Pleb pop off quite a bit yesterday. They're not doing as well today, but every day is a new day, every game's a little bit different. With that being said, the soft engages there from Solo were great. It's just, it seemed as though when they were trying to force University of Maryland on the low ground, not everyone on the team was ready to go take control over gas station to flip the fight. Let's see if they manage to pull it off this time.
Solo goes in very aggressively, finds Moose High, who bites off a little bit more than they can chew. Speep lets him down with a disruptor shot on the card, but that's going to just give UMD a little bit of time to kind of regroup, see if they can pick Moose High back up. Disruptor shot comes in again, and Solo follows it up, claiming a little bit more space, but big pick coming in for Speep. They're able to find Pleb. Now, University of Maryland back at full strength, descends onto the cart, and TMU backs off very quickly.
I beg of you, anyone that is listening, make sure you communicate to your team when this rail is on charge, like right now. We saw that for Pleb W. Solo didn't say, hey, they have rail, and Solo was on top of gas and took a one shot to the head. That being said, there's still about 2 minutes. We hear Kitsune, though, to shrink that time down, forcing back the offense from Toronto Metropolitan University.
Oh, Speep is able to get the exit pick onto Apoth as well, who was desperately trying to find their way back to spawn. Now a minute and a half left to go. Fistful of ultimates for both of these teams, but crucially TMU with one extra. Paul did have to use that Kitsune rush. Toronto Metropolitan didn't use anything in response. They were just content to lose that fight. Now Pleb coming in with the overclock, trying to take control of that high ground. They have it now for TMU. Sound barriers on both sides. Apoth going in with the Death Blossom. Doesn't get the kill, but Solo finds one on Pumpkin. Now Tony goes down a little bit too low. Toronto Metropolitan University should come away with this fight win despite KVN going down at the last moment.
Sticking with the spaghetti western theme of Fistful of Ultimates, for one ult more, it looks like Toronto Metropolitan University will manage to get point one with 3 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock.
It's the good, the bad, and the ugly here today. I think we got the trilogy in now. Here today, 3 minutes left to go for TMU to try and make it just halfway through second point here. This is off to a great start, but the clearing Suzer coming in from Paul, able to give a second life to the University of Maryland. Solo unable to finish that kill onto Speep, and with that, TMU backs up, but they didn't lose a whole lot of time there.
And that payload is painfully close to the checkpoint, now starting to back up, but it's within, 30%, well, 30 meters. Already getting pushed back to where it just was. Just a little bit of touch from that, from the Kiriko and Lucio. Death Blossom gets popped. That basically gives free reign to Solo, who is using their Primal Rage as we speak, clearing payload off, forcing people back, which is just gaining extra meters. At the end of the day, if you can get people off, stop the contest, and just force them off the point while the fight continues, you can still win out even mid-fight.
Solo was actually able to stay alive there for a very significant amount of time. Got a lot of damage in to University of Maryland, but not quite enough to get the job done that time around. Now we're looking at an overclock for Pleb. Kitsune rush for KVN. This grab from Tony is going to have to be huge. Paul pops the Kitsune rush first. Try to push Apoth back out. Seeing if they can hunt them down. They're able to, but Pleb responds with a pick onto Paul. So Toronto Metropolitan likely just going to take a very quick regroup here because they should be able to get back to the point a little bit quicker. Here comes the re-engagement now. Pleb using the overclock. They're able to find speed before Paul can get back. So a huge advantage here to TMU. University of Maryland has to regroup very quickly. They're going to have to take this at the last moment. Here comes the Kitsune rush now from KVN. The grab, though, lands, and it lands in a huge way in favor of Maryland. There is going to be one pick here for Michelle. The sound barrier, though, from Pumpkin going to allow them to stay on the point. Pleb has respawned, but they're going to have to get back to point very, very quickly. Tony at about half health, though. They're going down pretty low on the point. Speed jumping in now to see if they can give a little bit of support, and they do. Huge fight win there for University of Maryland, but it cost them everything.
This is last fight. Solo has ult, Apoth has ult, and it looks like maybe Reaper mid-fight can get ult. The one thing I want to point out, though, that University of Maryland, yeah, they dropped every ult they had, but looking at the player views, you can see Tony focusing down the Reaper and then swapping targets over to the Lucio. When we swapped over to Speep's POV, we saw them initialize on that Reaper, but then flick over and start focusing the Lucio instead. That just shows how focused this team is as a unit and why they came out on top of that fight due to target focus and communication. But I think Solo's Primal Rage could be the end-all be-all here, because keeping a foot on that payload with a monkey in your face is difficult.
And now Paul getting pushed back very, very aggressively. Speep, though, finds a pick with this disruptor shot. University of Maryland has a chance to hold on here. In fact, they've got the kills in their favor. It's just Solo now. Toronto Metropolitan University waited too long to make their attempt, and University of Maryland will take the series at 3-0 and move on to the finals for the last chance qualifier here at the NACE Star League.
Nicely done, University of Maryland. But Toronto Metropolitan University, kudos to you guys as well. You put up a great fight. Excited to see how much you guys grow in the coming weeks heading into the next semester. But with that being said, I do believe this is the end of the line for you guys. But nonetheless, you all did fantastic. Hopefully you'll have the opportunity to just, learn from these experiences. It's truly not a loss unless you didn't learn anything.
Absolutely. So great showing today from University of Maryland. Speep was just on fire consistently today on the Sojourn. That overclock in particular was just absolutely disgusting. A lot of it was just cleanup, but regardless, you have to appreciate the shots that came in there from Speep. So congratulations, University of Maryland. You will be moving on to face Blinn College Blue in the finals for the last chance qualifier, which will be coming up right after this. Can't wait to see what's going to happen there. But again, University of Maryland just is showing up in a huge way today. It's going to be a tough road for Blinn College if they hope to make it through and gain that last coveted spot in the playoffs here again for NACE Star League. So Maryland, they're just going to have to kind of keep this pace up when they go up against Blinn a little later on here today.
We'll have to see if Blinn was possibly watching this broadcast, because being the first team to play in the day and it being, broadcasted live, even though it has a slight delay, does kind of give other teams that go against you later in the day a little bit of an advantage, because they can scout out the competition and make sure they know what they're going up against, look for any weaknesses. But, I mean, unless you don't peek Speep, who managed to get picks pre-fight, post-fight, during rotations, you might win then, but beware of Speep no matter what if they're not at spawn.
Yeah, Speep was absolutely critical here today. One thing I think they did a great job of as well is just being able to sustain this kind of damage output in the midst of getting focused down by Solo. But let's take a moment, let's take a couple of minutes to chat with one of the members of University of Maryland. We have Paul on the line with us. First off, congratulations, Paul, on a fantastic win today and making it through to the finals for the last chance qualifier.
Thank you.
Now, let's start out here today with a couple of questions. Coming into this matchup, were you expecting to see so much Winston play coming out here today? Was your team prepared for it? Were you ready for that, or was it a little bit of a surprise?
To be honest, it was 50-50 whether or not we see the Winston over the Zarya. We've seen Zarya has been meta for a while, but given that Overwatch League was just playing a bunch of Winston, it doesn't really come to a surprise that we'd see other teams playing Winston. We actually had to play some Winston yesterday. Our tank player Tony, he was a little sick yesterday, so we had to put Moose on the Winston. So we have a little bit of experience on it, and we played against it a couple times, so not too much of a surprise for us.
Now, let's talk a little bit about just the final fight here on Route 66, because coming into that fight, Toronto Metropolitan University, they had a couple of ultimates in the bank. They looked to be having the advantage there. So how did you all approach that last fight? What was your goal? What were you playing towards? What was your win condition there, and how did you execute it in the end?
Our win condition, we came into that fight thinking that Reaper had Death Blossom, so we came in with the plan of Reaper was public enemy number 1, and as soon as we saw him, he had to die. So other than that, we were just looking to build ults and see if we could get any picks that would help us win the fights, and then we kind of did that and we won.
And so my next question is pivoting a little bit away from the game itself, but how does it feel to make it this far and be representing not only yourself and your teammates, but also your school?
It feels amazing, honestly. The past I've been at the University of Maryland playing on the team for a couple of years now, and the team is just so much better this semester. We actually have an organization to help us prepare for matches, and we have a real coach now and better players now. So seeing our team improve over time, and even from the beginning of the semester, we lost to some teams in Overwatch 1 that we just shouldn't have lost to, and I feel like now we've improved so much that we definitely could beat them, and I'm really proud to be representing my university.
So there's one more game before you secure your spot in the next stage. How do you think this match against Blint's gonna go? Are you a little bit concerned? Is there any players on that team that kind of trouble you, or are you guys kind of calm, cool, and collected and just prepared to face them no matter what?
I'd say we're prepared to face them. I don't really know who's on the team, to be honest, but we're gonna pretend like they have 5 propers on their team.
That's
so
valid.
We're going to assume that they're all the best players in the world, like we're about to play against the Dallas Fuel. And we're going to come into it, try our best, regardless of who they are. Play our game, and we're going to win.
That's fantastic. Well, good luck to you. That match will be underway relatively soon, so we won't take any more of your time. A little bit of a lie. We're going to take just a little bit more of your time. Final question from me. Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give today before we let you go to friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
I want to give a huge shout out to Tony. Yesterday, we didn't play with him because he was sick. He had 103-degree fever yesterday. But now he's feeling better. And he's still a little sick, but his fever's gone. And he's still struggling with it a little. But he's an absolute warrior. He's playing super well. And just real shout out to him. And the rest of my team, obviously. They're all playing really well.
That they are. Good luck to you today in just a little while in the final for the last chance qualifier. Congratulations to you again, Paul, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's going to do it for us for the moment. And for me, actually, for the rest of the day, I have to take off right now. But you are going to be joined by the amazing FBI tugboat here in just a couple of minutes. But before that, one quick reminder of our giveaway. We have ROTC back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and Nace Starlink Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Army ROTC, be a leader. And with that, before we sign off and play a little bit of musical chairs, get FBI Tugboat in here, any final words from you, Nerdy Bird?
Again, I think it's really coming down to the fact that people aren't recognizing win conditions and communicating pre and post fight what needs to happen and what they need to be looking for, and it really shined through just now when we were talking to Paul, which is, who has the game changing or the fight flipping ultimate, how do we get rid of them, and making them public enemy number 1. That made my heart very happy. That's how you play to your win condition, and your win condition was removing the enemy teams because you didn't have a lot of ults online. Look for that type of communication within your own team. Make sure it's on lock and ready to go when you're about to hop into this last game here after we take this break.
Wise words from Nerdy Bird. So thank you very much. We'll see you all soon.
best idea of what he's actually capable of, and you know, that second stock that he had against Woodchuck, man, was actually pretty clean, and we're seeing right now 130% just added on, unanswered into an ab smash round for the beginning of the season.
Yeah, you get a little hopeful, you get a little excited, and then they defy all expectations. They come in here and they start to dominate Lackawanna, one of the best teams in their division. This is an incredible performance, but Aoka with a great steal of their own. I can't wait to watch the replay on this.
Round in the last seconds, T-Bam 3 kills. Might I add to that one? This time ISO's gonna open up, and just in behind, he slays out onto 2. Backline of Churching Sea player number 4 looking to hunt him down, but he just can't win it out. ISO frying on Tuscan.
Adbon already down to half HP with a well-placed rail. And grab misses again.
Oh, gonna be able to take out, but look at this. It's good finding both supports again. Chaco Man is well. This is gonna be it. It's good show here on King's Row. So
I've said this before, but it looks like not everyone was there immediately. I don't know that they're gonna be here fast. Diego's got the ult and smite in the pit immediately.
Where's the TP? Oh, look at the back line. That combination. Amumu Akali. It's a triple kill. It's not the quadra. It's the godlike Lucy instead.
With the help of Purple Panda. Flash out and they get rid of Sammy. Nice shot there from Doug downfield. And Jung's going to double down into the situation. So Western looking to look for 11 right now. Bomb's going to be hurt. Doug's going to straight transfer Bleens too. So
might have lost down on Aryan there in that first map. Swapped in Kinmeister, but I'm loving the aggression that we're seeing. Kinmeister with the quad kill on the anti-eco.
Or today's schedule, one of the two.
The best idea of what he's actually capable of.
Hello and welcome, esports fans. We are here. We are live. Little Nace Star League action coming at you. I'm going to be filling in here for Jug God. Did a fantastic job earlier. And Nerdy Bird, that's who I'm with here today. Nerdy, how we doing?
Doing fantastic. Excited to see which team ends up making it to join the 16 teams that are already in the finals. This is the last chance. There is no more safety net for anyone. Yes, they had to win a lot of games and maintained a little bit for a while, but now this is it. This is end all be all.
For all the marbles, everything comes down to this. You are looking at your Lynn College squad taking on the University of Maryland right here, taking a look at our rosters. That's Ginja, that's Vader, that's Guts, that's College Loan. College Loan. How thematical
Why you gotta do
here.
that to me?
How thematical, right? And Pink Piggy 09 playing for your Blinn College District squad.
And UMD we saw earlier with Tony, who's coming off of 103-degree fever yesterday. Quite the tank player, if I do say so myself. Speep, an absolute warrior on that Sojourn. Muse, who was doing a dominating performance on the Reaper. Pumpkin, who's been great on that Lucio, and Paul, who we got to interview at the end of the last game, rounding out that roster for the Kiko player.
Absolutely, that is Blinn 5-1, UMD 6-1. Both and that's UMD coming hot off the heels of a 3-0 victory right there. Now Blinn College enjoying themselves a similar performance, but obviously in a little bit of a different way, right?
We'll have to see if Blinn can post up and perform. I mean, one thing that UMD does have it more in their favor is that they are warmed up. Yes, we took roughly a 45-minute break, but during that time they could have stayed warm. However, having been the first team of the day on broadcast, all of that time playing means it was scouting potential for the side of Blinn. And if anyone was watching, they could have pinpointed some mistakes and weaknesses that repeat themselves time and time again coming out from UMD. So we'll have to see if any of that comes to fruition or is utilized by Blinn in this first map.
Yes, there is no such thing as a perfect match, and you're going to make mistakes that going on broadcast. You're going to be guaranteed your competitors are going to be watching that one. A lot of action starting here in just a little bit, Nerdy Bird.
Yes, and far as predictions go, you can see I changed. I'm going for Blinn on this one, and Tugboat going for Maryland. We are once again split and going to be playing a slight on desk between the two of us. We'll have to see who ends up being correct. I'm fine with being wrong. I'm normally wrong most of the time anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. One of us will be wrong, just like one of these teams, guaranteed, will be taking an L here and making it as far as you can get within the last chance qualifier, but unfortunately not punching their ticket all the way. Yes, but the winning team here will be punching their ticket to that last spot within those 16 teams right there. And of course, when we're talking about like kind of what's on the stakes right here, what's on the line. Now, of course, this is scholarship money here for the Nace Star League. And that is going to be, what, for Overwatch, first place taking home $2,500, second place taking home $1,250, third and fourth place both getting a nice, smooth, respectable $625 for the Varsity Premier here for Nace Star League.
Yes, that's a lot of McNuggets if you think of things in the means of food like I do. But we're about to jump into the first map. Earlier today, we got to see something a little different than Lijiang. We started on Nepal, but once again, we are back on Lijiang. And I don't know how to feel about it. I get it. It's, it's one of those maps that you either start here or Busan for most map pools or tournament rotations. I get it. But, I don't know. I was thirsting for some Ilios. I understand it's not a strong Zarya map, but it would have made my heart happy.
Exactly, and that's what's important, making your casters' hearts happy, people. Long ago, used to start with Oasis, too. I was thirsty for that one, thirsty for Oasis. I don't know, there's a joke there somewhere, Nerdy Bird. But, gonna be Lijiang Tower up front, up first, as Lucio main. I'm not against it, especially on this map. Been practicing my rollouts here in Overwatch, too, trying to get to that opposing bridge, trying to get some boops, right?
I mean, that's one strategy, or you can, just go straight, you hit that center pillar outside doorway, you skirt across the top of the left building, you come through, you touch the tree, you touch onto that wall, you go through window, skirt into that middle pillar again on point, and hit the other window, and you look for anyone who is, and I say this lightly, but I very much so mean it to anyone who still makes this mistake, decides to put the teleporter in the gosh darn window. Please, for the love of all that is good in Overwatch, put it to the left on the ground, don't put it in the window. That is an instant Lucio play of the game.
Exactly. Now, everybody, Nerdy Bird has successfully made that one sound super, super easy, but I have only done it within Overwatch 2 probably like once or twice, like fully getting there pretty much just as quickly as you can. A lot of jumps necessary right there, and I'm still an old man playing on a controller. But yes, Lijiang Tower up here up front. We have seen some deviations from our kind of established, tier 1 meta, but no true huge deviations. Kiriko coming in and having a huge impact within the new Overwatch 2 game.
Gee, I wonder why, when the only real stun in the game is asleep, and there is borderline nothing else, a cleanse ability to prevent a shatter, to protect during a self-destruct, during the graviton surge, might be a little busted.
Yeah, and a grenade, obviously going to increase health, but doesn't take off negative effects, doesn't stun, doesn't stop stuns, anything else like that. Or sorry, of course, Kiriko's doesn't stun, but it stops stuns, everything else like that, invincible for that half second or so.
And
makes
it also
a whole lot
has
of sense.
knockback.
It does have. It does. You're right. Actually, it doesn't do damage, but it does have slight knockback. Kiriko boops. That's what we want to see here, people.
If someone gets an environmental using the Kiriko Suzu, I'm gonna clip that, and it will be immortalized in just the highlight reel of the craziest things I've ever seen in Overwatch.
You get the Lucio rollout, then the Kiriko swift step to the Lucio. First boop Lucio, second boop Sozu.
Ooh, the dynamic duo between the two would be fabulous. And I do believe we are still waiting on teams to load in.
Yep.
Yes, and it'd be interesting to see if we start on Night Market. That kind of plays into two different play styles. Night Market is a little bit more friendly to the team that doesn't like to run the meta. If you want to run more of, that spammy style composition, you don't have to be the first to touch point with the Sigma composition or running a Wrecking Ball comp like we saw yesterday. It's just that composition is broken down easily. It's not super duper strong. It takes a lot of coordination. So if any team is not running meta and is being creative, please, for the love, be coordinated, because it is painfully obvious to everyone who's watching when you are not focusing the same targets.
Yes, very, 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 very true. Obviously, we just got done with our Overwatch League playoffs and whatnot. That's was pretty much your Winstons, your Reapers, your Sojourns, your Kiriko, and your Lucios. I think we got like 5% of Orisa on there. That one just concluding yesterday. Got to come back from that myself, Nerdy Bird. It was quite an awesome time. Got to spend a lot of time with casters that I had either not met before, or not seen before COVID, or not met before, and it was an overall great time. And a best of 7 series going all the way down to the 7th, right? Like,
you gotta love seeing it. I gotta watch it on Twitch because at the end of the day, I'm a broke college kid.
yes.
I've graduated twice now, going for the 3rd graduation in about a year and a half. But with that being said, I was like, I gotta focus on my schoolwork. I can't take the weekend off to go down to California as much as I want. Maybe it'll be my graduation gift to myself in the future. But it was a fantastic series nonetheless. Important for anyone who's just joining us, I mentioned it earlier. That was a different patch. It is not the patch these players are playing on. So if you are in chat wondering why you're not seeing Winston, it's because Zarya has not been nerfed. Zarya is still extremely powerful. If you run the Overwatch Professional League meta, you need to run it perfectly because it is not as viable as it seems. Yes, in top 500 play it's used, but in standard, ladder climbing, Overwatch, not so much, and it does look like University of Maryland is coming in on the Battle Cattle? No, they're going with the standard comp loadout as well. The only deviation here is the Genji versus the Reaper. Both are strong, but both have different strengths when it comes to these compositions. Reaper plays more into locking down server room here. Genji has to play the dive in, dive out.
Yeah, and we just see that University of Maryland getting super aggressive early. Mushi almost finds payload right there, and I'm talking about kills right there, but really just this Zarya on Zarya action, Ginja on Tony, back and forth, and no one's really giving an inch. Both trying to take a mile as control point now unlocking. Maryland has rotated their first 4 players on. Glenn has no option except just to back up a little bit, trying to get aggressive right here, and that's Ginja that almost paid the price for it, but it's going to be Pink Piggy 09 first, taken out in this one. Well-placed headshot by Speed, as Speed finds another one, their counterpart, the opposing Sojourn.
Typically, the neutral fight here that you take in White Room, the first person to push up to the enemy team's doorway in White is the one that wins. You gain the most space, and space is essential when it comes to these very cleave-heavy compositions, and that does not play into Genji's, back pocket easily. However, Suzu comes out, they're gonna gain space, grab is used, Tony goes down, Ginja goes down, Vader goes down as well. So point flipped for a few moments, but it's gonna go back in favor of Maryland.
Also, Tony, it seemed like they were doing just so much more than Ginja, but Ginja is right behind on the ultimate charge right now as University of Maryland trying to take this one back. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, I do not know, Nerdy Bird.
Maryland has 30% on lock right now. We're still about 2-3 fights away from anything happening, but there hasn't been any clean team kills or cleanups of fights just yet. It seems like there's always 1 or 2 people still alive from both teams. That's really going to be the deciding factor of this tug-of-war style gameplay we're seeing. We have B in response to the grab, and then B in response to the beat. Very interesting to see who comes out on top, as we also drop the blade, but Vader is eviscerated before they even get a slash in.
Immediately, just mincemeat made in the middle right there as soon as that ultimate got called for. 100% charge here for Ginja as they're just trying to get this one out. Soju there, a whole lot of damage initially, got all the way down. That's a focus squad there for the University of Maryland. Pumpkin getting the credit, that K. Continuing to run it down mid, 80% or so. Blinn College has 1 more team fight in this first Lijiang Tower map.
We've got choke point right in front of the enemy spawn for Blinn College. Just here to poke some damage, get a little bit of extra ult charge, but it's not the days of old. Can't exactly hold that front door. We hear Sojourn pop that overclock from Speed, but that's the opportunity to engage and hold choke point. Max charge as well for Tony. Grab almost on lock. Luce also has Blossom. May not even be needed.
Yeah, so Blossom's gonna come out in the end just for some style points. Guts finds one for the road right there. Overclock online. Never a good feeling when you finish out a map with ultimates.
Perhaps Blinn was a little bit too cold coming into the first map. We're going to go into map 2, which, Gardens is great. I love it. Lots of boop potential. It's really going to be up to Pink Piggy to see if they can get any boops. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, yes, of course, College Loans, who has to remind me of the fact that I have college loans, has the opportunity, as does Pumpkin and Paul. We did not see this map today. So we haven't seen the environmental potential from Maryland because we skipped Li Jiang, thankfully, for game 1.
Well, that started. Both teams, seeming like they're perfectly content to just kind of meet in the middle. No wonkiness attempted for either Lucio. I'm not against it at all. Don't want to give up an early pick just for trying to do something cheeky. Vader on Musai. You said Musai? Yes, Musai, excuse me. Paul falls as well. Vader gonna fall in the thick of things, but that's just kind of Speep doing Speep things, right? I feel like this is a Speep Sojourn that just kind of find picks no matter where.
Yes, it's definitely a case where I said it before we started the match. I said at the end of the last match, Blinn, you really got to communicate when that Sojourn's been peppering damage. Just Railgun is disgusting, and we do not need to be playing Get Down Mr. President every couple of seconds. You should be using natural cover constantly when you know there's a Sojourn, but we have Guts and Vader, pick up one apiece. Musei looks like they're just going to send themselves to the spawn to join their team, and Pumpkin as well.
Yeah, so not a bad idea. Tactical boot there towards the end, but just a tactical reset, you could say. Blinn College. This is a lot of back and forth earlier, but it looks like they're going to be taking a solid first chunk right here. The ultimate's on board.
And it looks like Maryland going for a white room rotation, possibly looking to get Paul's gates up. That Kiriko ultimate Kitsune is strong in a straightaway, but easily line of sighted, so gotta use it wisely.
Musei just barely able to get out of here. We're looking at a fully charged Genja Zarya right now. And now there's the ultimate, would be a perfect place for it, and there it lands, everybody in the thick of things, and there's our first this will be our first full team wipe.
Team kill. Even though, yeah, okay, the game was gonna give him. Like, I know Musei decided to int off the map in Wraith form, but there was enough damage on them. I'm pretty sure the game's going to give it to him. Yep. 60%. If this rotation is slow, if Maryland goes white room again, this is last fight territory here.
It really is. 70% right now as Blinn has been able to deflect everything thus far, coming in rotations-wise, main or back, flanking or front. There's the overclock. Guts looking for something right here. A wise decision, just kind of come back. That's really smart, actually. University of Maryland has enough time to play with. Now they realize it, overclock done. Main offensive ultimate for Blinn College is out until Vader has something else to show for it. Now that's Tony's own. There's the sound barrier, perfectly timed. And actually going to be perfectly pulled out to the outside. So through the thick of things, University of Maryland was able actually to take this. Now going to be taking some percentage points of their own. Guts on Speed, winning that one. Their counterpart right there, another huge source of damage, but that's going to be a slow burn afterwards. As Blinn College trying to dodge and more, but Blinn College probably going to be able to hold on to this one.
Tony last match did a great job of ensuring the grab was behind the Kitsune ultimate, not inside of it, but the Kitsune was in the middle of that Graviton surge, so the team was perfectly inside of it, able to just funnel damage, and that meant the odds of them going down was very slim, and the odds of someone else from Maryland going down were very high. Counterplay is huge with these ultimates. It's kind of really becoming a game of who hits Q when and where, and that was definitely evident in that last fight.
Yeah, this is so interesting too, because the University of Maryland's Zarya, that Tony player, just did a perfect job of kind of like positioning their grabs so that players of Blinn were pulled off. University of Maryland was able to take some percentage points for it, but at the end of the day, it was just, getting kind of style points.
Now, this is Lijiang Night Market. This is it. This is the last map for this 3-map rotation. Both teams tied. Both teams still sticking with the same composition, no changes. We'll have to see who comes out on top. Speed in this first fight, in this neutral fight, the positioning and speed are very important. It does not look like anyone's going straight to point, but we have Reaper already using abilities and Zarya cooldowns to get in. That's not a good sign.
No, it is not. Musai able to get out, but Pumpkin is not. Another Speed versus Guts. That Sojourn battle really going the way of University of Maryland, even though they have just come off of a loss on the map. Tied up though, 1-1. Musai finds their counterpart. That's Vader. Pulls off the mask, and that's going to be it. Genja versus Tony. This might be... Okay, no. Tony's going to have that Lucio able to get out as University of Maryland here. Genja, I believe, is the last member of Blinn College on point.
They do have their Sojourn. I just wish they communicated that the Reaper was one tick before this instance right here, just a couple extra seconds to have only a 2v3 would have been great. They still lock down the point. Zarya is extremely low, and they play cleanup crew. And Speep, of course, gonna get an exit frag, possibly go down to the Reaper. We hear Suzu get dropped, so that means disengage, and Speep getting another one.
Yeah, so a bad disengage right there for Vader. Trying to get a little cheeky and cheat up on this one, trying to get a little bit extra damage, trying to stick onto that ultimate, and a bad look from Speep. Almost able to get that, but only last couple shots. 45 of them, not going to prove enough right here. A lot of charges. Genja, Guts, finding it. Speep still right here. A nice grab towards the middle, and that's going to be an even better headshot onto Genja. Only tank down for Blinn, as it looks like it might be a get-out-of-dodge type situation. So you're not a Reaper on the outside. Speep's going to lose that one.
And we do see Piggy got Speeps. Vader goes down to Pumpkin. Gates gets dropped when it's just a 2v1, I think. And Paul trying to lock down this point. They're almost there. They have it. Interesting choice. I think we both agree.
Yeah, so Paul gets it there. Maryland maintains control. Maybe there's a thought is they don't want to give up another 25 percentage points or so, because then you're only in one fight territory. I'm not 100% sure.
Valid point. We got a coastline rotation. A little risky because Pumpkin can't go for a boot. Gates gets dropped from the side of Blinn College, as does Beat. They're awfully close to that Death Blossom. Let's see if it's used off cooldown here as they're forcing back Maryland.
Tony just trying to find some rest for the weary as Vader comes in. There's another team wipe. A Death Blossom indeed, and a whodunit there at the end. Blinn College maintaining possession. They'll be getting into the next team fight, what, like 67, 68%?
Yeah, roughly. If it takes too long to play cleanup crew for either side, it's going to become last fight territory if point is not flipped over before it hits that 75% mark. It looks like it's going to hit the 75 mark. Guts has overclock on the line. We see Death Blossom come out, pick up 2, but Pink also picked up Speed, so we're still within winnable territory here for Blinn College.
And Musa has just spent so much time in like really dangerous, dire straits right here. Pumpkin getting super low, opting to get out. University of Maryland touch and toe on the point, and are going to take this at 88, so that might be enough time. A grab out right here, and that's only going to be Genja taken out. Tony had their number. Pink Piggy booping their counterpart. It's always a good feel. Trust me, I know it as a Lucio main myself, but University of Maryland, a very, very one-sided team fight win.
It was interesting to see the grabs on both sides. It's very reminiscent of like the yin-yang we used to get from Mailts being launched to counter one another. Typically no one goes down, but Tony at full charge just managed to blow up Genja there. Now Kitsune's gonna get dropped insanely close to overclock, most likely gonna use it. Pumpkin getting incredibly low. Muse goes down to Vader. Genja goes down. We're equal, but as far as win condition, Tony taking out Genja is an insane advantage, and they're going to take out the rest of the team. We're equal percentage-wise. They need to get a different strat to get the point. This is last fight territory.
You're talking about ultimates, too. Pink Piggy is up. This Lucio will be able to speed them in, but they might even have to use the Kitsune Rush just to get inside there from College Loan. That feels bad.
There it is. You called it, but we're at 98. We got a foothold on. Don't know who touched, but someone did. Speed goes down first to College Loan, telling them to go talk to their broker. Pushing back the side of Maryland. Pumpkin goes down as well. Tony gets eviscerated, and that is point flip towards Blinn.
That's going to be it as well, I believe. 5 percentage points. Only player that couldn't even get there was Pumpkin, and that was only if Pumpkin was there, you know, rezzed up 10 seconds ago or so. A back and forth venture we go as Blinn College strikes first at a 2-1 scoreline within our Lijiang Tower maps.
All right, so next map, it's anybody's guess. There is only one rule, which is you cannot play the same map type in a row. And so we can't see a control point, or as other people like to call it, a king of the hill. But with that being said, any other ones are open. However, with the trend of these college teams, to the bane of my casting, it's most likely going to be King's Row.
Yep, Scrims Row, then what, Route 66 after that one, Coliseo, something like that for the push, something like that. Yeah, if we're following the script, right, or if we're following the script. I'm not even necessarily against the fact, like, any game, right, any game you're going to come through, teams are going to develop preferences for maps and whatnot. Let's take a look back on a map number 1. This was that crucial grab.
This was absolutely calculated. They saw the cleanse abilities come out, they're full charge. That's just, you know, beam the floor, drop a couple of the alternate fires, and smack them. And it worked out perfectly. Now back to that map conversation. So I get the comfort, but the issue here is that we are literally seeing the the actual seeding portion of the tournament veer itself into this part where it's like you have the option to pick a different map type. You don't need to go with control, hybrid, escort, push, control not played. You can do control, you could then do escort, or you could then do push. You could pull the rabbit out of the hat and be creative here. But unfortunately, we're probably going to get King's Row. If we don't, I'm going to be shocked.
I mean, the crowd favorite since day one for a reason. But yes, variety is the spice of life, people. The only thing you can't do is go back and play Hanamura or something like that, right? That's the only thing I can guarantee that we're not going to see. And as well, again, no more control after that. After the game type was picked. You know, we have pools, we have these things set earlier, and perhaps we'll get a little bit of variety. We will find out in just a little bit when our map 2 does continue here. I think we're gonna go. Let me take this look. Yep, I'm gonna go to a very short break, and we'll be back with you guys in just a minute. No breaks. Okay, never mind. Got it. The voices in my head are telling me otherwise, and this time they're being positive and they're being nice here, Nerdy Bird. Big shout out to our production staff. That's Kyle and everybody else there from the Naystar League, just running production, making our jobs as casters just so much easier.
All right, let's see. Next map pick coming from the side of Maryland. Yep. This map doesn't need an introduction. It doesn't need really much of anything.
You don't want to talk about the Alderworth Hotel? I'm sorry, I'm poking the bear here a little bit. Yes, we have been watching this one for a very, very long time. Differences in verticality and everything else. I guess just in case this is the first time you ever watched an Overwatch game, right? Because if you even watched it in Season 0, you'd be seeing this map.
I mean, with the state of the game it currently is, I feel like the one thing of creativity that we got from Northwoods University, which was, you know, what they call the Statue of Liberty. I call it the Statue of Misery, personally. Teleporting that Bastion on top of Mendata's head, which you can do because we have Symmetra back in. We have Symmetra in, Bastion's back in, as is Torbjorn. We just haven't, seen them. It's possible. Is it a viable strat? Probably not. Would it be fun? Yes.
Exactly. Would it be fun? That's what your casters want here, people. Just a little bit of variety, a little spice in life. University of Maryland, at least right now, showing the Speed Widowmaker.
Nope.
Sorry?
Don't trust it. Don't trust what they're doing right now.
The Great Bamboozle of 2018, right? That was Surefour up there.
They've bamboozled. Yep, there it is. Speed on the Widow, though. That was something I talked about earlier, which is that denies a lot of that space around Mendata just existing there, especially because D.Va isn't played. It can prevent a team from being able to push you back up towards spawn, and give your team the opportunity to at least choke point. I like Speed pulling up on that Widowmaker. We'll have to wait and see what happens now as Speed's still there, and their team is going to claim the space around Mendata. Yes, swap it over to the Sojourn. That's what I like to see, but the swap was a little bit too late as the Ginja was able to push up here back towards choke point, but the fight is not really trading sides yet.
Yeah, so the offense was allowed to kind of flex a little bit, get up a little bit of space, but that is a situation they no longer find themselves in. Just kind of flirting with the outside of this and a fully charged Zarya are the things that full 5-man teams are nightmares are made out of. Vader falling, forced to come back. Ginja got the Lucio speed boost and mild healing, but I don't think that one's going to be enough. 2 ticks of progress here for University of Maryland, and no reason to slow down now.
For the side of Blinn, they lost their Reaper, they disengaged. When Musai goes down from Maryland, they are going to fight for possession. Ginja goes down again to Tony. Kitsune rush and Gates come out, B comes out. We're trading support abilities, excluding Piggy not dropping their B. It's still going to be the fight in favor of Maryland. Now they clean up the Lucio relatively in quick succession between all of the kills. They did lock down point. It's time to claim some space, but be weary of the return ultimates.
So we're like 57 seconds into this game right now, Nerdy Bird. We have 3 support ultimates already out. We have both tanks with ultimate. We have Pink Piggy, the Lucio here, ready with theirs. Guts will have theirs soon. Speed will have theirs soon. Wasting no time. Wasting absolutely 0 time.
And
Middle right here.
Ginja, you gonna do it? Oh no!
There's the beat, there's the counter grab. Tony trying to stay alive, not gonna happen. Guts finds a nice heady right there. His speed continues just to try and provide pressure onto this backline from the side. Now overclock pops, shot over. That's a big one onto their counterpart. Guts down, and now they're able to go forth and flex those legs. Get super aggressive between Speep and Pumpkin. 3 fall, Glen College on the back foot.
And Maryland is doing something a little bit different than what we saw from them earlier, which is soft disengaging when going down 1. Instead, they're instantly hitting that ult, maintaining space using natural covers, such as right there we saw from Speep, using the payload as natural cover, making sure they're not losing their ground, and then re-engaging once they know that other ultimate has calmed down. That is huge. That's going to give them more time than what they had at the end of the first time we saw Kings Row today. Already right now looking to push the 4-minute mark.
Okay, there's one, but the second, I mean, gotta say that pick afterwards has gotta be predictable. Vader with a much more impressive Death Blossom. Now trying to get out here. Tony chasing with 100 health. A bad idea, and Vader shows him why. Back on over to the offense. Pumpkin trying to get out of dodge while the getting is good. Looks like they're gonna be able to. Glen College holding on for now.
I mean, Tony also did something a little risky there, which is under 100 health full charge. Let me alternate fire on the ground. I think they assisted Vader in that elimination, truly.
Definitely did. Shots to the ground.
Ooh.
As Speep finds, wow, so even an elusive Lucio, Speep still able to find the head right there as Paul puts out that Kitsune rush, moves high, uses it to take out not 1 but 2. Wraith form to the back, that's number 3, and that's going to be Glen College's defensive holds. Dreams shattering into the night.
I've really wanted to say this for a while just because it's so memey, but Reaper is very powerful with those dual revolvers.
That's fair. That's fair. What, you had the instant reload? Hasn't always been the case, but yeah, especially when they know that they have space, they have speed boost, they have Zarya bubbles. Not much that really stokes their fears, honestly. Tony, front line here for the side of University of Maryland, been doing great so far. A double grab, a triple grab. Vader trying to get out of this one, but Pink Piggy the first to fall. Ginja also as well. That was actually Paul. We haven't really talked too much about these headshots here from these supports.
I mean, credit where credit is due. Supports are kind of the unsung heroes of most teams, which is why I was really happy to interview Paul at the end of the last game with Maryland. I mean, you're not going to survive on a payload without a support. You're not going to live through a Graviton Surge without that support ultimate or this 12-time Suzu. And supports are, like, becoming the secondary DPS, and I adore it.
Absolutely. It was a lot of Zenyatta earlier, and now that's a pretty fully charged one for Guts. College Lone! Talked about it beforehand. There's another headshot. That multiplier is just absolutely oppressive. College Lone finding another one right here. No headshot necessary as Guts finds their counterpart onto Speed. Glen College on the back foot.
And with that, cleanup crew looks like it's come through and swept the streets. Disengaging, holding their ground. Gotta knock off another 2 minutes.
Yeah, so that's it's all about time when you're on defense. University of Maryland has let up a whole lot right here, but I feel like we frequently see, Underbridge being the first place to hold or getting right past here, trying to purchase space. That's Speep on the other side. Genja, there's a Kitsune rush. They know the pressure that they're about to face. Kitsune rushes on both sides now. There's Vader's Death Blossom. Nothing. That flower gets plucked in its prime. Guts, Vader both down. Glen College's DPS core is obliterated. That's only going to come up with a Genja slow roll pick on the other side as well as the Lucio. That's Pink Piggy, the only one able to keep that one alive. Vader doesn't have their Death Blossom here anymore. Is that a grab to the middle? It is. Tony pulling everybody on this one. The Tracer pick now to try and hold 1.15 meters away. Can't even afford to do the blink back right here. Kiriko chased down. Tony is just straight up playing cleanup crew on this point right now. A slow burn it was indeed. Ginja found a little bit. Vader is back for another helping right here with a Tracer now. Guts Still has that. How does College Lone still alive? Okay, fantastic stuff. That's going to be 1 and 2. Tracer still alive. That's going to be the last little bit after a long form hold from Blinn College. I mean, what, Nerdy Bird? They burned off like I think it was literally like a minute and 10 seconds or so that University of Maryland would have had otherwise.
Yeah, that's a fantastic showing of how committed they are to ensuring that payload wasn't touching. Lots of teams will kind of pseudo start to give up. Granted, I would have loved to have seen the ball swap just a tiny bit sooner. I understand they were very close to Grav, but had they had the ball to spin to win on the point before it got too close to that back wall, the opportunity to sustain just a little bit longer, especially with no stuns existing on the other side coming out from University of Maryland, could have been a little bit more viable. But the last point hold / stall mentality sometimes doesn't click in to a lot of teams fast enough. The Tracer swap is great. Reaper, you know, it's a toss-up between Reaper and Soldier 76. With that being said, though, they made the necessary swaps just a little bit too late. We did see ball at the very end, but time was already out. Very interested to see how much time Blinn College finishes with here. However, last time we were on this map with Maryland, the unfortunate truth was that they managed to prevent Toronto Metropolitan University from even getting to point 2. So can Blinn College get through that insanely long second checkpoint and get to it is the true question here. Only time will tell.
It is easier said than done, Nerdy Bird. That is for sure. At least showing semblances of something we just saw. It's Vader right now going to be taking that Overwatch position, if you'll forgive it. Trying to find a couple heads right there early. Ginja onto the Winston. First time we'll be actually seeing the Winston on here.
Vader swapping off quickly. I like it.
That's smart. It just kind of the adaptability, right? No change there for Ginja though. That's gonna be the only real difference between these two. As we got it going already. Now, Blinn College getting hyper aggressive on a point already. They just purchased a whole lot of space for absolutely nothing. Winston on Zarya, we know who's going to win this one, but a little bit of action now onto Tony. Throw a Reaper in the mix of things, and Musa is now down. Defense is lacking now a huge source of their damage, and Tony's trying to make up for it. Speed taken out as well. Yeah, and Ginja, I think, just kind of learned, like, you know, you don't need to take out their Zarya. You just focus on the others.
And it definitely looks like Blinn College learned from the mistakes of their predecessors for this map, which is letting the disengage happen and just assuming they're not going to come back to the point. Instead, they took momentum, they took tempo control, they pushed out, left one person on point to cap while the rest of them claimed space, knowing the re-engage could happen. Yes, College Loans went down, but we've got Suzu already forced out, allowing Ginja to go in, use that Primal Rage, continue to gain space. Guts finds Tony, Primal Rage finds Speed, and Guts will find Pumpkin.
Yeah, and look at this old differential as well. Tony, Paul, Pumpkin, everybody's got it. Speed gonna be there soon. Moose High keeps playing this last team fight like they did the previous, or like the next team fight, excuse me, like they did the previous. They'll have their Death Blossom any second. Only looking at a couple support ultimates on the other side. Vader's decently close. Guts will be there soon. But the yeah, hey, you ever see a 500-pound gorilla juggle?
We've got Grass and Tony coming in. They're very low charge. Using it here might not be. If they're looking for it, find a little bit more time looking to use it right here. Payload. But beat Kitsune in response means Speed goes down, and a late beat from Pumpkin means it's basically equalized between the two teams.
Okay, yeah. Tony is just straight up all gas, no brakes, no reason to even consider pressing that S button. It's all W's, all forwards here. And that is unfortunately not going to work out for University of Maryland if you're a fan. Defense falls right here, despite using, what, 1-2 ultimates. Tony used theirs previous team fight. They'll have a bunch of DPS ultimates available here in just a little bit.
And it looks like Blinn College is looking to maintain spatial control here, not letting University of Maryland get close. Hopefully they recognize that Reaper has that Death Blossom, is possibly looking for somewhere to get in the back line. Overclock is going to be popped. There's the Death Blossom as well. Speep has their overclock. Tony goes down. They need to respond with something. We're going to pick. They got College alone, but 2 more go down. I'm pretty sure that's point cap for the side of Blinn College.
So I think that might have actually been a little bit of a miscommunication here, because it looked like Speep might have even started like an initial backup type situation when teammate was still there. We were not looking at an entire Blinn College squad on the other side, so maybe a little bit of stall action, something like that. Who knows? Who knows? That is, of course, theory crafting at this point. Ginja, that new Winston charge up, trying to find a little bit of damage over on the sides. Now, healing with food is more. They're going to be full health coming into the next rest of this team fight. Now, trying to section out this Zarya is not a bad way to start here, but this is even better going for juggling or going for boops. Regardless, that's a great way to take a Sojourn out of the fight for a few seconds. Now hits over, tries to get the last little bit on the Zarya, maybe even go for that boot play. Not going to happen. Vader the only one inside here, so that's the only one Tony is going to be paying attention to. College Lone, Genja, Vader, Pink Piggy, everybody down. Guts the last alive. There were just one kill outside of a full team kill.
Back to the spawn, Blinn College goes. As far as ult economy, Paul, College Lone, both approaching that Kitsune ultimate. Pink Piggy is going to be on 80, as will Pumpkin for the sound barrier. Reapers, both borderline equal. Sojourns, though, Guts. That overclock could be the change maker here.
Yeah, look, Speep has been finding like early picks. They just haven't really been able to stay alive through a lot of these team fights. I'm not sure if it's positioning. I'm not sure if it's target focusing. I'm not sure if it's the fact that this is a Genja that's a 500-pound monkey sitting whenever they want, as the joke goes, right? Like literally, Tony's just not been able to do enough against Genja right now. Here comes Kitsune, rushes both sides. Here comes a complimentary sound barrier. Nobody dropping for a second or two. Shots in the back. Guts trying to find something 1% away from overclock. Now just trying to find a place for a protection. Suzu now out. Pink Piggy found as Speep found theirs. Guts still trying to find something for their ultimate. Guts. That's mostly going to be teammates finding it. College Lone Invader, but the offenses are rolling.
I think even despite that, the overclock being present forced both bubbles out from the Zarya, and that was huge. Now we've got a slide in from Speep. They're going to get a lot of charge, but it's not going to matter too much.
Holy.
That's a lot of picks, despite that grab being on cart and a late Suzu means no one goes down. 2 minutes, 54 seconds on the clock for Blinn College.
My goodness. Afudas, Suzus, I think I'm saying those right. All of those, doesn't matter. A huge time advantage, more than twice. Almost 3 times here for Blinn College. University of Maryland going to be looking to use their minute and 12 seconds very well. You know, we were talking about Lucio rollouts, right? There's technically one you can do from the other side to like go under and kind of get there like a little bit faster. It is again absolute like precise movements necessary to get up on the other side if you're on offense.
It is risky as all heck too. Let me throw that out there. Is the risk worth the reward? Is the question
Lucio
I pose.
play, right?
You know, I can't really argue considering I am the Lucio in ladder who would do something like that. But half the time with that under the map rollout, I do unfortunately go back to spawn. The Lee Shot Tower rollouts, I got those. That one on King's Row is still a little iffy.
Yes. I mean, the simple fact of like going under and having to like literally have no floor under you, you know, Lucio's you used to moving along walls, not necessarily ceilings, but no floors under. Maybe that's a new song on the hit album, I don't know, but that is not something they're comfortable with.
And it does look like the side of Blinn College is not giving up on this Winston gameplay. And College Lone's posted up behind this choke point. A lot of people think it's a little too risky. I love it. It gives you opportunity to do damage. You can see your teammates when they take too much damage as well. And then that step ability, allowing you to just rejoin the team and get out of a dangerous situation. Great, but we lose Guts, we lose Vader. They got a little bit too low before Student Debt rejoined the squad.
Yeah, so
sorry, College Lone.
Yeah, maybe like a minor mistake, right? Because like you're 100% right. Like I'm with the positioning. It's just again, hey, risk reward, right? But College Lone, I mean that swift step, just the half second, 3/4 second or whatever that it took for them to get over there. Unfortunately, Vader not able to get that healing in the meantime, but still a offensive pressure right here for University of Maryland. They have used their minute and 12 well here, Nerdy Bird.
The disengagement there from Blinn College was what the issue was. They chose to all huddle up around Mendata statue as though they're playing a cleave brawl composition. They should have used their get out abilities to get to high grounds. Instead, they're going to continue to get staggered. And there goes their speed from Pink Piggy.
You don't really think of Tony, you don't really think of Zarya as snipers right here, but they're just mailing shots from one zip code to the next. They just found a kill with it as well. Pink Piggy will have to join with the rest of them just a little bit. We talked about this normally being a very hard section of the map to get through. University of Maryland is moonwalking through it.
Yes, but this is the high risk, high reward. Not having a full man squad to take on this forward fight. The one person on payload, they've been forced back towards payload though because the timing and potential tempo was in their favor. We have a grab online. Pink Piggy doesn't have ult. College Lone popping that Kitsune to get them this corner to round it out to get to the payload, but the grab in response forces Genja back to spawn.
Worth taking out the... I keep trying to say main tank. Keep taking out the tank, taking out the only tank on the other side. Never a bad exchange for even a single ultimate. Blinn College is still doing a really good job of kind of like protecting right here. Moosehide trying to get mega aggressive, and Tony once again got that sniper's eye.
Speep, overclock, ready to go. We might see them pop it early, very similar to what we saw on their attack. Both times, actually, we've seen them on King's Row today. Have to make sure, though, that they're utilizing it after abilities have been used, but instead, they're just going to let Payload get capped, Blinn holding this corner. And in response to Primal Rage attempt to pop overclock from Speep, very interesting choice.
Oh wow! So Pumpkin's barrier actually didn't land on the Spoop on Speep, excuse me, right there, and Genja's just able to continue to roll all the way on. Vader with the Death Blossom, Guts with the shot as well. If this wasn't overtime, I'd say all that's unnecessary, but that is all that Blinn College needed to do. But they did give up second point here, Nerdy Bird.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit more worried if Blinn didn't almost have 3 minutes on the clock. And if they managed to cap point 1 very quickly, we're talking sub 1 minute, like we've seen both these teams able to do, hitting that checkpoint shouldn't be too difficult. It is once you hit that third point area where things start to get a little bit sketchy, but it's past that first corner where that difficulty comes in because of the high ground being default advantage to defense. They don't have to worry about that.
Ready for battle.
Speaking of worrying about, I think Blinn College is going to establish this Winston so well. It would almost be a mistake if University of Maryland at least doesn't just change their focus here. I mean, Paul's been landing those hits, that kunai, left, right, center. Moose High has mostly been paying attention to, you know, backlines and Winstons once they're getting aggressive. But Tony, again, is doing a great job sniping out individual supports for Blinn College. A little Zarya on Zarya action might even yield a bit of a closer matchup.
We'll have to wait and see. I think Genja realized that the Zarya match was just a little bit too close, and their team just had more control with the Winston, which, you wouldn't anticipate in all cases, but they are shutting down Tony quite frequently. I'm here for it. Tony, I know you're still a little bit sick, and you're doing the best you can. Adapting to a Winston, your team told us you're more than capable of doing so. The question is, you've got 3 minutes. Are you going to be able to do it?
It's a quickly deleted bubble there onto Moose High. Tony playing corners pretty perfectly right here. Blinn College has gotten a lot of space now with which to rotate and try and come into this one, but now both Kiriko's dropped, so no main supports on this one. Only going to be relying on the Lucio as the rest of this team fight, as University of Maryland has now given up almost a full tick right here. Both Reapers down. We've missed our Kirikos, now we're missing our Reapers.
Spawn from the Kiriko, though, is in favor of the side of Blinn.
This is true. This is true. Genja got to be really happy for it as well until Tony, again, the tracking from Tony has really just purchased University of Maryland like footholds in this game that otherwise never would have been found. Tony across the middle right now as well as Sojourn tries to kind of section this off with damage. Their zoning abilities. Minute and a half right now as Blinn College came into this with an advantage, and that advantage is now over, especially with Genja dropping mega aggressive right here, and Genja's not even close to their ultimate. I mean, halfway. It's not really that close.
At this point, I do believe that this high ground rotation really cost them way too much time, and yeah, I was about to say, Genja, you lose 20%, but go Zarya, take the duel. You know that Zarya already has their ult online. You're going to have to heavily rely on the Suzu here, and a grab with early Suzu followed up by the beat that should be able to be grabbed, gathered very quickly afterwards, but Genja goes down, so that's real unfortunate.
Okay, yeah, this wasn't happening until Speep found a really good headshot charge up before then, and then the zoning damage afterwards. 50 seconds left right here. Just like that, Nerdy Bird, we find ourselves in a Blinn College, like, one team fight type scenario.
Well, there's every Q in the game almost available for the side of Blinn College here very soon. Both DPS ults for Maryland. It's who finds what first is the question, as Guts is going to pop theirs. Kitsune and Beat, that's a lot utilized just to take point, considering they're only going to have grab and maybe, well, maybe grab, and then Vader's ultimate, the Death Blossom, to get through this choke point. And Archway, if they don't push back that enemy team enough, can slow them down so much and really cost them all of overtime. 0 time left on the clock. They gotta get that payload pushing.
Okay, so Ginja wasted no time in finding a whole mess of benefit onto the Zarya. Ultimate up, a lot of damage in already, 80% boost right here. And Blinn College now on the OT type situation. Last little bit, there's the grab out first, so kind of just sectioning this, that's huge healing, but Tony, once again, the Zarya is not going to be able to get out of this one. The Kitsune rush there at the University of Maryland, but Vader now with 2. Guts falls in the thick of things, but that's going to be the only rough L, excuse me. Blinn College now losing their DPS core. It's an absolute brawl on a point here, Nerdy Bird. But Kunai is not landing there for Paul. 2 supports not going to be able to keep that one alive. Musai, the last real line of defense in that hold, and Blinn College now are rolling.
We are back into... Oh no, I was about to say neutral fight, but Blinn College really close to support ults, which could clutch them this next point. They just gotta turn this corner truly and gain this kind of diagonal here is really important controlled space to get that checkpoint.
There's no extra time allotted for taking this one. No options to step off a point whatsoever. TK against Blinn College will result in W right here, but back and forth, and University of Maryland again giving up a whole lot of space. Everybody really is focusing on Agenja, so that's a fantastic job on the focus of attention, but Musai now down, Kitsune rush out for College Lone right here. University of Maryland has no answers right now, and there's a grab the other side. We have seen that happen so much, and Blinn College has opened up next and is making footwork towards the next little bit. Speed doing what they have to. Blinn College has taken map number 2.
And that does put them at match point. Maryland, at this point, map 3 for our previous game was not the ones to pick the third map. They did end up playing it out on Route 66, which kind of just matched the theme of all of our previous games. They wanted out they did not get it all the way to the end. They got about halfway through point 2, but were able to hold and sustain that one. But their difficulties getting all the way to third point were reminiscent of a Winston gameplay, so perhaps they'll shy away from that. We can see Genja, though, doing some leg work here. Fantastic grab, pulls 3 people into it near the end, eviscerating the front line and basically any hopes of Maryland touching that payload one last time.
Yeah, I mean, a close Kings Row map ends pretty much right there. You know, that grab lands, say, you know, we're reapers of years of yore, right? And they're able to shadow step out of it. Okay, maybe a different story. Gets only 1 player, gets only like the Kiriko on the other side. Okay, different story. But it all really just comes down to that one, and a well-placed grab takes down 3, as well as any hopes for the UMD squad to have taken Kings Row. 2-0 now, like you said, first to 3 here, and we're looking at a University of Maryland squad with the backs against the wall. Series point, match point, whatever you want to call it here, Nerdy Bird. This could be the last.
I think I predicted it a little earlier that we would see things go a little bit harder than a 3-0 sweep, and I think Maryland, this is their opportunity to start kind of bringing that in fruition. They can go back to a control point. It can't be Li Jing, technically speaking. It could be Ilios, it could be Nepal, could be Oasis, if they want to really give you that treat of sending us to Oasis. That'd be very interesting. But we also could go somewhere else, but I think the players have requested something a little different from us.
Yes, speaking of going somewhere else, a very short break here. Maybe some time for the University of Maryland to kind of, you know, redo their sails, kind of figure out exactly what it is that they want to do, what they don't want to allow their opponents to continue to do, and how they want to change up their game. Back with you guys, very short break here for the Naystar League. Hello and welcome back. A short break it was here indeed. We keep our promises here at the Nate Star League. FBI Tugboat here with Nerdy Bird. Now, I'm man enough to admit here, Nerdy Bird. I called University of Maryland, and I called it in like at worst like 3-1 fashion. That ain't happening.
I mean, I pseudo made my guess here. I mean, don't get me wrong, Maryland. They're a great school. They have a fabulous director who's a fabulous human being. But Blinn College, though I haven't seen their Overwatch team play very closely, hadn't had a lot of like sit down and analyze their gameplay, I based this guess off the fact that I knew their Valorant team was extremely scary. And I went in with the assumption that, you know, most schools, if you produce one team that's very scary, odds are that you produce another team that's very scary. And so far, Blinn College is definitely demonstrating that they are here to play and that they can go toe-to-toe with just about anyone here in this last chance qualifier.
Yes, looking quite scary after spooky season as well. After they're a week late here, Nerdy Bird, but looking, yes, rather terrifying. Like truly like the stuff that supports nightmares are made out of. Especially, I mean, the Genja switch on over to Winston was working for a while, and then they just kind of go with the Zarya duel right here, and here we go. Not against it.
Okay, all right.
Wait, didn't I call this?
Yeah.
Didn't I call Route 66? Yeah, okay. What can I say? I've done this before, people.
Where's the creativity?
Yeah, that's fair.
I get it. I understand that it's, you know, you've done it all season. Why not keep doing it now? Well, you know, you didn't have to go escort. We could have gone back to control. We could have gone push. We could have gone a different escort map.
No, if it was push, what was your preference?
Honestly,
like Queen Street.
I really like Queen Street as well.
Yep.
I think it's, I'm a little biased towards Canada in general. I think it's really pretty. I love just all of it in general. Plus, Sojourn has some great voice lines on that map in particular. So, I like it. I would have loved to see more push instead of just forcing us into Coliseo. But, I digress. We're on Route 66 again. Most likely going to see Blinn College on attack because they did not get to pick the map. Oh, actually, no. Blinn's probably going to be on defense. They did not get to pick maps, so they get to pick side. Winston on defense can work. Not as easy to pull off because of just the deviations in high ground to low ground, but if you do time your abilities properly and instead wait for that payload to come to you and just drop down on it and then use your jump as a get out of jail free card, and you know, you count cards, you wait for abilities to be expunged by the enemy team before you engage, it can work really well. But it takes a lot of discipline and patience for it to work well.
Discipline, patience, and communication. That is Overwatch. That is real life. That is your interpersonal relationships as well. Paramount importance in both. And I think, like you were just saying, one of the biggest is the ability we're going to continue to see. That is our healing Suzu, right? The Ofudus are the healing Suzu that provides that temporary immortality, then temporarily invulnerability. Musai, I love it. Getting in the heads, getting in the minds, right? Like, your Sojourn couldn't do it. Your Sojourn can't do it. They can't hit me in the sky. No. That's just going to be a little bit of mental games early.
And I do love this option here, the close hold from Train. All of these heroes have a get out of jail free card, the speed boost, shadow step, swift step, and then jump, as well as just the jump slide from Guts. So taking this early, forcing on payload, not having to use abilities, but staying your welcome too long is going to be Genja. So that means everyone needs to either stay here and die, or get out. And with how far back that spawn is, you're better off just getting sent to it by the game.
Yeah, definitely better right there. Blinn College with the rollout on the Winston. 100% gonna be able to take that. Now, not a full team kill, but taking a look at our ultimates right here. Still a couple of players in the teens for Blinn College. University of Maryland, their lowest is Musai. Just wasn't able to get as much done. Speep already halfway there. Tony doing Tony things. Back to the fight up top right here. University of Maryland taking a lot of space early, which I definitely like. Zoning out damage right down the middle. Gonna have to jump over this or go through it and take some on the way. College Lone taking out their counterpart. Fantastic headshot on the way out right there. Swift stepping along the way. Tossing kunais. This is just Kiriko things.
The huge playmaker there, that's kind of the unsung hero of that fight, was actually Vader, who didn't go high ground because they recognized that, University of Maryland, their win condition was, maintaining control of gas station, and instead said, okay, I'm not going to fight with you, I'm going to make you come to me on payload, and started contesting, so the whole team had no choice but to turn around and look at him and deal with that. Well, yes, they could have pushed the front line, which is what I would have suggested. They chose not to, and Reaper pulled the attention, allowing their team to get in and regain control of that high ground. As Guts now takes down Speed, there goes quite the powerhouse.
Fantastic analysis. I'm concerned that you didn't catch what you said, which was Vader didn't take high ground. I'll have you know, we have video evidence otherwise, right? Ginja, College Lone, Piggy, all taking kills right here as University of Maryland, all but team wipe yet again. Vader high ground, I thought it was hilarious.
Oh my gosh. I get it. It took me a moment. My brain was too focused on what's happening in front of me.
It's fair. It's fair. A fantastic call. You're laying out that verbal gold, not even meaning to, Nerdy Bird. I love it. I love it. 90 seconds left into this one. Oh my goodness. Talk about a Kutsune rush. Talk about a Death Blossom. Talking about a flower blossoming right there. Everything in a bag of chips purchased with a single Death Blossom, but wow, look at this ult. Yeah, the ult disparity is huge right now, though.
Blinn most likely realizes that if they get staggered, it's one fight territory. If they die together, it is roughly you can make 2 fights out of it. You're down on ults, you want to take a fight early. You don't want to take it on payload, you don't want to give them that instant advantage, but the rotation through coal mine didn't seem to be fully scouted out, but it does look like the side of Blinn is going to choose to just flip over to the high ground and maintain positioning control. And they're doing it quite heavy-handedly. No one's gone down. This is giving them extra time to charge those necessary ults that they're missing.
Uncharacteristic, completely useless grab there from Tony. Really just grabbed Ginja from the top and just took it. The best thing that grab did was take Tony out of the fight for like 3 seconds. Instead, Beat dropping, Moose High stopping, Tony finding some of their own, Beep gonna find a K, and this is nothing if not predictable given that the University of Maryland was coming in. Everybody glowing. Everybody with ultimate.
So, 20 seconds on the clock now, sub 10 seconds by the time I'm done talking. They really should try and get 3 people, or 2 people at least, on that payload. There is re-engage opportunity before we hit overtime coming out from Blinn College, and we're gonna hear Kitsune Ultimate from Maryland, Beat as well from Blinn. Paul goes down. Primal's popped from Blinn as well, and free fall. There's just 1 left versus 4 people, so now 5 people on that payload. Overtime, deep leading, not even checkpoint 1. This is why I said you probably shouldn't go Route 66 into a Winston.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. I mean, just given, again, those, the variety and verticality, right? This Winston was able to just get anywhere they wanted, in and out for basically free, Nerdy Bird. Now, it's just simply not the same situation for Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Zarya has verticality. It's not the easiest thing to pull off if you don't know how to do it. It was buffed. It is a slow process to do, and it does also force out abilities from a Zarya. It requires you to use at least 1 bubble. With that being said, you played right into the hands of Blinn College here by giving them a map that heavily relies on high ground control while utilizing a brawly style comp that does not play well when it doesn't start on high ground.
No reason to switch off of the Winston, right? Like, it worked on defense, why wouldn't it work on offense?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's one of the things I go with. I mean, even if Blinn College is to fail on this map and not get checkpoint 1, they still got time to make up for it. They get next map pick.
If we do this right,
they aren't the ones that are, on their final lifeline here, hanging by a thread. They have there's a large room for error for them.
Good to see you.
And a lot of breathing room. I mean, just based strictly on the score, right? I mean, they could, get full held, whatever else, or excuse me, allow this full hold to happen and still have a whole other map to play with, and that's before they even give up advantage, right? So, yeah, like you said, no reason to fix this one if it ain't broke. Top hold right now on the Big Earls. They're making their last stand here on the gas station because this payload did not go very far here, Nerdy Bird.
Not at all. It is important to note, though, that if you're unfamiliar with how some of these payloads, the points where you can actually contest from work, on that right corner where that Lucio just was, You can hold high ground, and you can contest the payload when it's right there. You can prevent yourself from having to drop all the way down as someone who likes high ground, and still be involved in contesting the progression.
Dropping down right now, holding on to this one, not willing to give up anything more right there as Vader gets out. Vader gets full healed as well. College Lone really keeping their team alive at this point. Vader barely has a shadow step on the other side as Ginja does fall. Speep, big source of damage. University of Maryland, was that a boop? My goodness, a boop for the ages.
Oh my gosh, that went sailing.
I have no idea. Oh my god, was that the Kiriko assisted boop?
It might have been.
I
If we
really
have a
hope
replay
so.
opportunity for that, I really want to see it. Oh my gosh, that was so far.
I mean, that wasn't a primal, right? Because Genja's still like 45 on that. Not sure. We'll get replays on that later. The prophetic Kiriko assisted boop, hopefully, or at least what your casters are hoping for right there. University of Maryland on a little bit of cleanup duty right now as they're trying to get back to this one. Tony up top. Rest of UNM should be able to get here on post haste.
Roughly 3 fights remaining now for the side of Blinn if they are to get this checkpoint. Winston uses jump and bubble very early. Cards all exposed on the table. Manages to get back to high ground, losing just under 100 health. Leaves their team to get grabbed.
Okay, that's not going to matter in the end. Vader does fall with some damage, but Ginja right there. Paul, the only University of Maryland loss thus far. Pink Piggy falling as well. Some little headshot action. Guts on the way out. But this is mostly just going to be consolation. Blinn College going to be coming back into this one with pretty much everybody with ultimate except for that Kitsune rush here. Nerdy Bird.
And unfortunately, they lost speed. They got a little bit too far forward and played into Guts' hands, who also charged Overclock. They're going to respond with Kitsune. Tony goes down. Paul, Pumpkin follows suit, as does Moose Day, and that is the last fight. There's no one left to touch, and Blinn doesn't even have to hit the doorway, and that is a 3-0 sweep for them.
Yep, if this is a knock-knock joke, it wouldn't even complete it because Blinn didn't even need to get all the way to that door. A 2-1 game 1, a 6-5 game 2 that kind of went to a little overtime action within the map itself, right, within the Kings Row map itself, and then Blinn College wrapping up map number 3, a little 2-1 action, right, 2-1, 1-0, doesn't matter, the score difference is 1 right there after, unfortunately, the first offense not quite able to get all the way up there, and I mean, you said it, we're not trying to be too negative over here on the desk, but this Winston coming away from Bubble is just rough. That really like spilled down to the rest of this, but still they were able to find picks throughout it, and that's really like the kind of like, again, risk reward. We've been talking about this all day long, Nerdy Bird. This has been a theme of the conversation, and that shows true here in map number 3, Blinn College on top.
I wish we'd seen like a return to control map, just something that was more Zarya favored, something a little bit more level of a playing field, literally speaking, less verticality involvement, less opportunity to take fights from high ground, so to speak. But unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the line, and Blinn College will be the one to progress into this the 16 teams finals here to see how they perform. But unfortunately, Maryland, we have to say goodbye here.
Not so merry in the land of Maryland right now, unfortunately, after a 3-0 sweep against them. Now, they were, oh my goodness, they're very, very close. They're very close, right? These are all one-score games, and pretty much every time, Nerdy Bird and I have been able to, like, look at this and be like, okay, this is where it happened. Like, this was close, this came all the way down, but this right here, whether it was a solo mistake, whether there's a couple missed ultimates, whether they're too early, something like this. I mean, what? That first map, that Lee Jong, we literally saw the overclock get pulled on one side, and then just get in space, straight up. You know, right? That was Maryland, like, rounding in. It was like 81%. It's like, why would we engage with the overclock at this point? We get nothing from that. Wait that 6 seconds or whatever else like that, they can go forth and shoot at a wall.
And I do believe we're going to be able to interview someone from Blinn College. It's anybody's guess who it is at this point from those of us on desk, and it is going to be... Ooh. Oh, hey, it's both the coach and our tank player. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing fantastic.
I can imagine. Nerdy Bird and I just come off of a clean 3-0 sweep. Close as it might have been, but we didn't come off. We just got to cast it. We're still very, very happy. But hey, thanks guys for coming on in and give us a minute of your time. Nerdy Bird, would you like to start here? A couple questions and then toss it back over to me when you're done, please.
Yeah, of course. So Kyle, this question's mainly for you. Going into that last map, did you kind of agree with us casters on desk that going with the Route 66 pick may not have been the smartest choice for the other school, going against your very very strong tank here of Greninja on that Winston.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise when they threw out that they were going to pick Route 66. We immediately knew we were running Monkey Comp. We've been finding success, and for them to pick a map that just enables us to play that comp even more successfully, it was not the smartest decision by them, to say the least.
And this next question goes to you, Greninja. That Winston gameplay on King's Row, at least your attempt to attack initially seemed to just not be working out, and you swapped over to the Zarya. Did you think that just something was a little bit off in overtime for your Winston gameplay that forced you to go onto the Zarya, or did you just, after losing the first 2 fights, trying to attack the first checkpoint, did you just think, the mirror match between Zarya and myself is just the better way to go to come out on top of this one?
Yeah, I think just TLDR, I kind of turbo fed. I jumped into a Reaper, which is obviously not the smartest thing to do against a Reaper. So this just dumb play by me. I kind of overestimated how good they were, and I just kept jumping in there thinking I would get value. So that was just dumb on me, but then we were getting a lot more value on Zarya. So, and King's Row is a map where Reaper's really good with a Zarya pick, especially if you turn corners with bubbles, you just burn everything. So we just started locking that, and that proved to be a really good choice.
I really appreciate the honesty coming out from you there. As a fellow tank player, definitely can say turbo feeding, having to swap a hero can sometimes just prevent it from happening. Diva main myself, I will swap over to the Zarya to force the kind of like that I can't just jump into their backline and get deleted style gameplay, then play Respawn Simulator. So nicely done, way to make an adjustment on the fly. Tugboat, I'll let you take it away from here.
Yeah, thank you. Kyle, first up right here. No league strats now, but I want to ask if you really feel like you had to change your team's game plan coming into these. This is the classic caster thing to do. Yes, it was a 3-0, but especially those first team maps seemed like they could have been a little bit closer. Or it seemed like they were very close, excuse me.
Yeah, they were a bit closer than kind of what we wanted. We definitely could perform a lot better. It came down to just kind of a lot of mistakes from us over aggression from Gabe. Also just kind of a lack of fight planning and ult tracking on a lot of the fights that we were losing. It was just kind of lackluster. Map 3, we're playing on a map that fits our comp, and we also just kind of picked up. The mental was fine, and everything was just there.
I'm so sorry, Kyle. Could you please repeat the last 5-6 seconds or so? I think you cut out a little bit.
Last 5, 6. Basically, once we got to the last map, everything kind of got back together. Our comps kind of all came in together. We were playing on a map that benefits our comp, so everything just kind of came together so we could play how we know how to play.
Love it when a plan comes together, right? Love it when a plan comes together. Genji, you kind of touched on this a little bit, but I want to ask, who do you feel like over on that University of Maryland squad always had your number? Whether that was damage from DPS or supports that were nixing your damage, who do you feel like really had your number in this matchup?
Ooh. I have to give it to Tony, because Tony was by far the matchup that could go on against me, and having somebody, especially on that high elo top 500 player. But I had a Plat Sojourn that popped off, and I had a Reaper that kept screaming into the mic, so they helped me out with that matchup a lot. So definitely, I give props to Tony, and I give props to the University of Maryland. They played fantastic. But yeah, I would give the props to Tony and my DPS for helping me out with that.
The tip of the cap there to Tony. It does my heart good to know that the high-level collegiate play is not that much different from my 3 a.m. Ranked or unranked play with the Reaper screaming into the microphone. Guys, I want to thank you for coming on and give us a minute of your time after the matchup and whatnot. A clean 3-0 sweep it was for you guys for Blended College. And before we get you on out, I want to ask you if you have any shout-outs. Kyle first.
Just everybody at the program. Everybody on the team. We also have 2 other coaches, Aaron and Ryan. Okay. Even though they don't necessarily help out with the Overwatch team a lot, they still help out in other aspects that allows me to devote a lot of time to this team. And then all the hard work that each and every one of these players have put in, not only this semester, but to the players that have returned from last year. They have come a tremendous way. We were a 2.4K team last fall. And we have 3 returning players, and we are now a 4.1K average team. So they have all put in a ton of hard work, and I want to thank every single one of them.
Market improvement. Love it. Ginja, am I saying that right?
Yes.
You know,
It's definitely a name. It's definitely a name where you can just pronounce it however you want. My team, I mean, just the boys in general came through, and we just play like a bunch of idiots, and it works out. I'm amazed from how far along we've come. I've had 2 people come into the team who've never touched a mouse and keyboard, and now we're going into playoffs, and that's unbelievable.
Hang on, you guys aren't playing on controller like I do? What's going on here? What's going on?
We don't touch that.
Yes, yeah. Old man thumbs over here. That's probably for the best here, Ginja. Kyle Ginja, once again, I want to thank you for coming on and giving us a minute of your time after the match, getting a little slice of the mind.
All right.
Thank you guys very
so
much.
Not a problem. Not a problem. FBI Tugboat, Nerdy Bird here. Do you believe that's going to be kind of wrapping it up here? We have a little bit of Rocket League action coming on after here, but we do need to go ahead and, of course, got a little giveaway action coming in, Nerdy Bird.
Yes, the ROTC is back with another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and Nace Star League's Twitter to enter for the chance to win a PS5 controller and a Harshell Little American Backpack Pro. Army OTC, be a leader. So, pop into the chat, check the Twitter, maybe you'll win. It'd be quite nice if I do say so myself.
Absolutely, that's how giveaways work, y'all. A little bit of free swag action, stuff we all love. That's gonna be reaching towards my least favorite part of any broadcast, Nerdy Bird. And that, of course, is the end. I'm FBI Tugboat, Nerdy Bird over here. You got our tags. If you enjoyed what you heard, then go ahead and follow on all the social medias. Big shout out to our production staff as well. We'll be getting the Rocket League action starting here in just a little bit. Now, Nerdy Bird, are you joining me for that?
I am not, but if you need me, you know how to reach me.
There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. Short break while we get that set up, guys. A little bit of Nace Star League Rocket League action coming at you soon. Overwatch is done. Blinn College has punched their ticket in the LCQ on in to that last 16 teams. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with you guys in just a little bit.
stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello and welcome, esports fans, back to the NACE Star League for your 2022 fall season. I'm FBI Tugboat, and here with my man Awash, and we are ready to get this one going here in just a little bit. Awash, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good, Tugboat. We saw a lot of great Rocket League action yesterday. We saw a lot of great Overwatch action over the last couple of days, and I'm ready to top the weekend off with seeing who's going to be making it out of this LCQ.
Yes, sir. LCQ action continuing on. Let's check out how we got here, Awash. How we did get here, of course. You got our regular season first. Little conference play in action. Those teams have already punched their tickets. Conference championships coming up shortly thereafter, of course. And now here, that is where we're at. Little Rocket League action before our playoffs. Love to see it. Love to see it. Now let's take a look at what we're going to be looking at. The schedule. Last Chance Qualifiers, that's where we're at. November 6th, the last day. The last day, the Last Chance Qualifier. We are last of last here, Awash.
Yes, we are. Final chances for these teams to try to make it through to that playoff action. Of course, everybody hoping that they can make the in-person grand finals in just a couple weeks' time, but got still a lot of Rocket League to play to be able to get yourself to that point. Both these teams, or all the teams that we're going to be seeing on the broadcast today, certainly going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Speaking of pressure, we just came off UM Flint, or excuse me, we'll be going in to the UM Flint and TMU matchup here in just a little bit. University of Michigan Flint finishing out at a 4-2 regular season record at TMU. A little bit of a better one there, 6-1 after the University of Maryland esports squad did fall as the Euro 3 fashion against Blinn College. That was the Overwatch action that Nerdy Bird and myself just got to cover right there. I'm really excited for this one. I know these teams are as well here at Wash because, again, Last Chance Qualifier on the last day of the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Yeah, and of course, they're trying to make that grand finals because they want to get a little bit of that scholarship prizing as well. $1,500 for first place, $750 for second place, $375 for third place. So even if you can't make it all the way until the very end, you still want to get as much as you possibly can, and rewarding the teams that can make it all the way to the very end, or maybe just fall just one or two steps short of that grand finals championship.
Yeah, so it's still a long time between here and then. Team punches their ticket now to at least have a chance at that one. But before we get into the action, of course, we got to talk about some of the organizations that do make this possible. First off, Extra Life. You can play games to change kids' health and therefore change the future. You should join Extra Life today. And this isn't part of the read, but personally, I've worked with Extra Life a whole lot, and they're a fantastic organization. Fantastic organization over years now. Now, American runs on Duncan, and NACE Star League is no different. NACE Star League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you. Get some high-quality coffee and donuts.
And of course, for TMU, they're one of our Canadian schools that we've got competing as well. So we've got Monster as well, Monster Energy. They are the official partner of NACE Star League's Canadian initiatives. And did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Check out the NACE Star League Twitter or Discord for more info. And last but not least, we've certainly got the ROTC, Become a Leader for Life. And on top of just a name drop, and then we've also got the ROTC giveaway. They are back with yet another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out the chat and NACE Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win a PS5 controller and a Herschel Little America Backpack Pro Army ROTC. Be a leader. You'll certainly look like a leader on campus if you're rocking this backpack and that controller around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Some prime giveaway action. Once again, guys, check out chat, Nace Star League Twitter to go into that one. Fantastic shout-outs to the organizations that make this possible, as well as our production staff, the folks behind the scenes, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We really appreciate you guys. But enough of the shout-outs, enough of compliments and whatnot. We're getting down to some competition here at Wash. Standard Rocket League games, 5-minute games, technically unlimited overtime. We could be here for years, technically, at Wash. Technically, we'd have to renegotiate at that point, though. Best of 7 games wins the series, of course. First to 4 on this one. All game settings on by default, and the home team, the technical home team here, will be playing on the blue side. Now, of course, they are playing online. They are not going to be playing within the same physical location, but home team advantage still going to be coming in here and having an effect.
Yeah, we'll certainly see Flint. We've seen them on the broadcast yesterday, so they may be feeling a little bit less nervous having played on stream. We got to talk to Azul a little bit yesterday evening as well. Flint looking and feeling very confident about their chances making it through the LCQ. Had a great series yesterday. They're scrappy, but there's not a lot of teams that are ready to match the type of game that Azul Gims and Perma bring it to the table. Toronto Metropolitan University, Willie Mandem, Krusty Kale, they will be tasked with trying to match and usurp whatever Flint can bring onto the pitch.
Absolutely. Speaking of that Flint squad, that is going to be Perma, Gims, and Azel making up this trio right now. Now, of course, Awash, we will possibly be seeing a little sub-action. We'll talk about those players when they come on in. Would you care to do the Toronto Metropolitan University squad, please, sir?
Yep. We got Willie Mandem, Krusty, Kale. They're 6-1 regular season. They've had a very good overall run towards this spot, but they cannot risk underestimating Flint at this stage. They are, of course, both teams on their last life in this LCQ, and it looks like they're going to be going up against Kansas later on. I believe that match has already been completed. But that being said, Tugboat, we both do see University of Michigan Flint moving on past this matchup and
Yes.
getting themselves one step closer to the playoffs.
Now, again, I'm man enough to admit it here. I was incorrect as incorrect gets. My Overwatch predictions. I will try to redeem myself here, Awash, with the University of Flint, Michigan. University of Michigan Flint, excuse me. Victory right here. Now, will it come in crazy reverse sweep fashion, 4-3 fashion? Will it come in 4-0? Who knows? Anything in between. But that is my pred here, and that is Awash joining me on this one. Getting started, Flint, home team, blue side, left side. I was trying to remember the Titans quote. It's left side, strong side. I'm so sorry. That took me a while. Oh my goodness. Maybe right side, strong side here for Kale.
Yeah, this is a good opening for Toronto Metropolitan. Just a shot just a little bit wide of the target, but sometimes that's all you have to do in these opening stages when people are trying to find their footing. Put the ball near the net, but not necessarily on target. Get somebody to pull themselves away from the good shooting angles, and then on the second chance be able to snipe just some part of the net. That's exactly what TMU have done, and they find themselves up 1-0 very early because of it.
Yeah, a weak defensive clear there for the Michigan squad. This technically being an international competition as well, right? Toronto, obviously, being up there in Canada. Michigan, down here in the US of A. International competition. That's Nace Star League for you, baby. Worldwide.
I wonder if these two teams are going to be at all familiar with with each other's play styles, because I know when we talked to Flint yesterday, they mentioned that in their series against RIT, they were able to take a little bit from actually having played them earlier that day. So it certainly helped with their game plan a little bit, and of course the confidence. They beat RIT twice in the same day, two separate competitions. So it was certainly a good day for them. They're going to try to recreate that against TMU, but I'm curious to see whether they have any sort of prior knowledge of how this team plays or what this team is capable of, and whether that will or will not affect how they approach this series.
W against RIT in single fashion is fantastic. Some good Rocket League players over there for sure. Something to be very proud about. And there's Perma with the tying factor. 90 seconds or so into this game number 1. Now we're here for the long haul, folks. This is the last chance qualifier, so again, says it right up there under our time. Best of 7, not going to be seeing the more abbreviated best of 5 format.
Yeah, it just means that a lot of these, or that both these teams are going to have a chance to be able to adjust to their opposition. We've seen that be very important, whether you can make those micro adjustments or not on and off the pitch, to be able to take it to your opponents, adjust to how they're playing it, and be able to come back with something stronger, faster, more effective, more efficient. Certainly saw Flint adjust just in the first couple of minutes, and they've been able to pull 1 goal back, make it a tied scoreline in the opening couple minutes here. Trying to squeeze another one through is Kale for TMU. It goes off the sidebar. Flint, though, able to keep it out by the skin of their teeth.
Hey, style never dies. If there's a trophy for that one, Kale definitely gets it thus far. Some aerial acrobatics, flipping, spinning, turning, everything that Kale has been capable of doing thus far. They have definitely been showing off already. Now a little bit of a centering play. Gims doesn't like the looks of it. Shanks this one back towards TMU's goal, just past halftime.
Yeah, both of these teams not really showing that they want to exactly take a direct approach, at least not immediately. They're more than willing to put these shots a little bit wide, put the touches just away from a defender, and be able to wait for the right time to strike. Perma just pushing this one towards the net, try to draw out one defender. The rest of TMU, though, is able to draw themselves back and keep the ball out of the net. There's Krusty up at midfield, and Perma going to send it right back towards the TMU players. And now Azel for Flint, sending this one out towards the midfield, but Willie towards the back wall. Perma, big player for Flint, hitting this one off the backboard. I'm going to be looking for Perma to have some really good shooting. They were very precise yesterday whenever they got some good opportunities.
Oof.
I'd like to see that happen again, and that's exactly what I am talking about. Perma finds the bottom right.
Sets him up and knocks him down. That's Azel. Trying for the first hit, but it's going to be Gims setting up their teammate all day long. Swinging for the fences, and that one's going to hit. 99 seconds left, as the University of Michigan Flint does take a 1-score advantage. As we know, though, Awash, lead of 1, no real lead indeed, in the green game of Rocket League. We'll see if TMU is able to bring this one back. Still plenty of breathing room after this. Again, a best-of-7 series, so whoever drops in game number 1, all hope is not lost.
This opening couple minutes of this series is actually looking very familiar, because this is just about how it started yesterday for Flint against RIT. We gave up a goal early, and then they have just turned it on since. In a hat trick for Perma, gonna make it 3-1 for Flint. RIT got caught in this situation multiple times yesterday, going up early but not able to hold back Flint as they got later into some of these games. TMU is gonna have to make sure that they don't continue to make the same mistake.
Perma, and Perma. You know, ask about these 3 goals. There's your response. 4 shots on, 3 goals in. Willie Mandam bringing this back to 1. 3 shots attempted, 1 goal for old Willie. 60 seconds left in this one. A classic 60-second drill. You're down by 1. Awash, what do?
I think for TMU, you got to try to disrupt Flint, because for Michigan, the name of their game is just pure chaos. Do whatever you can, get in front of the ball, get in the front of the net, put some shots on, drag everybody around, and make them as uncomfortable as possible. For TMU, you've got to keep your nerves about you and not try to fall into playing a similar game, because it's just not going to work. Flint is built to play that type of game. Most of the other teams that we see in these competitions are not. They've got their own styles. Krusty may have an answer, though, and that will be the equalizer for TMU. They go down 1-3. They're able to bring it back, and just a little bit over 30 seconds remaining. The threat of overtime still looms, Tugboat.
1 goal, 2 shots. Tasty as a Krusty burger for our fans of SpongeBob right there, as we see a 30-second tied-up type situation. TMU has definitely been looking absolutely explosive. There's the demo to back that one up. On the double demo, to back that one up on the offensive stance thus far, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the University of Michigan Flint squad that is just completely content to take this one on down to overtime, though. 7 total scores at least in this game number 1.
Yeah, Flint is going to be very familiar with these overtime matchups, and certainly just not feeling like they have to always be on top in these sort of games. They know that they can play from behind. They know that they can play down in games, series. They're used to that situation. I'd like to see whether TMU has shown glimpses already that they can play in from that position, but can they continue to do so over the course of an entire series? That remains to be seen. But we've got overtime started between these two squads. Let's see who can ice up early on in the series.
Offense has gone back and forth as expected here within our formal overtime type situations. Both teams playing rather slow. Ball is spending a full summer's time in mid-pitch until it spends brief time in offensive thirds. Back to mid-pitch for just a second right there. Slow, steady, methodical, and heavy-handed defense there for Flynn. Some really fancy footwork for Perma. Some wing work, given that how acrobatic and aerial that was, perhaps. And we're, 10 seconds outside of first 60 in OT, and no one's really spent time on offense for longer than like 15, 20 seconds or so. Until now, maybe. Perma. Solid block there. Should have thrown an epic on top of that one. A halo on top of his head. Centered up shot to the right side. Little demo action here for Flint against TMU. Full 6-player pitch now. Azel should be a slow, methodical block, and it is. Kale from the right side right now. But a bit of a run here for Perma. Picks up big boost along the way. This might be good for Flint.
I like Perma trying to go for that demo, though. Already beat 2 defenders. It certainly would have been a win condition to be able to completely obliterate the third person and leave it for one of their teammates to shoot on an open net. But this is the kind of disruption that UM Flint looks for. They look to force situations where they make their opponents uncomfortable, whether that's beating 2 players and demoing the third one, whether that is forcing their opponents to double commit on a ball and then finding themselves in a 2v2 or maybe even a 2v1 situation. But UM Flint also knows how to be on this back foot when they don't have that ball possession and they can't really do much of the disrupting. They are very solid, and they can play this battle of attrition for several minutes if need be. Not going to quite be the case, so as game 1 closed out, the pressure this time for TMU being too much for UM Flint to handle, and Kale will just drop that one off to the right side of the net.
Yeah, so last 60 seconds or so, I gotta say I'm not surprised about the game 1. TMU spent all that last 60 seconds or so again, like in the offensive position. I can't even count that high when you're talking about scores attempted there for TMU on the last little bit. But yes, Toronto Metropolitan, the Canadian squad in this matchup, going to be striking first. Again, a best-of-7 series. Our predictions going the way of University of Flint. I don't think either of us saw this being a sweep, though, right? Replay action coming at you guys.
Yeah, I don't see this one being a sweep either, regardless of which team ends up taking it. I think that there's, even if it turns out to be that UM Flint isn't going to quite recreate the form that they did yesterday, I think that they've still got enough fight in them to at least be able to take, at least 1 or 2 games off and not make it an easy series at all for TMU. I think that TMU sees that in these opening minutes, that they can take the first goal, take the early momentum, but just like that, University of Michigan, Flint can come back with 3 goals in a row, look in a more dangerous position than ever. Thankfully, TMU didn't get punished that time. They're able to bring it back themselves. But I think both teams are now, they're going to show the respect that they need to their opposing squads.
Respect that is deserved on both sides here, Wash, because, hey, this didn't go down to 2 full minutes of overtime and a 1-score difference in game number 1 by any mistake. Flurries of demos, some really, really aggressive and physical play there in game number 1, and it all just comes down to some really, again, fancy footwork across the front of these goals. Not necessarily an open net type situation, more so going to give the props to the offender there for getting where they needed to, just in the nick of time. No subs here. Kale Krusty Willie Mandem for TMU. Perma Gims Azel. Okay, that was almost a TMU score early again. That's what they did earlier. Why not do it again?
Oh, nice bump coming in front of the blue net, and it'll turn into a goal for TMU. I love seeing the physical play come out in the early stages. Sometimes the physical play is usually an adjustment made by teams. It's not their preferred course of action, but we've seen it very early on for both these squads, and it comes into full effect here for TMU.
First goal going the same way and in the same fashion, a Wash. TMU offense not fully winning a kickoff, but getting possession eventually, and then taking advantage of a very weak defensive clear to put up a score within the first, what, 16 seconds or so? I think it was 12 seconds last time, not sure. 30 seconds into this one, though, is TMU fighting from behind, fighting ahead as of right now. Still just a one-score game. We didn't get more than a one-score. No, we did briefly get a UM Flint 3-1 situation. So we've only seen 2 scores as the absolute most, as the absolute highest difference thus far.
Yeah, that's been a little bit of a, I guess, a trend that we've been seeing in the matches the last couple of days. They haven't really been blowouts in either games or series. They've all been 1 goal, 2 goals, and even if maybe there was briefly more than that, it wasn't for very long at all. So all these teams really wanting to fight their way through the LCQ, make it into the playoffs. UM Flint showing a little bit of that fight, drawing 2 players out for TMU, forcing their third to make a clear, but they give it up towards the midfield. Azul's there to send it into the back of the net. 1-1 for both sides.
Yeah, I was about to give props to old Willie Mandam over there for TMU with a really solid defensive clear. Now was to mid-pitch, though, and just picked up perfectly from UM Flint. Turned into points. They say alchemy doesn't exist, right? It's turned an opportunity into absolute gold. Wow, a shot across the bow from Krusty just to make sure they know he's still there.
TMU gonna want to. Oh, maybe they don't need to take control. Kale's just gonna do it himself. I was going to say, you take these free balls that Perma is dumping into the other half. You want to make sure that you can control it, and then do what you need to beat 1 or 2 defenders, dump it off to a player. But Kale sees the open space in the back of the net. Why not take a shot and force UM Flint into a very tough position? Well played by TMU to make it 2-1, and Kale doing all that they can to rough up these defenders. Krusty will make it 3-1 with some pinpoint accuracy.
Pinpoint accuracy, yes. We're not calling this one luck whatsoever. Look at this accuracy. Top bar and out. That actually technically hits sidebar, even though it's going so high. It looks like it literally might actually hit backboard, not even touch an actual bar. 2-score lead now for TMU. Okay, I was about to say, we're going to see 5 scores in the first 90 seconds? No, not going to happen. Kickoff goals have happened, but not going to happen this time. Krusty spinning, twisting, turning, flipping, nothing going to happen in the face of Azul right now. Now playing the defender, Gims, Perma, both there. Both almost take a nasty little bounce, but no harm, no foul early. Kale down bottom, no boost to be spoken of, and Perma beats them there all day long. Oh, this is a little bit of a run. Can Azul get on the other side of this? No, they can't. Kale, the absolute stop block in the face.
It was a good look, though, for UM Flint. They're going to want to continue to try to find those counterattacking opportunities, even if it's just to put pressure. They will get a goal out of this one way or another, and again, it's Perma putting the finishing touches on yet another good UM Flint play.
So this is exact mirror scoring here. It was TMU striking first last time, but after that it was UM Flint going on a couple score run of themselves, TMU bringing it back with Flint tying it up in the last, I believe that was 31 seconds that they were able to tie that one up at. Another OT game, and game number 2. Do I dare try and call this one out? Halftime out. That's another shot, and that's a tying factor. You know what? Dare I? I'm going to do it. We're looking at a game 2 overtime as well, my man.
I mean, with as much time as there is left on the clock and the way that both these teams are shooting, personally, I will refrain from calling OT just yet. I'd like to see how many goals we could rack up on the scoreboard at the end. I mean, I would love OT as much as the next person, but yeah. My slightly reserved self will hold off. I want to see maybe a 4-4 or a 5-5 even before we get to that point. We'll see what both of these teams can do in the next 2 minutes. This might be a 4th one for TMU, but Krusty not reading the bump. It might have even been that the teammate just couldn't get out of the way. KO crossbar down, almost makes it 4-3 for TMU. The offenses for both teams just unstoppable right now. Neither team's defense really holding up for much of anything.
So 2 minutes left in this one. We got 2 extra minutes of overtime, and that's the only way we scored ourselves 7 total goals in a 7-minute game number 1. Almost guaranteed, guaranteed to have at least the same amount here for a 3-3 scoreline if we even do go to overtime. But almost certainly going to have a higher number than that, right? Given that we got plenty of time left here. Shot down bottom. Nice demo right there. The offensive assist. Fantastic. This doesn't happen without the demo.
No, it doesn't. I mean, we've seen the precision that Kale has, and it was very close, right off that side ball or side post. But yes, the demo definitely comes in to secure that nobody's going to be able to reach that, somehow get a last-ditch effort, flip, reset, and a demo, I think, off of the backboard. This is brilliant. Just strong-arming physical play from TMU, but can they match that sort of play on the back end? Flint, again, looking dangerous whenever they grab possession, have a lot of space to look downfield from a big 50. Still in the TMU final third for now, as Gims can't quite get to that one. A bit of a pinch with Kale. We'll see this one all the way back towards the orange corner. Krusty, good play to keep it close, try to send it past one, draws in a second defender. That will be Azel, who's now looking in field, but Willie Mandum able to get not one, but 2 touches, and it might be a counter for TMU. Water falls down off the backboard. It looked like a good chance. Still might turn it into something with the crossbar shots. The physical play still attempting, but here's Azel on the counter. Do they have the angle? Yes, they do. Brilliant 50 by Azel to turn this 1v1 into a goal.
Azel looking like gold right here as Kale comes up. Kale has been an absolute master, again, an acrobat across these aerial performances, but the double touch just too much. Little dribble between the legs with that one. Continue on the sports references, I guess. 35 seconds left at this. Krusty been fine across the mid. Kale almost gets a really bad hit at that one. We have not seen even technical own goals yet. Wouldn't want to see it start here in game number 2, a game that is almost guaranteed to go down to overtime, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I'll agree with you.
I call that if it goes down, by the way. Yo, there you go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. And, actually, do I dare? Oh, there it is. TMU. They wanted to make both of us look so silly, but it's a great fake from Kale. Draws in the third defender, makes them think that they have to commit to this, and the fake sends it out towards the midfield. Nobody's back to cover up the follow-up. TMU, 7 seconds left. They find themselves up by 1 goal. Is there a favorable kickoff for Flint? There's not. The pinch gets blocked immediately by Krusty, who has no intention of sending this high into the sky. TMU at the very end finds a way to get themselves back on top. We're this close, Tugboat, this close to seeing yet another overtime. Your prediction at 2:30 was bold, almost correct, and I would have tipped my hat to that. But otherwise, still great showing from both teams offensively. The defenses, there's not a whole lot to write home about, but I think that that's more down to just the level of offense that we're seeing from both teams rather than just silly mistakes that are unforced.
Yeah. Speaking of those goals, take a look at another one. This was the win again for the TMU squad there in game number 2. Just a big foisted hit sent over there and just kind of guided it along in at the last little bit by Kale there. So, 7 total scores in a 7-minute game, 2 minutes of overtime there in game number 1, 9 total scores, but the 1-score difference still holding true. Yes, a 2-0 lead here for your Toronto Metropolitan University squad, but no, it has not been an easy feat. It has not come without a lot of opposition and a lot of not for lack of attempts, we'll say, scoring wise, for your University of Michigan Flint squad.
Yeah, both teams have looked very creative going forward on the offensive end. I wouldn't really change anything actually about their offenses. I like that they've brought in physical play. They're being very disruptive. It's really going to come down to who can feel better and who can make that small micro adjustment, as we mentioned earlier, to be able to maybe limit the impact of some of these physical plays or some of these counterattacks or double commits and some of the things that we are seeing from both of the offenses and defenses. Like, so far, TMU has slightly had the better answers on this test, but Flint, they're not quite that far off, and I would back them at some point to be able to find a little bit of momentum, get themselves up, or get at least a game win in their favor.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like even if this is TMU taking 2 more games or 1 or 2 score difference, this is still going to be like an incredibly close series. Again, even if that one ends 4-0 for TMU. Ever so briefly, it looks like we're not even playing the Rocket League for a second. Looks like we got a little first-person shooter action, right? Because these aerial demos coming left, right, and center. Like we got some anti-aircraft guns going on the side of the stadium or something like this. Because demos, again, really come out as part of TMU's absolute arsenal of weapons. And that one, definitely the more physical and brutal of them. Demos have yielded goals almost more times than not, I feel like, past our game number 1.
Yeah, they've been actually very effective. Neither team has been able to really adjust to the incoming demos just yet. We'll see if maybe that changes. But I feel like that was one of the issues that the RIT had yesterday against Flint, is that Flint was able to bring in the physical play, and RIT wasn't quite able to match it to create opportunities for themselves. We've seen, though, that TMU is very much able to match that physicality, match that level of aggression, and ultimately usurp it for University of Michigan Flint up to this point.
Kale right there already showed us what they can do. They get a little bit of space, showed us what they can do on the double tap type situations. Defense for University of Michigan has definitely read this. That is going to be, wow, okay, almost a cross-pitch shot for our first 20 seconds outside of halftime in a scoreless game number 3. Again, guys, 7 scores, 7 minutes. Game number 1, 9 scores in 5 minutes. Game number 2, nothing, not a zilch, not a 0 on the board so far.
A slight change of pace for both of these teams as well, although this is a sticky situation for UM Flint. Takes all 3 players hopping up to the backboard to try to get it away. Kill looks for the top left corner and is able to find it. Yet again, TMU finds himself on top.
Yeah, I'm not 100% surprised. Like, we literally just got done congratulating the defensive prowess of both of these squads, but that's like 3 different really weak defensive clear attempts there for the University of Flint, or University of Michigan Flint, excuse me. I'm just going to call them Flint from here on. That's going to be way easier. Sorry about that.
Fair enough.
For Flint right there. And TMU is just going to straight up open an all-you-can-eat buffet when you get those kinds of opportunities. The only difference here in previous goals is there wasn't any demos on it.
Yeah, UM Flint is usually good about forcing those kinds of opportunities from TMU, but likewise, TMU able to do the same. The double commits, even the triple commits, have been devastating over the last couple of games that we've seen on broadcast. In that situation, it was no different. You send all 3 players to the backboard, of course you're going to have struggles trying to get back onto the ground with a good boost or good positioning to be able to match whatever comes next. And of course, Kale did very well to keep a very controlled first touch to beat one defender, and it was so close in fact that they were able to almost swipe at the second ball and be able to have some great placement to be able to see it through into the back of the net. Gims pops this one to the backboard. Great touch away from TMU. The team clears. Almost coming in here, but Perma now trying to be a menace under the ball. See if they can get Flint back on the scoreboard once again. Come back from yet another 0-1 deficit in game 3.
Yeah, TMU finally brings it out of their defensive third for the first time in like 45 seconds. Flint still having a player up to try and accept this offensive pass, but that's going to be a low roller. And that's going to be on point. Can Kale get to it? He can! Breaking space and time, it seems, to keep the TMU advantage alive. Don't want to speak too soon, though. UM Flint rounding round, trying to pick this one up off the bottom. Perma does win that. No boost to be spoken of, so can't quite get up to this one as Gims shooting down the right side. That's going to be pretty perfectly positioned, but hey, it doesn't have to be a huge defensive clear. You just got to keep it away from the offenders. Oh my goodness, talk about shifting a defense into an offense, Awash.
Absolutely. This is a great 50 from Willie out at the midfield, and an even better heads-up play from Crusty. Recognizes that Willie's going to have the shot. They just need to make sure that the defender is completely out of the way, give away the whole net to shoot at. And that is exactly what will find TMU their second goal of Game 3. Kale trying to style once again in the flip reset into the strong-armed 50. Makes it 3-0 with just 24 seconds left on the clock, and looking very likely that TMU will find themselves on match point.
Yeah, so, I mean, 3 scores, 24 seconds, 8 seconds per. This is Flint that basically has to win this kickoff and get one in like 3 seconds or so. TMU knows that at this point, at the largest score differential we have seen in this matchup yet, by the way, Awash, that they're basically just playing against that sand in the hourglass, right? That clock up top. Trying to make one, trying to turn that donut into a breadstick right here. A little 0-1 action for Flint. Not going to happen so easily, or not going to happen at least within regular time as they put up their 4th. And as about 10 seconds or so ago, TMU secured the W in game number 3. Now, that's not really something we could have said up to this point, because we've seen 1-score differentials go down to the 000s up top, And as we know, just in case this is the first time you're watching Rocket League, once we hit 0, ball can't touch ground. Ball touch ground, you go OT, or the team and the advantage does win. Maybe try for a little mental. Nah, not gonna happen. TMU shuts down Flint in game number 3 at a 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, that match is going to hurt Flint quite a bit because they've been so close up to this point. It feels like they were just one adjustment away from being able to, lock things down a little bit on the defensive end and maybe not allow as many goals if they can manage to keep up their scoring. That was not the case in this game 3. TMU all over them, creating brilliant plays, and not from just like the same recipe either. We're seeing physical plays, we're seeing counterattacks, sometimes both, great passing plays. There's everything from this TMU side to be excited about. It's going to be a tough reverse sweep attempt for University of Michigan Flint. I believe that they have it in them, but they've got to find some answers to stopping TMU going forward.
Yeah, that was the go-ahead there from 2-3. Always the biggest difference within Rocket League, right? Going from your 1+ insurance goal into 3, especially given the amount of time that they had left at that point. Just kind of rough looks. This one could have very easily ended at 0-3 as well. Flint, like that last 30 seconds, is just pour it all into the offense for the Hail Mary shot that is trying to win a kickoff, come back after that, put up a second, and then go to triple zeros, keeping ball off for the third. That fourth one really sealing the deal in every way, shape, and form, even though it happened, or especially because it happened at 2 seconds. We got past halftime, no scores on boards in game number 3, and then the second half just being all TMU all the time. I at least, if TMU wraps this up in 4, and especially if they have more of a one-sided victory in game number 4, I at least to watch know what I will be asking these players in that post-game interview.
I'm sure
basically be like what the change is, like what happened, right? First half of the series, and once again, TMU strikes first. Man,
yeah, it's been a very, very different showing from the first 2 games up and now into the next 2 games. Another early goal for TMU. It's not been quick, comfortable starts for Flint. They've constantly been playing from down a goal, 2 goals, 3 goals. They've not made it easy for themselves in that respect. They've, for the most part, been able to match the level of offensive output, but it still doesn't mean anything unless you can, still make that output larger than your opponent's output. Kale trying to make it 2. There's a pre-jump throw. Oh my goodness, it was so close.
One of those Rocket League situations, like, was that a fake? Was that intentional? Did he miss it completely? Just completely messed that one up? No idea. Teammate had a shot at it, so perhaps theory crafting at this point. Don't know. TMU on offense yet again. 60 seconds on in. Azel tries to get this one to mid-pitch. Gets it there, but Kale picks it up. Kind of bobbles it right there as far as possession. Perma, once again, kind of whiffing on this one as we go back to the middle. Kale is there to try and push this one back towards Flint, and a ricochet shot the other way. Doesn't have to play this one, TMU doesn't. Gims, left side. Flint still with the defender back. We go mid-pitch yet again. This ball just kind of lived in mid-pitch. Might as well pitch a tent across the middle.
This is a good out of possession for Flint, but of course that big clear from Willie Mandem will see otherwise. There's a demo as well, so Gims was last back, couldn't quite get it off the backboard with a defender an offender just hanging out next to them, threatening for a bump. Gims knew he had to go up. Willie just did enough to put him off, and Kale, of course, will make that open net shot any day of the week. TMU up 2-0, looking very likely, Tugboat, that they are going to complete the sweep here against Flint. But if there's anything we know about Flint, we know that they've got that fight in them. They still will feel that they've given themselves a chance.
Yeah, this is a school marked by resilience, by definition, by their bread and butter. Not over quite yet, but the simple fact remains. You want to talk about stats and whatnot, here's one for you. Unfortunately, the University of Michigan Flint squad has not put a goal into net in 7 minutes plus now. TMU, obviously different type situations. Now, they did kick Kale to a 1 shot and 1 goal thus far on that second goal right there, which, again, kind of unheard of in this series thus far.
Yeah, it feels like Kale and Perma have been the big
Oh,
ones on
okay,
offense, and that's
okay.
actually more of the genius that we've seen from Perma. Give him the ball, let him go downfield, let him beat 1, 2, 3 defenders, maybe look for a bump or two, almost, I think, almost have Kale as well, and open up the space for Azul or Gims to come in and bury these in the back of the net. Flint, again, another step closer to being able to fight back against TMU, but the 2-goal deficit is still a little bit too much to overcome at this point. They've gotten one. They need to find another in the second half of this game. Almost Krusty bringing it back to 2 goals. Hazel trying to get it over Kale. Very good attempt.
Yeah, what is it Hazel?
I'm
I think
honestly not really sure. I was calling him Azel. I think we had Powder calling him Azel, and now there's Azel. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
We'll go with
you.
Azel. I think that sounds the coolest. If not, I'm sure that players will bark at us in chat. Sorry, guys. 1-2 lead right now for the TMU squad. 2 minutes left into this one. Flint knows that they're on their last opportunity. Last chance qualifier, last game, backs against the wall. What do? Because I know what happens. You back with wild animal into a corner. Can't be surprised when they bite you. Just need to see Flint kind of come forth here and get their offensive prowess back online.
Definitely not been the same Flint that we've seen in these from originally the first 2 games, but they still got the potential. They're still showing signs of what they can possibly do. Great redirect attempt from Perma. Gims puts this one really high, so it's not going to be an immediate shot attempt, but that's not a great touch from Willie, but Azel not able to latch onto the end of it. Perma able to get the block here and just in front of the final third for TMU. Krusty sees Willie downfield. Potential passing play incoming. Azel has to reach this. Now Kale still near that front post. Will back off for the time being as Perma goes up, touches this one towards the net, just trying to drag out a defender. Good pinch from Azel. It drops in front of the orange net, but there's a player already on the backboard to see this away. Flint starting to get a couple decent looks into the final third. They just need to potentially find a boost starve on TMU or maybe a crucial demo or two to be able to finally open up that channel.
Boost starve, crucial demos. Really all TMU needs is either a goal or like 3 good defensive clears at this point. That's going to be a weak one from Azel. Gims up to it, so a nice stop right here. There's one of them. Shot back over just a little bit too high and almost an own goal. Almost an own goal, just enough to make it clinch up a little bit. A shot over Azel, almost the tying factor here. 10 seconds left, single-digit seconds left in this one. Here is a wash, excuse me. Gims up, Gims down, Kale. Just like the vegetable is absolutely disgusting. Fantastic defensive prowess. We got on 000s up top. Kale not willing to give this one up. Shot over and no, it's grounded. Oh man. Another goal for TMU would have just resulted in the same factor. And Kale, again, talk about the defensive transition into offense right there. We have another half second. It wouldn't even mattered because TMU would have taken this with 2. As it is, again, casters say this like literally all the time. Let's calm down. Watch, quit screaming, all right? You're getting the people going too much, all right? No, but yes is a sweep. Yes is a 4-0 sweep. But especially with game 1 going, OT and OT there. Game 2 still going down a 1-score difference. This could have been anybody's series.
Yeah, I think Flint was having the offensive output that they needed to coming into this series. They just couldn't quite keep TMU out of their own half long enough. Last series against RIT, they did a brilliant job of being able to negate that any sort of pressure that RIT was getting. That seemingly had all the answers. That wasn't the case this time around, but Flint can still be very proud of the way that they played. Kept it very close. In those last 30 seconds to a minute, they really piled on the pressure. It took some brilliant defensive maneuvers from TMU for them to see it out in the scoreline that they did. So it's tough to see Flint come out. Brilliant season from them. Almost looked like they may have had a really good shot at making it out of this LCQ. Unfortunately, they fall just a little bit short of the mark, and TMU will fight on for yet another series to try to make it into that playoff action.
There you go, a little replay action there from Kale. That was going to be one of the goals that really led to this one down. 3-1 scoreline, almost a 4-1 scoreline right there. Kale, just again, absolutely disgusting player. Love to see it. Love to see it. And another a really well-rounded player as well there with Kale. Like transition and defenses into offense, everything else. It really just resulted in so much advantage, so much benefit for the squad right there for TMU. In a lot of ways led to this 4-0. I said earlier that the this could have gone the other way, but I didn't necessarily mean that. I mean that this could have gone to a non-sweep. It very easily could have gone to like 4-1, 4-2, maybe not necessarily like 4-3 with this fourth game being like the 2-score difference, almost to the the 3-score difference right there. But still incredibly fast, loud, in your face. Incredibly close. Gotta feel bad a little bit for the Flint squad right here. But we are gonna go to a very short break. While we're doing that, guys, once again, the giveaway here for our good friends over at the Army ROTC. Where's it at? I just had it. There you go. The ROTC is back. Another collegiate camo giveaway. You guys can check out the chat and the Nace Star League Twitter to enter for a chance to win you that PS5 controller and the Herschel Little America Backpack Pro, because it is the Army ROTC where you can be a leader. Back after a very short break and little post-game interview action coming at you. Okay, right? We'll have a I think we've got the interview right after, now. I'm sorry, I read that backwards. A 5-minute break after the interview. No, we're bringing the interview now. Come on, bring him on in. We'll be getting a member from TMU all stood up. Kale, there you go. I said just like the vegetable, absolutely disgusting. Kale, fantastic performance here today, man.
Thank you. Yeah,
Wash, take it away.
A lot of good work from the team. Comms were on point. We were merging together very nicely. So in the end, we won every single game. So what can I say?
Yeah, were there ever any points in this series where you maybe were given a little bit of a scare by University of Michigan Flint? Obviously, those first two games were really tight-knit. Those final 30 seconds of that last game were seemed to be really piling on the pressure for you all. Were there any moments where you felt like you needed to really make an adjustment to try to pull forward?
I'll be honest. Our confidence was through the roof. We had a very good warm-up at the beginning, so there was not much worry, but we were, like, the key to keep us very calm, we were just always saying good job and whatnot, and not getting over little mistakes, just move on, happened, nothing you can do about it, so just keeping it up top, stay focused.
Yeah, it's I think the confidence part of any competition is really underestimated. People don't realize like how much of a difference that makes to just feel good with how you're playing at the moment. So that's good to hear that you all were feeling good coming into this game, and I'm sure that's a huge reason why Flint wasn't really able to take anything off of you all. If my information is correct, you all will be playing Kansas next as the final match of this LCQ. How do you feel about hearing that Kansas is going to be your next match?
I'll be honest, I'm new to the CRL scene. I only play ranked before this. Like, I was a hoops player. Shout out to the ranked hoops community. I was number one in Canada for a good point, not to flex or anything. But I'm every time you play like a new team, it's nice to meet everyone, you know. So like, I'm hoping it's a good game. I hope we don't get swept if they're a good team, but regardless, I'm sure there'll be a good enjoyment for the viewers to watch, so no worries.
Absolutely.
I think that's all.
So, Kale, I have but one real question. That just kind of delving into this matchup a little bit more. Obviously, you guys won 4-0. Obviously, it's a classic caster thing to say that some of these games could have gone down. Could have been 4-1, 4-2, whatever. But you see like kind of a marked difference between the 3-4 overtime situation in Game 1, the 5-4 obviously for you guys Game 2, and then you guys followed up with a 0-4 and then a 3-1 that basically should have been a 4-1 if we had another quarter second on the clock to for your last second goal to have actually hit. What changed here? What changed in a first half of this matchup where you guys let 7 goals, in the second half where you allowed 1?
Honestly, I think it's just realizing how the opponents are playing. It's like there's little things in the back of your head, like you see, oh, this guy, he's not going as much as before, he's a little worried. And then we recognize the best players on the team, take them out with a couple demos or something. It's just that little background noticing, and then you start attacking on the little changes on the other team.
Just kind of like investigating, right? Like seeing where the holes in their army are, and then attacking that one little point. I love it. I love it. Kale, before we get Sean out of here, get this next broadcast set up, I want to ask if you have any shout-outs.
Shoutouts? I already kind of gave one, but yeah, ranked troops to the teammates, Krusty and Willie Mandem, and also the school for having a very good opportunity to get us to play. They seem to care about us, so it's really nice to see. And yeah, just shout out to the squad also. 2 teammates that I'm always playing with, Shaq and Kara. They're the real ones. And Dalmio, I think he's watching right now.
There you go. There you go. Cool. Shout out to all the friends that kind of helped Kale get here. I love it. I love it. Once again, Kale, thank you for coming on in and give us a minute of your time after the matchup here. And good luck, sir. Good luck, sir, on your next. Back with FBI Tugboat and a wash. We just came off of a 4-0 for TMU. That is the Toronto Metropolitan University. First 2 games a little bit closer. The last 2 games not so much a wash.
Yeah, not really. Definitely a marked difference between the first 2 games and the last 2 games, but somehow that's just how the pieces fall sometimes. It was still a great series, still definitely a great showing for University of Michigan Flint. I feel a little bit bad for them. I like the underdog story that they kind of brought to us yesterday after taking down their previous opponents, but overall a fantastic season from them. But for Toronto Metropolitan, not quite over yet.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Again, they'll be playing Kansas here in just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and get that matchup set up on broadcast. Very short break, guys. We'll be back with you in the NACE Star League in just a little bit. After, once again, the ROTC is back. Another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out chat, NACE Star League Twitter, to enter for a chance to win. Now, we did Herschel Little America Backpack Pros last time. We're getting a little PS5 controller action in there as well. Over at the Army ROTC, you can be a leader. Big shout out to them for their support of this competition. FBI Tugboat and a Wash back with you in the NACE Star League in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back. It's a short break. We keep our promises here at the Nace Star League. What are you worth if not your word here, Awash? FBI Tugboat with my man Awash. We just saw your TMU squad, the Toronto Metropolitan University squad, get a shellacking to University of Michigan Flint. That was 4-0 fashion. Now, the first two games are decided by one score difference. The very first game there coming in to an OT type situation. But we are over with that. TMU taking on Kansas now. This is our last chance qualifier, and this is our last day of it, Awash.
Absolutely. Both teams' final chance to get into the playoffs and the final step of this LCQ run that they have had to make. It just comes down to this. Kansas University, MX, Chura, and Spade, they're able to take down at Siena Heights. No easy feat at all. And they're going to be favoring their chances here against TMU, who just saw have a very strong and confident opening match against Flint.
Yeah, entirely fair. Entirely fair. This is the Kansas Jayhawks. Yes, the University of Kansas coming on here in their last chance qualifier. TMU 6-1, KU 6-1. But KU technically coming on in from the top part of this bracket. Last chance qualifier, last eliminations, backs against the wall. One of these teams will be punching their ticket out of the top 16 and a chance. That little prize pool action, right? We do have our predictions as well. We're thinking the TMU coming hot off the heels of a very solid performance there against the Flint squad is going to come forth and take this one down.
Yeah, hearing from Kale that they're feeling really confident coming into that last series, I'm sure that they're going to feel confident coming into this next one as well. I have to take the team that just gave us a 4-0, that just was able to adjust to giving up a lot of goals to then giving up almost none. My mind is with TMU right here. My heart is with Kansas because I know a couple of the players and the people who are out in that program over there, but it's so I think it's going to be incredibly close between these two teams. I do not think that we'll see a 4-0 this time around.
I can 100% agree right there. That is also the line I would have taken. Not predicting a 4-0 in the last one. A couple games might have proved that, might have gone the way, but ultimately it was for naught. Manfield, I think an underrated, aesthetically pleasing Rocket League map right here, as we're going to be getting this one going. KU on the left side, that is MX, that is Chura, and that is Spade. You guys just saw, if you watched the last broadcast, Kale, Krusty, and Willie Mandam making up your Toronto Metropolitan University squad. Off the heels of a 4-0, they'll be looking to get this one started again. 15 seconds in, Spade trying to dig themselves a hole on the right side, but only going to be the teammate, that is MX, picking this one up.
Yeah, for Kansas, my eyes are going to be on Spade. I've actually had the pleasure of playing against Spade a handful of times, and a very strong player mechanically. Yeah, I'm going to look for them to be the focal point of this Kansas offense going forward. And we'll see how they can hold off defensively against a TMU squad who is just burying goal after goal after goal last series.
Yeah, well, we're staring at a 16 total goals scored across 4 games. First matchup on broadcast today. The first chance at the last chance qualifier. Now the last chance at the last chance qualifier, right? I think I said that right.
Yep.
Okay, cool. A lot of last chances there, folks. Okay, Willie Mandam looks beautiful on the way. Can't quite bring this one home.
I'm liking the opening looks that we're seeing for both squads. Originally, KU getting a couple of ball possessions in the opposing half, and now TMU had that until Kale's pinch was sent all the way into their own back corner for Krusty to be able to pick up Willie, putting in a strong 50 there, and this will give Kale a little bit of time. Can they beat Shura? They do not. It's going to be sent all the way to the opposite corner. MX pops it towards the middle. Spade, rightfully so, a little bit hesitant to try to dive in, and plays it well, allows Chura to get back and pick up the ball once again, but both teams kind of going a little bit of back and forth here. 2v1 opportunity for TMU, not quite able to make anything just yet, still waiting for their time to strike.
Again, not for lack of trying here, but 2 minutes into this game, and the trying yielded nothing. We just saw a similar type situation last couple goals there for, or last couple games, excuse me, for TMU. They just took a little bit of time to get to it, but took out the dub in the end. Speaking of taking dubs, here's Kale. You saw just how disgusting this player can be. Gonna be a little demo action on the backside. That's gonna be for Kale. So again, kind of continuing on the theme here as we hit halftime, Awash.
Yeah, a very stark difference to how we started off the first series of the day. Just goal after goal, and now we have nothing through the opening 2.5 minutes. That could change, though. Time will tell as we have a potential counterattack from TMU. Krusty trying to pop this one back towards the midfield. It didn't quite happen. Now Spade flicks it over one, but Kale is there to match it. MX at midfield might be hoping for a favorable waterfall drop. It's not going to happen. Krusty pops this to the sidewall, follows it towards the midfield, sending it all the way across, and not really a whole lot of controlled possession for either team. A lot of chances, I think, to be able to take control from the air and try to beat a player or two on the dribble, but for the most part, it's been just trying to get a strong touch to dump it towards the other side. Of course, that action will change as Spade beats one and puts a great ball off of the back wall and makes it a very difficult situation for the TMU defense to handle. KU goes up 1-0.
I think Kale might have been reading this offense from like a different side, or thinking they already had possession and kind of moved to try and get in position to cheat up offensive position, get forth and get aggressive. But 100 seconds left is the first time we see a goal in this one, coming off the heels of, 7 total scores, 9 total scores, 4 total scores, 4 total scores. Decently high-scoring games. It's not the situation we find ourselves in game 1 of this best-of-7 series for the actual last chance qualifier. One of these teams will be going home. One of these teams will be featured in the last 16 teams in the NACE Star League Championships. Krusty, ball in hand possession. Amex gets nothing but a front row seat to that one as Krusty puts it right over, flying, sailing over the top and telling him high on the way.
Yeah, MX realized very quickly that they were just a little bit too far up as the third man in that situation. Typically, you want your third man playing the worst case scenario. There, the worst case scenario was that Krusty picks up this air dribble, completely beats Spade, and then it's a one-on-one situation. MX not quite accounting for that. Had belief in their teammate, which I can respect, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them that time around. We now have ourselves a tied opening game here in this final series of the last chance qualifiers. One of these teams making it to the playoffs. One of these teams will take an opener in this series in the next 40 seconds, or maybe more, depending on if we go to overtime. We have Krusty now. We're going to leave this for Kale. He sends it towards the net, forces 2 players to bite. This exact situation TMU is looking for, but they're not going to capitalize on it quite yet. Good patience from Krusty. Sends it up, but gets bumped out of the way.
Still decently centered here. MX looking for a better defensive clear. That's going to be it. That's decently on point. Still have to be played there from Kale. Stretches out the branch and gets to that one. 10 seconds left. 1-1 tied up type situation. Could be 0-0. Almost dangerous. Kale reads this perfectly and barely gets a hood on top of this one. Sends it back to mid pitch. We're looking at 0-0s up top. Grounded ball attempted maybe. No, Spade's not willing to give this one up. Yes, we have a game 1 overtime yet again. Awash. Is it my birthday?
Is it?
It is not. My birthday is on January 1st.
Oh, okay.
Like on New Year's Day.
Is this an elaborate joke I'm not quite following?
No. Reasonable to think I would be setting you up, but no, it was actually on January 1st.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a dramatic person, had to come out with the new year.
Gotcha. Well, the drama's certainly heating up in the early stages of this series. Overtime early on, not a whole lot to separate these two squads. It's been a lot of back and forth. I haven't felt like there's been really any there's been brief moments where the pressure has been there, and TMU going to be the first to capitalize. Not really a sustained bout of possession here either, but rather a good counterattack turned into a favorable 50, and Kale with the precision finding it in between 2 players and the crossbar. Great shot from Kale to make it 2-1 and an opener for TMU.
Hands down our lowest scoring game on broadcast here today, and this one is an overtime, so less scores for even more time. I think that is going to be indicative of the rest of this series and the rest of this matchup. KU did not just get blown out by any means. This was anybody's game until the very last second to watch. Also, when you talk about leads, let's take a look at one of our lead changes, right? Because there was only 2 of them. There's only one of them, actually. Yeah, really. Excuse me. TMU took the lead first and then the tied up factor. And then, obviously, in OT, nobody really takes the lead. They just finish the game, right?
Yeah, this play right here was beautiful from Krusty. Great ball control. They were able to punish a mistake from MX is really what was there. Early on in the series, you might have expected somebody to just kind of boom that towards the net and kind of pray for the best. But that one moment where Krusty decides to change things up a bit, take it for themselves, go for the air dribble, just walk it into the net themselves, it paid off there.
So if you want something done here at Wash, you got to do it yourself. The Berenstein Bears taught us that with that the children's song, right? You gotta do it yourself. That was really just Kale. I mean, can you really be that surprised from a man who came in, performed like they did in game 1, and then kind of like talked about the overall confidence that they had? But hey, while this one's getting started off, America runs on Duncan. Naystar League is no different. Naystar League runs on Duncan as well. Big shout out, one of our sponsors, for making this competition possible. Kale. Oh, also guys, we'll have giveaways and stuff if you're just joining us, so don't tune away. We'll be giving that one again there at the end of the broadcast.
I like the physical play that we're seeing early on from KU. While we were doing the shout out for Duncan, there was a really good look for KU where they were just searching for the player in the net. Kale almost got caught out. The defense actually almost getting caught out here as well. Weak shot from MX is going to lead to a booming clear from TMU. That'll allow them to buy a ton of time and space for themselves. But a favorable 50 from Churro out in the corner will send this right back towards the orange final third. Spade up for this, gets 2 players to bite on the backboard. It's smart from Kale to be able to avoid the demo incoming as well. TMU certainly not going to have an easy opening first minute, but they're going to back themselves to find a way to get out of it. Very close from Kale.
Yeah, that was a really smart decision from Kale to decide to not play that. He realized defense was going to happen. Ball's already on true trajectory. Pass play in and pass not accepted. TMU gets their first goal denied. The first golden opportunity, I should say, denied right here. No real block necessary. Kale rounding round on the outside, and again a second pass set up and completely squandered. Just poured it right down the drain. Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
Almost identical situations
Yeah,
to
exactly.
really and work through the side of the pitch, through the wings, but the finishing connection was just barely not there. We both saw it coming, and everybody on the pitch saw it coming. I saw Kale just not even in a position to be able to respond to the miss or to a clear out, but they immediately had to turn back because they just weren't expecting that to happen. The trust, the vision, everything looked so good on those plays. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite TMU later.
We talked about confidence and whatnot, and maybe hard to keep the dream alive, really keep that cool, confident, collected, cool hand Luke type head after not one but two, and after KU now striking right to the middle, a spade to the heart for the side of Kansas University.
It's a great initial cut from Spade as well, coming out of the blind side of their opponents, who's not ready for any sort of challenge, really. They're trying to play it slow, trying to gather a little bit of possession, buy a little bit of time for their opponents. But Spade gets a great touch away from them, and then is able to follow it up themselves with some great placement as well, away from both defenders in the net. But TMU, they're going to try to get that back quickly. Another infield pass this time from Kale. Nobody was quite there ready for a shot, though. They will wait at the midfield to make sure that they can get a better chance next time around. Willie pops this one up. Is going to go for seconds, though, here against Spade. Spade still wins out using their mechanics to win these 50s. Krusty not quite able to find anything through Chura as well, and TMU will recollect at the midfield. Oh, but the demo from... Oh, that was actually from Kale. Made it difficult for KU, but MX will still find a way through TMU. KU up 2-0.
There you go. The first and the insurance on the second, and MX's like the initial hit doesn't have to be super fast, but just has to be on point like that with only one defender back. Largest lead for KU, actually the first lead here, off the first goal, now in the second lead for KU thus far.
We'll see if KU is able to continue to capitalize, or if they're going to give TMU a route back in. There's been good looks for TMU, of course, but can they really get something going? Oh, that's a great bit of creativity from Krusty. Willie trying to find the double, and Spade can't read it off the backboard. Willie's persistence prevails here and is able to cut the deficit in half for TMU.
Persistent Willie Mandum, love to see it. Second shot attempted, first goal made in. Throw a couple saves in there as well, and you have a well-rounded TMU player. Now TMU down by 1. 90 seconds left. Once again, Wash, 90-second drill, what do? Maybe that's everything necessary as Willie. It was Kale earlier. It was almost Willie getting it done themselves. Oh, going the other way. Willie's up. Slow plays, and Willie saves it.
Almost a great counterattack for KUTMU. Will really need to put away these next couple of chances. Another great look denied last second by KU, and there's yet another. Still, the Kansas defense being an absolute fortress to get through right now. Kale just trying to be that first man, win a couple of 50s, make this a tough clearance for Kansas. Drops this one low. Kale can't get it through Spade either. The infield look turns into a shot, but Chura can't make a whole lot of it. 50 again, gonna keep it close to the TMU net. Shot from Spade, just narrowly wide. Counterattack potential here as Chura has to cut this off. It might be a shot towards the net. Is there somebody back? There is. Spade will able to make amends for their early error and will dump this in front of the orange net, but that gives TMU a ton of room to look downfield. 50 from Krusty. Is there anybody up? There is. The shot is on target. Yet another last-ditch save from KU. Churro finds it through 1 through 2, and that will be dumped into the opposite corner. Surely that will be enough. KU just barely having enough to see this game out with an advantage over MTU.
Hey, it was 2-1 for TMU. Game number 1 right here. Might have gone to overtime. This one gets like kind of the volleyball type situation, but not actually the full overtime type. Kansas University takes the lead within regular time, initially by 2 as well. And these are just, again, some really low scoring games. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue on to have, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 score games here.
Yeah, it's the kind of Rocket League that all of us just absolutely adore. You never quite know who's going to come out until the clock really hits there. And even then, sometimes you're not really sure until you see so-and-so has won the game. 1-1 now for TMU and KU. Talk about, gotta get your opinion on this. What do you think has to change for one of these teams to maybe see a situation like last series where one of them just starts to run away with a few of these games?
Yeah, I think that if Kansas University if nothing changes, Kansas wins. I think we kind of see how that goes in this game number 2 right here. If TMU kind of gets in with their more like wonky offensive plays, especially, dude, if they get half of the demos that they got in half of the first match here in this one, then that's going to be a TMU advantage. They've already shown what they can do with it. They already show how they can really pounce upon these opportunities that is yielded from a simple numbers advantage, even if ever so briefly. I'm talking about getting involved with the demos. I'm talking about getting involved with the bumps and whatnot. I'm talking about Krusty doing amazing things and Chura keeping the dream alive, but only for a little while. That's going to be a short-lived one there as Willie Mandum puts up the, I guess we can call that the first. Or that was the second, technically, excuse me, and the third right there for Willie Mandum. TMU striking first. Across games 1 and 2 here, Wash, the team that struck first has won.
Well, we'll see if that trend continues here in game 3. I know for me personally, the name of this game for TMU is just put away your chances. That's quite a few golden opportunities to be able to go up by 1, potentially 2, or even 3 goals. And the credit to KU, put in some brilliant blocks to deny those chances. But if TMU can just barely find that little extra bit of finishing, that little extra bit of precision, I think combined with the demos that you were talking about, an increase in that physical, or at least a maintainment of that physical play, this could potentially be runaway for TMU. But KU's defense still has not shown any signs of letting down their guard just yet.
Yeah, of stopping, of slowing down, of taking that foot off the pedal, of disengaging the cruise control and any other car driving base puns that you guys want to throw on in there. Everything is working right now in the game number 3. I think, honestly, at the end of the day, it might just be who strikes first. You know, who draws first blood in these matchups, in these 5-minute Rocket League matchups. Again, though, no sweeps, no reverse sweeps gonna be happening here, folks. I think we're gonna be trading rounds all the way down to a game number 6. Still not predicting, still not really gonna say like which one it is. Although, you know, TMU has been our overall prediction coming into this.
Yeah, I the producers will know this best, but I was very torn between which 2 teams I wanted to go with. TMU had it in my mind. I thought, you know, the confidence, there's no substitute for that level of confidence at this stage in the tournament. But granted, I still felt like there was a lot of potential from KU to be able to match TMU on the pitch, and maybe even on that confidence level.
That was the weirdest
as well.
That's the weirdest interaction we've seen on the Rocket League pitch so far on broadcast. Kale kinds of like, oh, come on, you got it. Trying to like convince a baby to go down a step, like on some stairs. Like, you got it. It's not gonna hurt, I promise. Finally gives him like a little hither for 2, and actually came out with a TMU advantage like after that, right? Obviously that was like 20 seconds ago or so, but KU now on the defense. Amex having to really beat feet to get back to that one. Spade, a nice hit, nice takeaway right here, but Willie is always going to be the one waiting in the wings, and another shot. Willie, man, second shot attempted, second goal. Maybe we've answered our own questions here. What's the difference in this matchup? Well, it's how these defensive players transition into offense, right? That was Kale earlier. Now it is the big man, Willie Mando, or Willie Person, excuse me, I'm not,
You can't understate how precise that shot was from Willie. Not only the fact that it was a double tap, but he was able to find the opposite corner, or I'm sorry, the opposite post, and then see it rock back in as well. Very precise. Even KU's defense had really very little that they could have done with that shot, besides, I guess, stopping it stopping it from happening in the first place, like 5 or 10 seconds before that moment. But TMU giving themselves that little bit of breathing room that they have lacked at certain moments throughout the day. 2-goal advantage, better than what they've had in other points of their run so far in the LCQ. Maybe they will make it 3 here with Crusty putting this towards the ceiling, hoping for a favorable drop, and a eventual double tap doesn't quite happen. But the final 90 seconds here, Tugboat, KU's got to try to find a way to generate some sort of offense.
Yeah, and the first step to that would be big defensive clears and actually taking this one out. Krusty once again giving this one down bottom. Little flick action over there. Spade comes in for the attempted block, but it's going to be demos. It's going to be physical play. It's going to be straight up bullying right here. Somebody alert the authorities.
Well, this is the physical play that you're looking for. We talk about that combined with the precision that we're now seeing from TMU. That's what's gotten them to this point. A 3-0 position heading into the final minute of game 3. I would say all but secured it for this time around. I'd say at this point for KU, the name of the game is not to try to get 3 goals. The answer is to try to find a way to just generate some sort of offense. If they can get 1 goal, I think that would be enough for them, or maybe even just a couple of good looks here.
I mean, any donut is never going to feel good. A little bit of back and forth, trying. Oh, Amex just came way too fast over this one to the right side. Didn't get the true angle that they really wanted to. But I mean, KU would need to take a goal right now, but then TMU would just kind of go into the defensive stance, the prevent defense, to borrow a term from our American football friends. 15 seconds left on this one. We're going to put a bow on top of our game number 3, because this is TMU all day long. A donut, the 0 put up here from KU. They tried for 5 minutes to turn that one to a breadstick, and the geese never leavened. I don't know. Grounded
Nice.
ball. Nope. Okay, excuse me. Sorry. Shouldn't call this one over till it's over. 3-0. There you go.
I don't. I can't fault you for thinking that this one's over, considering that there's a 2-goal advantage. It looked like everybody was just trying to get whatever final touches they could on the ball, and eventually just kind of wait for it to hit the ground. But you know, even in some of these matches leading into those final seconds, we've seen it from plenty of teams throughout this LCQ that there's just always something about those last 30 seconds that throws everybody for a loop. Then one team is just able to turn on all gears of their engine and really start bringing the offense to the teams and giving them a scare in the last couple of moments. But right here, we've got that brilliant shot from William Mandem. That was really exactly what I was looking for from this team coming into this game. They get the how few opportunities they get. It didn't really matter. They just needed to put them away. That's exactly what they did there. And if they can continue to keep that up, it will not be easy for Kansas to come back.
And the best part about kind of like our format here, right, is that we've gotten to like follow this TMU squad all the way through. And I mean, we talked to Kale on the post-game interview action after the sweep over Blinn earlier right there, like, excuse me, not Blinn, Flint, excuse me, I'm thinking Overwatch, earlier right there for a reason. It was Kale in the offense a lot of the times. Now, I'm not saying whatsoever that Willie Mandem was, you know, put on goalie duties or anything else like that, right? But the simple fact that we're now watching the blossoming of a much more well-rounded player, especially given that two of those three were both Willie Mandem, game number one. Oh, Chura almost coming in and take a bite out of this one, but 15 seconds in, no scores on board. And of course, KU coming off of a goose egg, right? Of a total zero type situation, not for lack of trying, but is for lack of results.
Yeah, with the players that KU is fielding right now, there's not really a question about their ability to convert going forward. It's right now, it's just a question of what kind of chances can they generate for themselves. It's not really been easy for them to get to that point because TMU has had brilliant possession and control of the ball. It seems like every time that they gather possession, they've got a play in mind for them to find a way towards the net, draw KU defenders into some awkward positions, and force the defenders to just kind of dump the ball in hopes of buying more time for themselves, a chance to pick up loose and recollect themselves. It's not been easy for KU to find those options going forward, but if they can find some sort of answer to be able to gather some possession and control the ball, that would give them a lot of hope.
Hope is definitely what is necessary. Any competition, much less this Rocket League 1. 90 seconds in. KU once again fighting like a whole lot of offensive pressure. Big clear right here. Kale doesn't want to stop that momentum. That angle isn't true, but Spade still plays it, forcing the hand of defender. Never a bad thing for a TMU offense. Shot back over once again. Spade forced to play it right here. Big burn some boost to get it as well. As this is Krusty, though, is trying to come off the wall with a super, like, centering shot. Didn't get really anything on that one, and now giving it over to the KU offense. A little bit of excitement here for if you're a KU fan, as they're looking at their first solid offense in a little while.
Yeah, they've been able to keep TMU out for quite a little bit these last couple moments. Not really looking super threatening for the orange side. I think that just shows that there's been an adjustment from KU. That touch from Spade draws out two defenders. MX still keeping close to the plate, trying to find a way for KU. Well, that ball's just going to have a ton of time to bounce up.
Yeah.
Nobody really deciding that they wanted it the first time around, and then everybody deciding that they wanted the second chance. KU still comes out with possession and pressure, though. This touch from TMU wraps around all the way to the opposite side. Tough situation for the TMU defenders. Not sure who's supposed to go for it. Spade trying to be a menace on the backboard. Once again, ball looking running, and it will find a way. Chura somehow finds a way to just dunk this ball in the final third, and it has a path towards the net.
Oh my goodness, this took a path off of the ceiling, actually. They kind of allowed that. Like, this is going like more to the left side, hits ceiling perfectly and gets that angle down. Yeah, an unexpected goal here for KU. They'll take it any way they can get it. Now staring at a, oh my goodness, just a little bit too fast. Krusty trying to keep this one alive, but now TMU forced to come back on the defensive stance right now. Kansas University, it might have been weird, but hey, doesn't matter if it works. And again, Timo has scored first, has gone forward and won all three of these games thus far, overtime or not.
So things certainly look good for KU. They've been able to gather a little bit of that confidence back going forward. They were able to finally generate a little bit of pressure and convert it into a goal, which was going to be, of course, the second piece. Churro, big beat. Oh, I thought it might have been two. Off the post that time around. Very good look, though, for KU. Almost made it 2-0.
Great job centering this one out. Willie, now down from the bottom. Pass
Beautiful.
attempted. That's there! And Spade tries to flip to it. But with 77 seconds left, Sevens ain't going to be lucky for Kansas University as TMU almost held to the same type situation that Kansas University was in Game 3, and that was scoreless. Unfortunately for Kansas, we're going to be looking at a 1-1 tied game with 77 seconds left. A lot of S's there. Okay, I was going to say, that was... I guess I'm just getting like more and more surprised at type of like open net type situations, or like earlier, like the who's on first, who's going to go for this ball type, right? Like, I'm not sure if it's a lack of communications. I'm not sure if it's like an elaborate series of attempted fakes, or like, you know, or you're closer to it, you go up for it. Not sure, but this game has definitely gotten a lot more wonky here, Wash.
I have to agree with you there. There's definitely been some level of confusion, I think, from both teams trying to read their teammates, both teams trying to read each other as well. It's this very elaborate chess match of Rocket League that we have, and chess for me is one of those games where, like, if two people don't really know what they're doing, then there's just pure chaos all over the board. I feel like there's a hint of that here in KU versus TMU, but that is a brilliant passing play. All three players from KU involved in this.
Yeah, I'm surprised that TMU kind of didn't see this one unfolding, right? They kind of allow this one to happen. I think TMU, once again, trying to get in that offensive position, trying to cheat up just a little bit. But hey, 27 seconds left on this one. A little bit of physical play. 1v1 right here. Kale, Chura, but Chura plays that stonewall defense perfectly. Chura with another shot, transitioning defense into offense. We've talked about that being a key so far. MX, just enough boost to keep the dream alive. Try and maintain this possession. Shot down bottom, Krusty, Kale. Kale gonna be able to get that one. Shot up, Willie. Has a decent little line on this one, 2 seconds. Volleyball situation, bounce play up. Kale still able to keep this alive. Chura over. Willie trying to break to it. Does perfect positioning off the nose. Still keeping this ball alive. Shot back on over. MX, pop play up. Everybody should be able to get into this one.
Another pop-up from TMU. Krusty. Oh, this is a good beat. Can Kale drop it down? Almost use that hoops action to be able to put it towards the net. Super good ending to this game for TMU. Just not able to find anything at the 0-second mark. But again, Tugboat, that trend continues. The team that scores first ends up closing out the game. We've now effectively brought ourselves to just a best of 3. Potentially 3 more games to separate these two squads. Which team will make it out of the LCQ, finally find themselves in playoff, in the act, not even like playoff contention, the actual playoffs here. This moment right here from Chura, brilliant in seeing Kansas to secure this game. Without that goal, they have an overtime. We are still talking about more Rocket League potentially. But Kale, again, so close. The margins have been, I feel, a lot thinner this time around for both squads. And you're seeing that in all these plays. So many good looks. Sometimes they're last-minute blocks, last-minute whisks. There's a little bit of everything that's sprinkled about. And there's just not, it's impossible to say who's going to take these next couple of games.
Absolutely impossible. We've traded games all the way through, right? TMU striking first. The overtime situation, that was 2-1 right there. KU back to 1 TMU. Game 3, a 3-0 sweep right there. 3-0, holding Kansas scoreless, which is a very hard thing to do. Kansas coming back 2-1. Here's another interesting stat coming at you here, a Wash. Every one of these games has had a total score of 3. Whether that's been overtime.
Didn't even think about that.
Kansas University striking in the first 3 seconds of this one. They got, 3 scores in the past 5 minutes and 3 seconds, and 0 in the previous 5 minutes. So, Kansas really playing up and down, gotta say.
Does this mean that KU has already won Game 5 then? Because they scored first?
That would... Wait, no, TMU scored first in Game 4, didn't they?
No, I thought KU did.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Wow, okay. So, predictable but unpredictable at the same time, folks. I realize that says next to nothing, but I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with the call.
whichever. It's even if it's not a 100% success rate, 75. I'll still take my odds on that. And with the amount of with the as little difference as there is between both these squads right now over the course of this entire series, KU getting that basically a free goal in the first 3 seconds, and now a brilliant read from Spade to make it 2-0. That's going to be a brilliant advantage for them to be able to build off of.
Oh man, so Willie actually kind of sets this one up for Spade to dig over at this one. We have not seen a 2-score difference overcome thus far. So, there's 2 now themes here, people to pay attention to. First, team who strikes first wins, whether that's an OT or not. Second, team who accrues a 2-score difference goes forth and wins, because it is only single scores that have been overcome thus far. Next, on over to Chura. Chura walking the dog inside. Okay, so I guess TMU just gives up on this one? What?
I think that... Oh, that's what happened. Willie and Krusty both pre-flipped, not recognizing that this was going to be a banger of a shot, and they didn't even give themselves a chance to be able to go up for it. That's actually one of the things that I find super interesting, that I personally have learned about defense in I guess the last couple of weeks or months, is that as the third man, you can't afford to be flipping around the pitch. There is that tendency to want to be able to cover the net as quickly as possible. Oh my goodness!
There it is.
Awash, just shut up. Talk about the goal. Willie Mandam ending a brilliant play from TMU.
So game 5 is the first time we see more than 3 scores on boards at 000s up top at the end of gameplay. This happens less than 90 seconds into this one, people. We started out with a 7-minute game with 3 scores. Now we go across 1 minute and 30 seconds with 4 scores on the boards. Crazy stuff. A high-scoring affair, at least comparatively, guaranteed to be coming in here for game number 5. Now, who takes the advantage? That's the question. We will be watching to find out, because the way these scores are coming, this could be TMU taking a tie-type situation in the next 30 seconds. You know, there's been goals upon goals here.
Yeah, it could just take a couple little mistakes from KU to allow TMU back into this. It certainly would be a break from the trends that we've been seeing, but I don't see it as an impossible situation either. Kale sees a great drop-down pass for Krusty, almost sees it through. There's a little bit of potential follow-up for TMU. Nobody really able to get a car in front of the ball to keep it there. MX, great touch, but now Krusty buys the time, flicks it up to the backboard. There's a physical play on the third man, drop to the front post. There's no precision there for TMU. Super close, well worked. The bumps were coming through. The controlled play was there. All the pieces seemed to be on the board, just couldn't find a way to piece them all together that time.
Yeah, it's a tough look so far. TMU down by 2 right here, looking for at least their 1. Shura wonkily giving up possession, and a low, slow roller there from Krusty. Maybe not slow, actually. A low roller it is. Not sure how fast that one was, though. Shura, I think this is just the result of, once again, trying some really fancy footwork when just standard play is necessary. Of course, the demo and the goal there for another TMU offender yields this goal actually being possible, but as it is, TMU bringing this back to 1 so far. Well, again, we have not seen a 2-score lead surmount. Okay, we haven't seen a 2-score lead brought back on, much less a 3-score. TMU is 1 score away from tying it up.
What I'm liking from TMU now is that they're bringing back the physical play. There hasn't been a whole lot of that in the games that they have lost. I feel like they're realizing, okay, well, let's try this again. Oh my, that's brilliant from KU. Bar downski, thought it wasn't going to go in at first, but with nobody else left from TMU to collect, it's a fairly straightforward tap in for MX. So KU able to expand the lead back to 2 goals, but TMU can still be comforted in the fact that they now have an answer of a way to break down KU's defense right now. Maybe if you can't stop them, just accept that and then pile on as much offense as you can. Kale going for the bump as well, makes it a very tough touch for Chura, but they do well to tap it out towards the side. Willie Mandem had to follow it up, couldn't quite keep the play alive. Kale sees the passing option. Great fake from Willie. Is there a pass back inside? Can they catch Spade out? They can! Kale able to beat Spade to the touch, and it's back to 1.
Talk about infield passes right here. I'm looking at Willie, who looks like they might have missed it off the hood. No, they want backboard. They want this to get fed, and they want this ball speed to be maintained. 66 seconds left. It was 77 last time, right? TMU bringing this back to 1. The loneliest number here, folks. Player back. Shiro trying to stay up in that offensive position. Over, and that's going to be another score. Wow, 8 total scores here. If we get another, we'll see 3 times as much our normal total scores average across 4 games, excuse me.
Yeah, both teams have just really, really turned it on. I think TMU at this point is just giving up on the defense, and they're doing everything that they can to outscore KU, which, you know, is a valid, I guess, a valid way to approach the game if you can consistently match that level of offense. For most teams, I don't recommend it just because it can be really difficult to find that kind of output consistently. But if TMU believes in themselves, if they're still repping that level of confidence, then fair play to them. However, there has to be some sort of composure on the back end because KU capitalizing on plenty of mistakes at the moment.
Entirely fair. All of these have been 1-score games except for the Game 3 that TMU won in a 3-0 shutout. Now KU staring down the barrel of a similar type situation, just with a whole lot of extra goals on top. Chura looking for their multiple, not even 100% sure. 7-6, lead is there, doesn't matter. 15 seconds left. TMU is not going to be able to surmount 3 of these in the next few seconds. The physical capability is now deleted with a 7-3 lead. KU wins game number 5 to take the first advantage in the series that they have enjoyed thus far. Outside of a game 1, or game 2. Nope, never mind, they lost. First advantage the KU's had in this series so far.
And people. I mean, for as wild as this game, the series has been, I can't I can't blame you, Tugboat, for getting all of the score lines, the leads confused. There's really not been any structure here. There really hasn't. Now we get a kickoff goal to make it 11 goals for this game, potentially even a 12th. I mean, at this point, you can't really. You would expect nothing less from both these sides. KU will drop this down in the back corner, 7-4, the final goals scoreline of Game 5, and it has. Oh, I feel I can see.
Here's a
it
stat
and feel
line
it.
for you. Here's a stat line for you. We just got 11 scores in this game number 5, right? 11 scores total, 7 for KU, 4 for TMU. We have 12 across the other 4 games. One of them going an extra 2 minutes as well. All right, just kind of paint the picture about how the pace of play, how often the scores have come in this series just so differently. That was TMU with like just a handedly different performance in the first 2 games of their Flint, Michigan matchup right there. A little replay action. One of these 11 coming to get showcased here again. And definitely a beautiful one there from Chura. I believe that was the second one. Or was that the kickoff goal off of the first 3 seconds? Can't exactly remember. Regardless, Chura really being the defining factor here for Kansas University in a crucial game number 5 to now take the lead and put TMU on match point.
Yeah, for KU, the speed and effectiveness of their transitions from defense to offense was a hallmark of that last game. You saw it in the replay. You saw it in a lot of the goals that they ended up getting. That has been working for them. And I feel like part of that is to do with TMU just not really highly regarding the defensive areas of the game that much at this point. They're trying to generate as many goals as they can to try to outscore, but unfortunately for them, KU is now leading the series 3-2. Army ROTC become a leader for life. Love to see all of these brilliant sponsors helping make this match and the rest of this tournament possible, because it now allows you to see KU and TMU enter Game 6. KU just needing one more goal to see themselves out of the LCQ and into the playoff conversation. But TMU having different answers, different ideas. Another good chance from TMU that they're not able to convert.
Folks, if you'll remember, if you're with us, if you're not, I'll tell you. Game 1, I think it was 3 minutes before we even saw our first score on the board. It was a total 2-1 scoreline in OT as well. That went TMU. First 60 seconds, especially Kansas University coming off of a 3-second score and a 17-second score, if my memory serves. Once again, just looks at a much different squad so far. TMU, gotta say, they're looking a little bit pensive right now. That's the first time that the third player actually came back to really get this one going and try and have a positive offensive effect on this ball. Krusty waiting in the wings right now. KU's defense will not get shook so easily. That's going to be another one. Spade swinging away at this one. Not a full defensive clear, not one necessary. Amex comes over. Kale takes it away. For right now, Spade back to the middle right here. MX now over. Loses across the middle. 51 here from Spade. This TMU defense wrestling around to try and turn into offense right now.
TMU's had a lot of half-decent looks here. They're just not able to make it 100% effective. There's those tiny margins that are really killing them right now. I feel like the TMU could have at least 1 or 2 goals at this point. KU almost had a different answer, but the whiff at the midfield will make it a walk-in goal for Krusty. TMU gifted a goal there off of a little bit of over-aggression from Chura.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I was talking about TMU's player, like, playing that back position, playing that more goalie position. That's right there is the reasons why you do it if you're Kansas University. Lead now for TMU. See how this one goes, and if it is maintained, what a shot. Willie gonna have his ears ringing after blocking that one.
Oh, is this another open opportunity? It is. There might be a last-ditch save from Chura. So close. I wouldn't have been surprised if they managed to get back to it because KU has been putting in those types of saves all day long. That time, it barely, not enough for Chura. Even almost had the pinch off of the side post to be able to get it away. But now TMU with 2 seconds over half the game still left to go. They find themselves up 2-0 and looking to force a winner takes all game 7 for that final spot in the playoffs.
Shot over, not going to happen. 2 minutes, 17 seconds left. Kansas University held scoreless thus far in a game 6 that are ahead at a 3-2 scoreline. TMU has that 2-score differential. We talked about it earlier, still hasn't happened. No team has come back from a 2-score differential thus far, only the 1 score. 2 minutes left, 2 scores on boards, TMU. Kansas University trying something right here. Misses a bare angle as MX now is putting this one up. Now shot down. MX tries to play defender yet again, and Spade just waiting so far back in the wings. Eventually, this is going to be a pull the goalie type situation. Pour it all into offense because Kansas University has an advantage right now, but it's not going to have to feel like it. Or I bet it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, they know that they've got the match point scenario, but no good if they're still losing that final game that they need. 2-0 is the deficit that they have to overcome. Very possible for the way that the KU's offense has switched itself on in the last couple of 5-minute games that we've had. Krusty following this one up, maybe gonna potentially make it 3 for TMU. Not quite that time around. Willie looking for a good bump on Spade, forces Kale though to intercept on what could have been dangerous. KU look towards the net, big flick across the field from Chura. Final minute, folks, in game 6. Will TMU be able to hang on to this 2-0 advantage that they have, force game 5, or does KU have an answer? That's Chura looking for the bottom corner, blocked well.
Wow, okay, so 45 seconds away from Kansas University being held scoreless for 2 of these games in this best-of-7 series. I can say that because they are still ahead 3-2 in the series, which is just kind of crazy to say out loud. 30 seconds left on this one. TMU going to be transitioning to that burn time defense here in just a little bit. Spade puts over, Spade up, defender gets there, MX trying something. Chura's got to get this one in. Kansas U has got to get this one in if they're going to maintain their advantage in the series, but doesn't look like that one's going to happen. Basically have to get the next 5 seconds. They win a kickoff just to tie it up here, Awash.
That they do. It's looking less likely, though, with every second that passes. And there it is. TMU forcing game number 7. A winner takes all. Final 5 minutes to see who is going to make it into this NACE Star League playoffs. Talk about it all comes down to this.
Yeah, dude, we got a 4-game sweep earlier. Why not follow it up with a Game 7 barn burner? Now, when I talk about predictions, I got nothing as far as winners. I just really hope that this one goes down to overtime as well. We started out last series, that was Flint TMU, with a barn burner, a 3-4 overtime situation. I think that was 45 seconds extra. 2 extra minutes in the first game here between Kansas University and TMU, and TMU took that one earlier. Let's take a look at some of the very few goals that were seen in this game number 6, one that TMU took to go forth and take the tie. We're going to be going to a game 7. So our best of 7 gets boiled down to a best of 5, gets boiled down to a best of 3, gets boiled down to a best of 1, to a one and done. What better way, Awash, to have a last chance qualifier?
Yep.
You tell me, because I can't think of one.
I can't think of one either. There's nothing I would rather do on my Sunday evening than watch Game 7 between University of Kansas, Toronto Metropolitan University, with the rest of their season completely on the line. Everything that they've done up to this point does not matter. All that matters is how they handle these next 5 minutes. Talk about continuing on these trends. I think we're still at that 100% rate of teams scoring first, taking the game. This opening few minutes is going to be crucial.
That we are. Getting this from chat, so, take this with a big fat grain of salt, folks. But chatter there is saying that Kansas University won the CCAA Open in the West earlier today. So, this is a Kansas University squad that's used to winning, but they have already squandered a lead earlier. What will happen? 4.5 minutes tells us. Just gotta stay tuned to watch here, folks. Little demo action right here. Spade reads it. That's a hit down right there. Chira nowhere to be found. Not close enough to it as MX coming off of the respawn right now. Perfectly transitioning into offense, but then loses this across. Spade there. Middle pitch. Yeah, we'll call it right side as of right now. Willie Mandem loses possession as Chira is going to be the one taking that candy away. Kale, right side. Kale, very little boost to be spoken of. This is a decently centered goal, but wow, TMU players are 3 states away. You gotta play more aggressively than that, right? Like you cannot just put one TMU player up and hope that they're gonna be able to get it done with 20 boosts by themselves, going up against 3 Kansas University Jayhawks, right?
Yeah, with the way that the KU defense has performed so far in this series, I think that that's a bit of a naive way to start attempting your offense in Game 7. But I can imagine that there's those Game 7 nerves. They really do get to everybody, and I can only imagine what's going through these players' heads, their hearts right now. Top right corner, almost found by KU. Counterattack from TMU. Incoming Chura, able to cut out Willie's hopes of a transition goal. Chura with no boost, just trying to get this away. Cannot follow it themselves, but drags 2 TMU players into a double commit. Kale needs to be smart here. They're able to find it past 1. There's Willie in the infield. Can he find the pass inside? Spade too strong there at the front post. Pinch across the backboard, and MX will see it to Spade into some space, but Spade doesn't quite get the touch. Okay, now gonna make sure that they can continue to force these next couple of 50s to get out to the midline, but TMU, they have to take advantage of this pressure right now.
Yeah, TMU, gotta say, might look a little bit shook here. Kale was the confident captain of this TMU squad earlier, and now they're just going with really easy, gold level shots that are just going to be easily broken away. The thing is, too, here at Wash, is they're burning all this boost to do it. Get fancy. Do something here, right? Do something unpredictable, because that is the only way you're going to get across a stout Kansas University defense. Attempted takeaway across the middle. That's going to be Willie blocking this one away, keeping the defensive hopes and dreams alive. The series hopes and dreams alive for TMU. There's a little demo action. Chira on the other side. Willie hit out. MX trying to fight for this one. Willie's going to shank this one way right. 50 picked up from Spade right there is Willie. Really trying their number. Going to be possession Kansas University. MX creeping into the offensive third for TMU. That's a mega whiff down bottom. That's a lonely ball right there. Just kind of left alone to fend for themselves. Demo down bottom. Kale still there, though. 100 seconds left to watch.
I'm not even playing this game. My heart is racing for both these teams right now. Oh, Chura. Oh, it's off the side post, and MX can't get there quick enough. TMU now. Potential counterattack. Kale gets the flip reset. Is there going to be a dunk on Spade? There's not. Smart bottom play from them. Kale looking for a pass inside. Not quite able to find it. I can't blame these players for originally starting off with some low risk, high reward plays, but I think as it goes on and on, the pressure is going to allow one of those opportunities to go in, and that will be one of them. Willie Mandum dragging it through the midfield to take it into the back of the net. Spade left all alone, and Kale recognizes that, eliminates them from the pitch, and TMU lead Game 7 with just over a minute remaining.
Holy moly. Okay. TMU just goes back to the basics on this one, takes a demo, and walks the dog. Leisurely walk on a Sunday right there for this TMU player. And mathematical, right? Because it is Sunday. 55 seconds left on this one. TMU, I would be amazed if they go with the burn time defense until they get another score right here. You have to have that insurance to go forth on that. Double commit, though, from TMU. They're going to be very, very grateful that was a huge defensive clear instead of just a little tappy tap on the ball. Sub 40 right now. Hit inside. Oh, that was just outside. Just a little bit to the outside. That strike zone there for Kansas University. Their fastest attempted lead so far. Willie?
Yeah, that was a bullet from KU. They still got this pressure, though. Spade going up off of the ceiling. MX pops it back, and that's going to be difficult for Chura to be able to control. Perfect time for TMU to be able to burn the clock down. Kale forces it and buys more time. MX to the side is there the follow. There is Chura, pops it, but there's nobody there. Kale on the backboard to the corner, keeps it alive, forces a 50 straight down. Actually, MX able to keep it up, but Spade barely mispositioned themselves. Could not read the final bounce off of the wall, and that is heartbreaking for Kansas University. Just, that is so
folks.
tough.
Wow, an absolute barn burner. A match that goes
absolutely.
all the way down to the absolute wire. A one-score difference in, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these games. One of them actually in overtime. One of them a score difference of 2. 2 of them a score difference of 3. Let's check out how this one happened. One of the very few goals. The only goal. The only goal. And that is this run right down the middle from Willie Mandum. We got Kale earlier. We've already heard the tale of Kale. Let's try and get the... I can't think of a rhyme. Let's try and get Willie in here for our interview action. Kind of ask him about this because, I mean, seriously, just like Overwatch earlier, right? Me and Nerdy were kind of nerding out about that one. It was so close, and all of these situations came down to literally split-second type decisions. All this entire 7-game series comes down to Willie just running it down the middle. Just literally, don't turn, don't put the ball up, don't jump at it. You don't even have to don't even boost too fast, for God's sake. Don't breathe while you're doing it, right? And just run it right down the middle, and a 1-score difference yields a TMU win in 7. All the way, the entire distance right there. The only way we could have gotten closer is if this was 0-0, 1-1, then we go down to overtime when the TMU wins. So, crazy stuff. Might have won that, what is it? What'd they say? The other thing that they won, the Kansas...
The CCA Open.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's a different organization, as you can clearly see. This is the NA Star League, and your LCQ winners are the TMU squad, the Toronto Metropolitan University squad. My brain's just going. My brain's just going after a series like that one here, Wash.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's brain is just fried after seeing so much high-intensity action. I mean, consistent goals, consistent pressure opportunities. The margins were so slim that it was a toss-up from the very beginning. I mean, this whole series comes full circle. We weren't really sure who was going to come out on top, but now we finally know that Toronto Metropolitan is going to take it. They'll be that last spot in the playoffs, and we do have Krusty on the line to be able to walk us through that whole just
If you can, man.
Heartbreaking for
if you
some.
can find
and-
the words, right?
Yeah,
Like,
completely
Jesus,
elating
Jesus.
experience for others. Krusty, what is going through your mind right now?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, that was kind of crazy. That was a really good series. I mean, the first, like, the series we played before, you know, is all right. It wasn't content. This series was definitely content. Yeah, that was. We need to scrim those guys. Like, that's a really good matchup. I'm not surprised we went to Game 7.
Yeah, I would love to see even more matches between the two of you, because from the very beginning there was not really a clear answer. You all were riding this wave of confidence from just sweeping University of Michigan Flint, and I'm sure enjoying your chances at making it out of this LCQ into the playoffs. How much does this win mean to you all to extend your season by a couple more weeks?
It's huge. I mean, top 16 in NACE is, I mean, something we wanted, like, right when we started. That was our goal. So, you know, getting there is huge. Definitely for morale. We're chipping away slowly at qualifying for CRL. That's our ultimate goal. So top 16 in NACE is really big.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see some of these teams who I don't think get as much of like the fanfare that some of the bigger CRL schools get, but still putting in great performances. And I love seeing all these squads really try to push that envelope and really see how far you all can get. FBI, I know that you have a few questions yourself that you're dying to ask.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Krusty, it literally looks like you guys are driving across a minefield the way some of these demos were coming there. you were really, you had people's numbers, people had your numbers. Who was it that you really felt like you had the most like physical play with, most like demolitions like in general with across this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 game series?
Shoot, I kind of don't, like, when I play the game, I don't actually read people's names. The guy with the blue car was so annoying, the blue Octane.
Okay, there you go, the guy with the blue cars. 3 of them.
My bad.
3 of them.
Yeah, okay, but,
With the Octane, yes.
yeah, I mean, yeah, in the 3rd game, or the 7th game, we were like, okay, these guys are, like, the ball would be in their half, and I'm just getting boost on defense, you know. I think I'm all good, and then all of a sudden I hear this engine behind me. I'm like, oh snap, like I gotta watch out. Like, these guys were just on us. So we definitely something every kickoff we're like, watch the demos. And I think that ultimately was what won us the game, was being aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. There was blood in the water, and the Sharks were definitely circling on this one. I gotta ask, obviously you guys aren't playing together in the esports lab today together. We got Kale in the interview earlier. I believe he was somewhere else or whatever. But there has to be some sort of celebration in the works, right? You guys gotta go get some dinner or something like that. What's that celebration gonna look like? And keep it PG.
Yeah, funny. Okay, yeah, true. Funny you mentioned that, because we're actually going out for Korean barbecue as a team tomorrow night. And that was already pre-planned, so I guess that'll be the celebration. But ultimately, that's only happening because some guys on the team lost a couple bets, so they gotta pay for dinner.
Yeah, they do.
So,
there you go.
And it's all you can eat, so you know it's gonna be expensive.
Nice.
Every bite's gonna be like, hey, you remember when you laid that line? You remember when you made that wager right there? I like it. Been there myself.
Exactly.
And gotta say, Krusty, you guys earned it. I hope you're not on the bad end of some poorly placed bets, right?
No, I'm good. I might even get a free meal.
Hey, there you go. The winning side. There you go. Go. Krusty, once again, an absolutely electrifying series. I want to thank you for coming on in and give us a minute of your time after the game. Before we get Sean out of here, I want to ask if you have any shout-outs.
Shout out the team, Will and Kale, and shout out the Milestone group. I think they're watching. Maybe there might be a couple of them. Who knows? Yeah, thanks for watching, guys.
Absolutely. Guys, this has been an interview with Krusty here for your Toronto Metropolitan University squad, coming hot off the heels of not a sweep like earlier, a 4-3 barn burner victory. Again, 4 of those games going down to 1-score games. Thanks again, Krusty.
Yeah, thanks. Take care.
Not a problem. FBI Tugboat here with a wash. My heart's still going. I don't want to talk about this one anymore. With that, I do believe we have reached towards my least favorite part of any broadcast, and that's the end. But maybe your guys' favorite part, right? The ROTC is back! Another collegiate camo giveaway. Check out that chat. Check out the NACE Star League Twitter. to enter in for a chance to win yourself that PS5 controller and a Herschel Little America Backpack Pro, because this is the Army RTC, where you can be a leader. With that, Awash, do you believe we have reached the end, though? Do you have anything else for the good people before we bid them adieu, sir?
Man, I just think there's going to be so many good matchups coming out of the playoffs in the next couple of weeks. We saw some fantastic teams make some brilliant runs through the LCQ, and while it's TMU that comes out on top, takes that final spot, you can't forget all of the teams that gave it everything that they could to try to make it to that final spot. And I have to give another shout out to KU, because they performed brilliantly. Any day of the week, this match is a complete toss-up, and maybe on a slightly more favorable day, KU takes this, and they're talking about two really big wins for themselves in this same day. But you got to shout them out again, because they still played absolutely brilliant tonight.
100% agreed. I definitely know the sting of going down in a very close competition, almost taking and then dropping the very little last bit, but you are 100% right. This is a Kansas University squad. These are the Jayhawks that should feel good about this matchup overall, because it went down to the absolute wire. Before we get out of here, I want to give a shout out Early Life, Extra Life, Duncan, ROTC, and Monster Energy. Really appreciate you guys coming on in, making this organization, or more than this organization, make this competition possible. We need to get me out of here, apparently. Big shout out as well to Kyle, Bree, and Mari, running production and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We do appreciate you guys. For now, though, if you enjoyed what you heard, Awash __RL, FBI _tugboat. If you liked what, is that 1 underscore or is that 2 underscore to Wash?
Just one.
Just one. Again, we got to get me out of here. Awash _RL, FBI _tugboat. If you guys enjoyed what you heard, go there and follow us on the Twitter spheres and whatnot. For now, though, we will bid you guys adieu. Tuesday is when we will resume our competitions here for the Naystar League. Thank you guys for watching, and we will catch you on the next one.